A holographic interface materializes, displaying the Genius Corp's collecting system, complete with monster cards for orcs, goblins, and skeletons, each detailing their attack, defense, intelligence, and mana statistics. Meanwhile, a chilling whistle echoes across a vast, misty landscape, where tiny figures begin to stir in the distance. As the sound intensifies, the small forms resolve into a growing horde of goblins, advancing across the rugged terrain. With a guttural roar, the green-skinned creatures surge forward, their crude weapons glinting. One particularly ferocious goblin lets out a piercing shriek, its eyes burning with savage intent. Facing the onslaught, a small group of adventurers stands ready, shields raised and blades drawn, prepared to meet the charge. Then, with a sudden, sharp impact, the battle begins. Dallin, moving with practiced precision, buries his dagger into the chest of an attacking goblin, its momentum abruptly halted. Nearby, the metallic ring of a sword clashing against a crude weapon signals another fierce engagement. A man with a thick beard, holding a cigar, expresses his frustration, lamenting the constant attacks. Meanwhile, a cloaked figure moves away from a fortified structure, heading towards the distant skirmish. The growls of the goblin horde echo through the misty landscape. The commander sighs, the constant threat weighing heavily on him. Suddenly, a heavy object crashes nearby, sending him scrambling for cover. But before the creature can react, Dallin, a blur of motion, strikes. The goblin lets out a pained shriek. A powerful impact reverberates through the air. Standing over the fallen beast, a faint golden aura emanates from him. The battle swiftly concluded. He moves with blinding speed, his weapon a blur of motion as it connects with an unseen foe. The impact reverberating as his strike slams into a crude shield. Without a pause, Dallin continues his powerful swing, his blade arcing through the air to find its mark. The goblin reels back, its face contorted in a shriek of pain and surprise. But before it can recover, a gauntlet hand shoots out. The grip tightens, an audible crunch echoing through the chaos. As Dallin brutally crushes the creature's skull, the goblin drops, a lifeless heap amidst a spreading pool of crimson. He stands amidst the carnage, a splatter of blood across his cheek, the sounds of battle still echoing around him. His back to the viewer, he gazes down at the remains of his foe, a voice questioning the brutality of tearing apart a goblin with bare hands. His boot presses firmly into the bloody ground, a testament to the swift and decisive victory. With his face obscured by shadow and hair, a silent question hangs in the air. Just who are you? The scene shifts, a memory surfacing, as he recalls a simpler time, having always enjoyed games since he was young. A younger version of himself sits before a screen, lost in a virtual world, thinking that such a passion couldn't be a sin, or at least not a significant one. He envisions a golden city, a life of luxury and power, a stark contrast to his current reality. Yet, fate had led him to this harsh land, plagued by the gate system and grinding poverty. A world filled with betrayals and murders. The world was a brutal place, filled with grotesque creatures like the massive, crimson-scaled dragon. And last, but not least, countless other monsters, from snarling wolves to hulking orcs and cunning goblins, roamed freely. Indeed, countless monsters plagued every corner of existence. Standing with his back to the sprawling city, Dallin reflected on his identity, thinking, "My name is Dallin." But a deeper, more unsettling truth surfaced, a quiet rejection of that simple statement. His perception of self fractured, as if falling through an abyss, questioning, "My real name is." He began to write, his hand moving across the paper with a focused intensity. The pen scratched softly, each stroke a deliberate act of self-definition, until a soft thump echoed in the quiet room. Seated, Dallin held the freshly written paper, a small knife resting beside it, the quiet click of the pen now a distant memory. As the chill of the evening began to settle, Dallin informed his companion that it was time for their shifts to change. A soft rustle of fabric accompanied his movements, as he adjusted his clothing, the biting cold already making itself known. The bald, bearded man responded, inquiring if the patrol had been uneventful. Dallin confirmed, holding a bottle in his hand, that the area had been quiet, with not even a single goblin appearing. As he pulled at his sleeve, a thought crossed his mind, wondering if the increasing cold was a consequence of his new patrol duties within the labyrinth city. His red eyes narrowed slightly, as he acknowledged the undeniable fact that it was truly getting colder outside. He mused that winter's approach was natural, but confessed that coming from the southern countryside, he simply couldn't get used to the biting chill. A shiver ran through him, as he looked down, still feeling the pervasive cold. As he walks away, the sound of his cloak rustling softly accompanies each step. Looking up, Dallin calls out, "Hey, I can see Pal Zion over there." Then, with a slight downward glance, he adds, "Then have a good rest. The work is over there." A rough cough escapes the commander, before he manages, "Why yeah, good work." Dallin pauses, his gaze fixed on the distant horizon. Before a voice from nearby greets him, "Good morning, Dallin." 2 years pass, the world shifting around the towering structures of a distant city. Caravans traverse the arid lands. As the narrative reveals that it has been 2 years since the tutorial, marking the beginning of what is known as the selection of humanity. A vast, circular metropolis known as Labyrinth City Pal Zion sprawls across the landscape. and Dallin observes it, thinking to himself that it exists on a completely different level compared to any dungeon he had cleared before. This truly is a colossal city, home to hundreds of thousands of people. He approaches a grand gate, knowing it represents the sole path to safely enter the underground labyrinth. Within the labyrinth's depths, countless treasured unkanata are said to be buried, waiting to be gathered. And according to the setup, there is also a wish stone hidden within, located at the very bottom of the labyrinth, which will grant its finder one single thing. Honestly, Dallin considers it's probably the only way to go back to Earth. And so, he resolves to check whether it actually exists. He knew what he had to do. He needed to descend into the labyrinth. Just as he prepared himself, a voice called out, greeting him by name. Turning, he faced the owner of the Galeos Emporium, who immediately waved off any formalities, insisting on a more casual address. The man introduced himself as Bokma Galeos, reminding Dallin that they were comrades who had journeyed together, and that he could simply call him Bokma. A small laugh escaped Bokma as Dallin processed the name, a hint of amusement in his eyes. He then commented on the perceived stiffness of Northerners, before asking if Dallin had something to tell him. Bokma praised Dallin's quick wit, finding it a commendable trait. Holding a small, furry creature, Bokma revealed his true intention, offering Dallin a position as an exclusive mercenary for his emporium. Dallin's mind reeled. He had never encountered such an event in his entire gaming experience. He considers the implications of becoming a personal mercenary, as Bokma confirms his merchant instincts are telling him that Dallin will soon stand shoulder to shoulder with other powerful figures. Dallin, still processing the weight of the proposal, thinks he can be sure of this. Bokma pointing a finger with conviction, emphasizing that he will soon stand shoulder to shoulder with them. Dallin then asks if Bokma is trying to hire him for a special event, to which Bokma replies that it won't be bad for him either. Bokma then asks what he says, leaving Dallin in deep thought. Bokma Galeos smiles knowingly, having anticipated Dallin's decision. Extending a hand with a pouch of coins, he presents the commission fee. Dallin counts the coins, noting the total of 15 shillings. A moment of confusion crosses his mind, as he recalls the initial offer was for 10, and even less for joining midway through the event. Bokma, observing his reaction, clarifies that the additional amount is an investment fee. He elaborates, stating his desire to solidify their relationship with a promising warrior, his words punctuated by a hearty laugh. Dallin, accepting the terms, simply asks that Bokma not ignore him later on. Bokma agrees, confirming the arrangement with a simple, sounds good, before bidding him farewell. With a final gesture, the merchant extends his hand, a silent promise of future dealings. Having concluded his business, Dallin turns and walks away from the Galeos Emporium, the weight of his recent agreement settling upon him. His handshake with Bokma still firm in his memory, he considers the implications of their new arrangement. As he navigates the bustling streets of the town, a new thought begins to form. He glances back, a familiar voice echoing in his mind, recalling Bokma's unexpected proposition. Bokma had asked if he would consider joining the Galeos Emporium as their personal mercenary. Such an event was entirely new to him, something he had never encountered before. He wondered if his actions were truly capable of altering the very fabric of this world, changing the game's events. It was a truly enticing proposition, one that promised both opportunity and uncertainty. He knew his path was already set, the tasks awaiting him upon arrival having been predetermined long before he even stepped foot in this place. Moving through the bustling streets of the town, Dallin kept his hood low, his presence a quiet ripple amidst the daily lives of the common folk. His destination was clear, and he ascended the worn wooden stairs with a steady, purposeful stride. The town's architecture, a mix of timber and stone, faded into the background as he focused on his path, his gaze fixed ahead. Another flight of stairs led him higher, the sounds of the street growing fainter with each step. Finally, he reached a sturdy wooden door, a sense of certainty settling over him as he realized he had indeed arrived at the correct location. With a soft creak, the door swung inward. Inside, the warm glow of lanterns illuminated a bustling inn, filled with the low murmur of conversations and the occasional exclamation as patrons reacted to his sudden appearance. The murmuring continued, a wave of curiosity and apprehension spreading through the room. An older man with an eye patch recounts a grim tale, explaining how he once tied someone to a stake. His voice rising in intensity as he slams a mug down, emphasizing the brutality of the act itself. Dallin, listening intently, hunches over, visibly disturbed by the gruesome details. His expression remains stoic, yet a deep unease settles in his eyes. A realization dawns on him, a certainty that this place, this moment, was precisely where he needed to be. Leaving the inn behind, Dallin strides purposefully through the night, his gaze fixed on an unseen destination, a resolute glint in his eyes. He arrives at a new, desolate location, looking up at a towering structure with a sudden, sharp intake of breath. A slow, unsettling smile spreads across his face, revealing a flash of sharp teeth. Dallin finally finds what he's been searching for, a system notification confirming his discovery of a pathetic soldier's corpse. Approaching the fallen figure, he surveys the remains. As a soft chime echoes, Dallin receives another prompt. asking if he wishes to inherit the corpse's abilities and acquire the greatest weapon to deal with this insanely difficult game. Without hesitation, his hand extends, a vibrant turquoise aura flaring around it as he initiates corpse collection. His eyes glow with the same eerie light, a chilling, sharp-toothed smile spreading across his face as the notification confirms the process. The turquoise energy swirls and intensifies, engulfing the area as the collection proceeds. The screen glows with the title of a game, Genius Corpse Collecting, a Hunter's Challenge. He always preferred games that pushed him, especially those with intricate controls and demanding gameplay. He'd quickly grown bored with anything easy, gravitating towards what he called physical games, those that required true skill and effort. But even for him, this particular game proved a formidable opponent, often ending in a frustrating game over. The main character felt weak, the monsters overwhelmingly strong, and the world within the game seemed perpetually on the brink of ruin. Every NPC and ally he encountered was either crying out for help or actively trying to abandon him. Yet, his hardcore determination only grew, fueling countless all-nighters with the singular thought of clearing this game, one way or another. He couldn't recall how many hundreds of times he had faced death in that game, each failure often followed by a system notification asking if he wished to purchase selected items. A question that would always elicit the same frustrated response from him. Yes, I'll spend the money. What kind of damned games make you spend real money just to see the ending? He knew he would have deleted the game long ago if it hadn't been for the sheer amount of time he had already invested. Each purchase prompted a painful reminder of his commitment. A heavy wooden mug slams down onto a table. As Dallin lets out a frustrated sigh, his eyes glowing with a fierce, almost otherworldly light. Huh. He stares at the mug, lost in thought. No, I should have just deleted the game back then. Sitting alone in a dimly lit tavern, still haunted by the echoes of his past obsession, he reflects on his past, fortunate that others don't understand the depth of his obsession, the sheer extent of his gaming struggles. He recalls a specific game feature, the Inheritor DLC, a system designed to allow a new character to inherit the progress and abilities of the main character who died in the previous playthrough. It was a mechanic clearly aimed at players who had died several hundred times, offering a glimmer of hope that this opens up the possibility of endless growth. Yet, even this system had one flaw in his eyes. It was the constant reminder of his failures, as he repeatedly discovered the pathetic soldier's corpse of his previous attempts. He recalls the system's stark warning. One must personally retrieve their fallen comrade's corpse before death claims them, or risk losing the body entirely. A moment of quiet reflection passes, as the words corpse collection materialize before him, accompanied by a soft, ethereal glow of green particles that begin to swirl around his cloaked form. The emerald light intensifies, enveloping him in a vibrant aura as the system processes his actions. With outstretched hands, he seems to draw the energy, the green light coalescing into visible streams around his fingers. A soft chime signals a new notification, as a system message confirms a gain of strength +1. Another message appears, announcing proficiency +1, prompting a quiet, questioning hum from him as he processes the unexpected gains. His eyes, now glowing with the same vibrant green as the system's energy, reflect the final confirmation of his progress. Finally, a grand notification fills his vision, declaring the discovery of Idaman's armored combat. He absorbs the detailed information about the Idaman Knights, their armor-piercing combat arts, and the immense strength and endurance required to master their unique technique. Idaman's armored combat, as a soft purple glow emanates from his hand. The system reiterates the skill's description, prompting him to wonder if the character he encountered possessed this very ability. A subtle smirk plays on his lips, a silent acknowledgement of his new acquisition. Later, within the bustling common room of an inn, he declares his business concluded, ready to depart. But as he rises, a voice from a nearby table calls out to him. A bald, burly man, clearly having had too much to drink, slurs that he's never seen his face around these parts. The man continues, speculating that he must be some kind of mercenary, and demands to know what brings him to such a shabby establishment. Another man at the table, with a more serious demeanor, interjects, questioning if the newcomer is unaware of the local business ethics. He calmly questions the innkeeper's business ethics. The innkeeper's demand is for a transfer tax. With a booming voice, Majun, the inn manager, asserts his right to this money, a bald henchman standing silently behind him. He emphasizes that the payment should be offered directly to him, Majun, the manager of this establishment. Dallin considers the situation, thinking that complying might avoid further trouble. Majun presses his point, asking if it isn't obvious that Dallin must pay. A glint of steel appears as a dagger is drawn from its sheath. Dallin's eyes glow with an eerie blue light, reflecting a skeletal image as he realizes this man is the one who killed him in his past life. A slight smirk plays on his lips as he calmly states he has no money to give. Majun's voice cuts through the tense silence, demanding to know if he truly has no money, his expression a mix of disbelief and irritation. But Dallin remains unyielding, his eyes, usually hidden beneath his fringe, now burning with a fierce, golden light, a silent testament to his resolve. The sudden intensity from the cloaked figure causes Majun to recoil slightly, a soft gasp escaping him as he registers the unexpected shift. A faint, dark aura seems to emanate from Dallin, pushing back against the inn manager's intimidation, who can only stare in stunned silence. Commander Beard, observing the exchange, steps forward, his voice laced with suspicion as he questions the notion of a poor man having no reason to be so, his gaze fixed on the defiant figure. He then presses further, reminding Dallin that he had indeed paid for his alcohol. Ignoring the implied threat, Dallin simply turns and walks away, leaving the two men to watch his retreating back. A sly, knowing smirk spreads across Majun's face, as if he's already anticipating the consequences of Dallin's defiance. Unfazed, Dallin continues his exit, stepping out of the inn and into the unknown. A defiant smirk plays across his lips, as he deliberately sets his glass down with a soft scrape. Then turns his back on the inn's interior, his cloak swaying with each determined stride. The open doorway frames his departure, a silent invitation to the world outside. His shield, strapped to his back, reflects the dim light, a constant companion on his journey. Suddenly, a dark, swirling aura erupts around him, his eyes flaring with an intense crimson glow, a silent thought confirming his suspicions. I knew it. He steps out into the street, leaving the inn behind, while Majun watches his departure from the shadows, a knowing expression on his face. Within his mind, a small, glowing humanoid figure pulses with energy, overshadowed by a larger, ominous shadowy entity, a glimpse into the power he now wields. With renewed resolve, he continues his journey, his steps quickening as the dark aura swirls around him. He crashes backward, hitting the ground with a heavy thud. Lying amidst the dust, a pained groan escapes him as a heavy boot steps into view. A man with long, dark red hair, his face set in a fierce scowl, watches the fallen figure. Dallin, struggling to rise, vows, I won't fall for that twice, you motherfucker. His eyes burn with renewed resolve as he pushes himself up. The red-haired warrior turns, shouting, Hey, everyone inside. From the shadows, a towering, cloaked figure emerges, its presence commanding, Come. Two onlookers recoil, one whispering, Is that really a person? While the other adds, Who's he so tall? The red-haired warrior grips his sword, a new question forming in his mind. Is he a savage who came down from the north? A low hum escapes Dallin as he surveys the unfolding chaos. A menacing grin spreading across his face as he declares, I have a new skill. The unseen force of his power immediately impacts, sending a shield cracking under the strain. With a confident gesture of his hand, he beckons his foes forward, a silent challenge in his eyes. Come. One of the enemies lunges, shouting, At me. The red-haired warrior, enraged by the display, bellows to his forces, That arrogant bastard, everyone attack. But before they can close in, a devastating counterattack sends multiple figures flying through the air, their screams echoing as they are thrown back. Dallin, wreathed in a vibrant blue aura, strikes down another airborne enemy with lethal precision, uttering a single, chilling word, Die. As a faint purple glow begins to emanate from his form, Dallin activates a new ability, Idriaman's Armored Combat. His eyes blaze with an intense violet light, reflecting a newfound resolve. With a clenched fist radiating raw power, he unleashes a devastating blow, shattering the very ground. Then, a blur of motion, he moves with impossible speed, leaving trails of purple energy in his wake. His adversaries recoil in terror, their faces contorted in shock. With his dark hair now tied back, Dallin's glowing eyes remain fixed on his targets. He strikes a powerful stance, ready to unleash the full might of his new ability. Dallin, now fully enveloped in the power of Idriaman's Armored Combat, moves with impossible speed, his blade a blur of purple light. The air crackles around him as he carves through the enemy ranks, each strike carrying devastating force. One opponent is sent flying, his body impacting the ground with a sickening thud, leaving him to wonder how a human could be as hard as steel. Dallin's fist glows with concentrated purple energy, ready to unleash another powerful blow. He sweeps through a group of attackers, the radiant purple arc of his attacks scattering them like ragdolls. His eyes, now glowing with an intense violet hue, survey the chaos he has wrought. From a distance, their leader watches in disbelief, cursing his men for their incompetence. He screams at them to pick up their fallen comrade, demanding they continue the fight. But before his words can fully register, another soldier, knife drawn, lunges forward, aiming to catch Dallin off guard. With a swift, decisive motion, Dallin steps forward, his arm already winding up for a devastating strike. The impact is immediate, a sickening crunch as the enemy's face contorts in agony. He delivers a powerful blow, his purple-infused attack connecting with brutal force. But before he can fully recover, a knife slices through the air, finding its mark in his arm with a sickening thud. Ignoring the pain, his hand immediately flares with purple energy. A clear warning to the terrified enemy. He seizes the incoming dagger blade with his bare hand. The sharp edge grinds against his flesh. Blood splatters from his grip. He maintains his hold with sheer force. A frustrated curse escapes him. Looking down at the fallen attacker, he reflects on his action, realizing he had intended to grab the attacker's wrist, not the blade itself. He questions if the low proficiency of his skill is the cause of this unexpected outcome. A system window materializes, presenting his current statistics. He sighs, finding the challenges of this world to be exceptionally difficult. Dallin reviews his status, a faint blue glow illuminating his face from the holographic screen. Finished with his assessment, he turns, his gaze fixed on someone just out of sight. An older man, bald and with a short beard, points an accusing finger, declaring Dallin's actions completely unacceptable within his establishment, regardless of his status as a soldier. Dallin looks down, a quiet frustration building as he considers the repeated threats against him. With a decisive grip, he tightens his hold on a small, disc-like object. The man continues his rant, warning that if the guards find out, Dallin won't get away with it. But before he can finish, a small, spinning object launches with a high-pitched whir, a blur of motion across the room. It strikes the man squarely in the forehead with a sharp impact, his scream of rage transforming into one of shock and pain. Dallin extends his open palm, a faint, ethereal glow emanating from his hand. He offers a casual, almost mocking apology. Sorry, my hand slipped. But before the moment can settle, a new figure suddenly appears, bringing a heavy hammer down with a sickening cunk onto the head of the already incapacitated man, who cries out in agony. The new aggressor then begins to speak, a dark aura surrounding him as he starts with a menacing, "So." However, Dallin cuts him off, a confident smirk on his face as he challenges the newcomer. "What were you trying to say?" Under the quiet blanket of night, a town settled into slumber, its buildings casting long shadows beneath the moon. With the successful collection of 3 more corpses, a small pouch of coins jingled softly in his gloved hand, a testament to his grim work. He knew the inn owner must have earned a substantial amount from his establishment, but Dallin's own recent gains were nothing to scoff at. Stepping through the quiet streets, he mused that with this much, he could finally afford to stay at a truly nice inn. Soon, the inviting glow of the inn's windows beckoned him closer, promising warmth and rest. As he stepped inside, a man behind the counter greeted him, announcing the establishment as the Sword and Shield Inn. Taking a seat opposite the innkeeper, Boke Megalios, Dallin heard the simple, direct question. "Planning on staying?" The innkeeper explains that discounts are available, depending on one's mercenary rank. Confirming his status as a silver plate mercenary, Dallin requests a single night's stay. The innkeeper then informs him that breakfast and lunch will be complimentary. However, dinner would need to be purchased separately, bringing the total price to a significant sum. Dallin's expression tightens, clearly taken aback by the cost. His hand clenches, a silent testament to his frustration. He counts out the coins, the reality of the expense settling in. Soon after, he finds himself in front of room 412. A soft sigh escapes him as he holds the key to his temporary lodging. Looking out at the moonlit night, Dallin acknowledges this moment as the true beginning of his journey. He understands that before he can even think about defeating this game, survival itself is the most crucial objective. To achieve that, he desperately needs both money and experience. With his current abilities and equipment, he knows there's simply no way forward. He needs money to acquire better equipment, and he must level up to unlock the inheritor ability. Thanks to his countless previous attempts, the corpses of his character are scattered across the entire continent. But this time, he knows he can become much stronger than ever before. Time is a relentless current, pulling him forward through the cosmic void. As Dallin stands amidst swirling energies, a lone figure against the encroaching darkness. Demonic visages loom, their glowing eyes a stark reminder of the threats that surround him. And he knows he must prepare as quickly as possible, for the skeletal specters of this world offer no quarter. His thoughts turn to a special commission, a way to earn both money and vital resources simultaneously. He resolves to meet the inn owner tomorrow, to set his plan into motion. The old inn stands under the night sky, its weathered facade a silent witness to the world's dangers, even a skeletal figure perched on its roof. Inside, a glowing orb illuminates a table of books, and a quiet HM escapes him, perhaps in contemplation of the knowledge within. Overwhelmed by the weight of his name and destiny, Dallin covers his face, the burden of his path momentarily too heavy to bear. A soldier from the north reads the various notices posted on a wall, before preparing to leave his temporary lodging. The morning sun casts long shadows over the city's rooftops, as a distant voice wishes him a safe journey from the towering building he exits. He takes one last look at the bustling street, his gaze sharp and focused, then quietly asks himself if it is time to depart. His cloaked figure moves with purpose, footsteps echoing through the winding alleyways, each stride bringing him closer to his goal, until he finally declares his arrival at the intended destination. Even if this is just a back alley, the sheer age of the structures here is palpable. It's truly old. His gaze sharpens, spotting something in the distance. There. He moves deeper into the dilapidated building. The interior a maze of forgotten machinery and decaying wood, until he finds an open door. The door is open, but the owner of this nest isn't here. A flicker of surprise crosses his face. He ponders the implications of the empty space. Am I an unwelcome guest? Stepping cautiously into the darkness, he looks down into the abyss below. Deep within a shadowed chamber, a cloaked figure raises a hand, his expression grim, a silent resolve forming in his mind. He needs to get rid of this misunderstanding. His fist tightens, a soft thud echoing the force of his conviction. While elsewhere, a woman with long, dark hair shares the same sentiment, her own thoughts echoing the need to resolve a deep misunderstanding. A soft sigh escapes her lips, a quiet breath before action. She approaches a heavy wooden door, her voice firm as she questions, "How many times do I have to say it?" As if in response to her own words, a faint, reddish-purple aura begins to emanate from her, glowing particles swirling around her form. Her steps are deliberate, carrying her forward, until she opens the door to reveal another cloaked figure, who reacts with a surprised, "Huh?" She calmly replies, "I've never heard that before." Dallin, with a confident smirk, explains that one needs to increase their consumer base to remain in business, implying the current establishment is struggling. His words are met with a wide-eyed, almost innocent stare from Majun, who appears taken aback by his directness. Regaining her composure, she retorts, remarking that he speaks quite well for a barbarian from the north. Dallin flinches, then quickly corrects himself, exclaiming that he was trying to say, "How dare you speak in such a backhanded way," and asks if she understood. Majun looks down, a thoughtful expression on her face, while Dallin watches her intently. Then, looking up with a slight smirk, Majun asks if it wouldn't be better to be just a savage who immigrated 2 years ago. She clarifies her statement, insisting that she has been civilized. Dallin, still smiling, begins to respond, observing that unlike an informant, she seems to be. Majun, with a hand to her mouth, finishes his thought, declaring his assessment how disappointing. A burst of laughter escapes her. Before she composes herself, a hint of sarcasm in her tone as she states, "To think I'd be had in such a simple way. I'll apologize." Dallin watches her, still processing the exchange, while she simply observes him. Then, with a sudden shift in demeanor, she announces, "I need to offer tea to a customer." As she turns away, a small crossbow is visible in her hand, leaving Dallin to gasp in shock, realizing he had almost been pierced in the chest. A knowing smile plays on her lips, as a faint, glowing purple symbol appears on the ground where the attack had landed, and she reaches for a teacup, suggesting, "You must have some business with me, but we should still do introductions, right?" A woman with long, dark hair introduces herself as Sienna, explaining her role as a shop assistant for the Crow's Nest. Though her true identity is revealed as the owner of the establishment and the most renowned informant in the Northern Territories. In response, Dallin offers his own name, his voice a low murmur from beneath his shadowed hood. He then clarifies his understanding of the establishment's rules, stating that he heard only 2 types of commissions are accepted here. Before proceeding, Sienna leans forward, her gaze sharp as she inquires who directed him to her hidden location. Without hesitation, Dallin provides the name, Durden. He recalls Durden's specific warning, that while alcohol might be acceptable, he should never drink Sienna's tea. Sienna's expression shifts slightly, a hint of amusement or perhaps annoyance crossing her features as she muses about Durden's dramatic descriptions of her. She then reveals the true reason for her caution, explaining that the specific code Dallin used to enter is known only to her closest confidants, and she had been testing him since his arrival. Dallin explains that the collateral he offers is merely a test, a way for Sienna to gauge his intentions. For an informant, one's very life often serves as the ultimate collateral. A slight smirk plays on Sienna's lips as she acknowledges his request, asking if he truly desires a commission. He maintains a serious expression, admitting he doesn't know her well enough yet. Sienna's gaze is direct, reminding him that this is, after all, their very first meeting. She leans back, offering a compromise. For now, she can only provide trivial commissions. These would be tasks that would have little impact on her business, even if he were to fail them. A subtle shift in his expression suggests understanding as he processes her terms. Sienna reiterates, her tone firm but not unkind, that it is, after all, their first time meeting. Sienna watches him with a knowing gaze, her expression unreadable. Her voice, laced with a subtle challenge, echoes in his mind, asking if she should witness the abilities of the mighty warrior who ripped goblins to shreds with his bare hands. Outside, the quiet streets of the town lay still beneath a somber sky. A paper rustles in his hand as Dallin lets out a soft, knowing exhale, a sound of footsteps accompanying his movement. He leans back, a hand to his chin, his thoughts clear. Sienna was a fox, cunning and perceptive. The paper still in his grasp, he internally dismisses her pretense, knowing her claims of not knowing him were utter nonsense. As he turns to leave, a realization settles in. She had known exactly who he was from the moment he set foot in Falshire, even recalling his past deeds of ripping goblins to shreds. His boot splashes through a shallow puddle, each step carrying a new weight of understanding. With a resolute glint in his eyes, Dallin steps out into the world, ready for whatever challenges lie ahead. He makes his way through the desolate streets, the archway ahead leading deeper into the territory. This is the Low Street, situated on the very outskirts of the Bronze Territory. His current commission, a missing person incident. For over a month, there have been reports of people disappearing from the caves near the entrance to Low Street, a chilling pattern emerging. These incidents occur in sporadic bursts, sometimes in 3-day or 5-day periods. Most of the missing are women or children, always alone when they vanish. Recently, a young woman went missing, her disappearance particularly troubling. The offenses seemed to be growing bolder, and it was written to be around here. He pauses at the mouth of a dark tunnel, the whispers of the missing echoing in his mind. Knowing this is where his investigation must begin. Deep within the shadowed tunnel, Dalin's gaze remained sharp, his senses alert to the oppressive silence. A faint, unsettling sound echoed through the cavernous space, a soft, wet drip breaking the stillness. From the darkness, a guttural thought emerged, a creature's discomfort echoing in my stomach. Another wet sound, and a clawed hand, grotesque and pale, reached out from the shadows. Dalin, shield raised and ready, braced himself for the inevitable confrontation. His eyes narrowed, a grim determination setting his jaw as the creature's thoughts solidified into a chilling accusation. Here he is, the bastard who ate me up. A low, guttural growl rumbled from the darkness, preceding the full reveal of the monstrous form. With glowing red eyes and razor-sharp claws, a gaunt ghoul lunged forward, its emaciated body radiating malevolence. Its hunger was palpable, a chilling declaration of "I'm hungry." As a system notification confirmed, you have discovered the ghoul, a monster who was eaten by a... The ghoul's emaciated face, with its piercing red eyes and sharp teeth, dominates the view as a system notification labels it a test specimen. A crucial tip then appears, revealing that for corpses eaten or absorbed by someone, inheritance is possible by defeating that target. A low growl echoes through the dark chamber as a figure lies prone on the cold stone floor. Before slowly pushing themselves up, their gaze fixed on an unseen threat, declaring with defiance, "On my side." Another menacing growl reverberates, hinting at the continued presence of danger. As Dalin suddenly appears, his voice a quiet murmur of surprise. "Who knew I'd find him so fast?" A system notification flashes, revealing a grim discovery. "You have discovered the corpse of a hunter who was eaten by a test specimen." It reads, just as a hulking, red-eyed monster looms into view. Its glowing crimson eyes fixed on him as it rumbles, "I'm hungry." Another notification appears, clarifying the situation. For corpses that have been eaten or absorbed by a monster, you can acquire them by defeating that target. The cloaked figure observes the creature, his thoughts already calculating its threat level, a low-path demi-monster, or a low dash. A system notification describes a path boss-grade monster, originally the size of an ogre. Its massive, clawed limb looms over the landscape. A creature capable of easily crushing entire buildings, yet still in an unfinished form. The monstrous demi-human growls, declaring there is so much to eat today, then cautions itself not to fill its stomach too quickly. Dalin observes the developing creature, noting that it's still early in the game for it, and that it looks like it's still developing, which he finds even better. He resolves to nip it in the bud. A determined expression settles on his face. The path boss-grade monster lands with a heavy thud, its massive foot kicking up debris. Its red eyes glowing with feral hunger, it lets out a guttural roar that echoes through the cavern. A clawed hand sweeps forward, tearing into the very ground. But before it can fully unleash its fury, Dalin, wreathed in a vibrant blue aura, moves with impossible speed, delivering a powerful kick to its side. The monster recoils from the unexpected blow, its massive body twisting midair. It crashes down with a resounding boom, shaking the very foundations of the area. Before it can recover, Dalin is already upon it, his blade flashing as he carves a deep gash into its arm. The monster lets out a pained cry as it struggles to regain its footing, its heavy steps echoing with renewed aggression. But Dalin is relentless, a dark blur of motion, his sword held ready for the next strike. The ghoul recoils violently, a pained cry escaping its fanged maw. As Dalin's relentless assault shatters its chest armor, another powerful blow snaps its head back, before a final, sweeping sword strike sends it crashing to the ground. A guttural growl of agony echoes through the chamber, as the creature lies defeated, struggling to move. It hurts, the ghoul rasps, its red eyes still burning with malevolence. But then, a sickening sound of bubbling flesh fills the air, and Dalin watches in disbelief as its wounds rapidly regenerate, forcing a frustrated curse from his lips. "What a load of crap," a growl escapes the ghoul, as it lunges forward with a piercing shriek. Its eyes glow a furious red, a primal rage distorting its emaciated face. But before it can connect, a swift, unseen force slams into its body, a blade carving a deep, bloody gash across its chest. The creature recoils with another pained shriek, but the wound instantly begins to knit itself back together, glowing particles swirling around the rapidly closing flesh. Dalin sighs, a frustrated realization dawning on him. The cut wasn't deep enough to stop it. The ghoul lets out a triumphant, mocking cackle as its body fully restores itself. His blade had found its mark, a rough cut across the creature's chest, sending blood splattering. Dalin stood over the ghoul, his sword still poised, ready to deliver a final blow, when a desperate cry erupted from the creature, its red eyes wide with terror. "Stop! I'm a person, a human being." The cloaked figure's eyes widened in shock, as he cautiously asked if the ghoul had truly come to its senses, receiving a small nod in response. "Ugh, I'm fine now," the creature mumbled, its red eyes still glowing faintly. It then looked away, a wave of regret washing over its face. I didn't do what I wanted to. Tears welled in its eyes, a purple aura flaring around its form as it cried out, horrified by its own actions. Eating a person? It was a desperate plea, a revelation of torment. Do you think I'd want to do that? Those people planting a beast inside me. Dallin's gaze sharpens, questioning the ghoul about the mysterious people it mentioned. The ghoul, its face contorted in distress, admits it doesn't know who they are either. It can only recall their appearance, describing them as figures cloaked in black robes and masks. As Dallin listens intently, the ghoul continues, explaining how they used strange potions to force this monstrous transformation upon it. A single tear escapes the ghoul's eye as Dallin presses for more details, asking about the masks they wore. The ghoul describes a simple, featureless surface, adorned only with a huge, painted mouth. A vivid image flashes through its mind, a figure in a red hood, holding a syringe, its face obscured by a golden mask with a wide, sharp-toothed grin. A detail that makes Dallin gasp in sudden recognition, the mention of a golden mask, clearly striking a chord. The ghoul's voice drops, revealing a chilling truth. At that instant, those individuals become part of a larger key, with no escape from their fate. The ghoul, hunched and trembling, apologizes profusely, warning Dallin to be prepared for the others, before confessing its inability to control its monstrous urges. As Dallin places a comforting hand on its shoulder, he assures the creature that its actions are not its fault. The ghoul lets out a choked sound, its face contorted in a mix of surprise and continued anguish. Dallin clarifies, his voice firm, that the true culprits are the people who transformed it into this state. With a steely glint in his eye, he vows to make them all disappear. The ghoul continues to sob, its body racked with emotion. Its voice barely a whisper, it manages to utter a broken thanks. As Dallin's hand remains a steady presence. Still sobbing, the ghoul remains on the ground, while Dallin stands resolute, his sword at his side. Through its tears, the ghoul tries to express deeper gratitude, before its thoughts turn to the horror of its past, whispering that they fed me. The ghoul's voice trembles, revealing the unspeakable horror of its past. It recounts how its captors forced its mouth open, a choked sob escaping its throat. The ghoul whispers of the flesh, muscles, and intestines it was made to devour, its body racked with another sob. Its mouth contorts, sharp teeth glistening with saliva, a visceral image of its forced consumption. A chilling, primal declaration echoes from within it. I'm hungry. Its eyes blaze crimson as a guttural scream tears from its throat, a raw cry of anguish and monstrous craving. Red energy pulses violently around its form, distorting its very shape. Dallin watches, a sharp tch of frustration or resolve escaping him. The ghoul's form continues to writhe and glow with the malevolent red light, its terrifying scream echoing once more. Its enraged scream is abruptly silenced, a sharp, slicing sound accompanying the sudden impact. A flash of energy erupts as the attack connects, violently tearing through its transforming body. Dallin stands resolute, his blade having found its mark, as the ghoul collapses with a heavy thud. A system notification confirms its elimination, followed by another, revealing the creature was a mere test specimen. Its lifeless form now floats in the water, a new prompt appearing, asking if the corpse should be retrieved. Dallin pulls the ghoul's body from the water, standing over its grotesque form, his expression grim. A single, frustrated expletive escapes him. The scene shifts, revealing a distant, old-world town under a vibrant, twilight sky. A soft chime echoes through the air, followed by a voice questioning why he hadn't returned to the inn. Inside, a woman with long, dark hair, clad in a fur-trimmed gown, stands holding a glass. Her dark skirt flowing down to meet practical brown boots. From the arched doorway, Dallin responds with a simple offer, a small sack clutched in his hand. He lets the sack fall to the ground with a heavy thud, as the woman looks down, declaring her success. His hand releases the small, heavy bag, and her eyes widen slightly, a faint blush coloring her cheeks. Inside the inn, Dallin places the sack on a wooden table, while the woman observes, commenting on the earlier boastful talk of tearing a goblin into pieces. The words from Galio's Emporium had proven true, as the woman behind the counter acknowledged Dallin's efficiency, telling him, "Anyhow, good work." Placing a small pouch on the counter, Dallin stated, "Here's 15 shillings, as the woman gasped softly. She continued, her voice tinged with surprise, "Completed the job faster than I expected you to." However, her expression quickly shifted to a more businesslike demeanor as she clarified, "But that doesn't mean I can pay you more." Turning to leave, Dallin responded, "This amount is more than enough to accept for a single man." The woman simply uttered, "Yeah." Her gaze then fell upon the small bag he had left, and she inquired, "What's that?" Without turning back, Dallin replied, "The victim's belongings." His words struck her, leaving her with a look of stunned realization. Still facing the woman, Dallin dismisses her accusation, stating he's no informant who extorts money with excuses. He clarifies that the manager is the one who. The woman, holding a small pouch, simply tells him to keep the money. A slight smirk plays on his lips as he thanks her. Turning to leave, he bids her farewell, promising to see her tomorrow. The woman, exasperated, reminds him for the umpteenth time to come during business hours. Dallin glances back, his expression unreadable. A soft thud echoes through the room. The woman stands alone, her gaze fixed on the empty space where he once stood. The woman from the shop ponders Dallin's recent departure, questioning if his actions were truly serious, for they certainly didn't align with the typical mercenary's demeanor. He simply doesn't seem like the kind of man who would be swayed by a mere sense of justice. Her expression shifts, a calculating glint in her eyes as she considers his potential. A faint smirk plays on her lips as she muses aloud about the intriguing archenemy she might have found. She feels confident in his capabilities and sees no harm in continuing to work with him. Later, she sits at a desk, meticulously recording information in a large, leather-bound book. A soft, warm glow emanates from a nearby light source, illuminating the quiet room. As she reviews the entries, she recalls a specific detail, the retrieval of a corpse. A system window confirms the successful elimination of a demi-monster that would have become a disaster, and the subsequent retrieval of its remains, displaying Dallin's image as the one responsible. Dallin's current status is displayed, revealing him at level 4 with formidable strength and senses, alongside a new skill, night vision. Reflecting on his mission, he understands the necessity of retrieving as many corpses as possible. This grim task is crucial, if he is to halt the impending doomsday scenario. His thoughts turn to the threats he faces, envisioning a coven of witches hiding within a town, and the insidious presence of secret cultists operating within the city. He also considers the looming danger of counts invading the empire, and the ancient terror of vampires. But above all these, his mind settles on the ultimate adversary, the evil god. A plain surface, adorned with a golden mask, represents the insidious Paulson's secret cult society. As Dallin's hand presses down on a quill, a soft thud echoing in the quiet room. His mind set on the task before him. He knows he must do all that he can to prepare. The cult's ominous golden mask, shrouded in dark robes, looms in his thoughts. A stark reminder that if left unchecked, these hooded figures will eventually become an insurmountable threat. Before such a catastrophe can unfold, he clenches his fist, a fierce resolve hardening his gaze. He is going to dismantle them. He will tear them apart, limb from limb, ensuring their threat is utterly eradicated. The weathered facade of a tavern, the Crow's Nest, stood silently beneath a muted sky, its interior revealing a stout bartender with a neatly trimmed beard, polishing glasses behind a well-worn counter. A moment later, Dallin settled onto a stool, requesting a glass of mellow Highlands. The bartender, without a word, poured the amber liquid, which Dallin then brought to his lips, taking a long, contemplative sip. After a moment, he broke the silence, demanding to know how long the bartender intended to ignore his instructions to come over, noting it had already been 3 hours. The bartender, however, remained unfazed, simply stating that if there was a bartender and a customer, it was, indeed, business hours. Behind the counter of the Crow's Nest, the bartender, a woman with long, dark hair and a dark, feathery dress, stands with a confident air. As Dallin's voice cuts through the tavern's quiet, asking if her mouth isn't lively, she leans forward, a hint of a smirk playing on her lips, inquiring who he plans to kill today, only for him to dismissively reply, "Nope, not tonight." Her expression shifts to one of mild annoyance, as she instructs him to come in, revealing she needs to tell him something. Dallin's simple query hangs in the air, a single word, talk. He watches her intently, a drink in hand, waiting for her to elaborate. Turning her back slightly, she reveals the reason for her summons. A specific job came in. A subtle, knowing smile spreads across her face, suggesting the nature of the task might be exactly what Dallin needs. The intricate details of her feathery dress shimmer in the tavern's dim light, as the weight of her words settles between them. A new job has arrived, one specifically for the low-path hunter. The bartender's voice cuts through the tavern's din, asking what he means by the term low-path hunter. She then reveals that he didn't even know it, but that was his nickname. She explains that he'd been running around taking on low-path jobs, and the rumors had reached the wrong people. A hand rests gently on his shoulder, a silent acknowledgement of his dangerous reputation. It's no wonder he'd earned such a moniker, given the monstrous threats he often faced. He doesn't always fight by the book, handling things others find too dirty and dangerous to touch. He counters, however, that there must be plenty of other bounty hunters out there besides him. She then points out that it must never have occurred to him that his bigger frame stands out. The bartender leans forward, her voice dropping slightly as she asks about the specifics of the job. She reveals a wanted poster, explaining that this is the very document they're discussing, and Dallin simply acknowledges her words. His expression remains unreadable as he processes the information. A single thought echoes in his mind, the magic tower? The woman confirms it, adding that it was indeed the magic tower who sought him out. She clarifies, however, that she isn't speaking for the entire organization, but rather for one of its older, more influential mages, as a red seal is shown. He questions how the magic tower could possibly know his name, given he's only been active for a week. She surmises that one of his previous clients must have recommended him. Taking a sip from her cup, she concludes that for such a recommendation to reach the magic tower, it must have come from a client who employed high-ranking individuals. The bartender continues, asking if Dallin had encountered anyone of high rank. A moment of realization dawns on her, As she points a finger, a name coming to mind. She identifies the individual as the commander of the drone guard's silent company. The image of a stern, long-haired man with piercing red eyes appears, a powerful aura surrounding him. As the bartender explains, he is a significant figure. His presence is so formidable that even the magic tower would struggle to control him. The commander, now seen with a glowing red visor, is someone she would want as an ally if given the chance. Dallin, holding a piece of paper, considers this new information, a single word escaping his lips. His expression serious, he asks for the specifics of the job. His gaze remains fixed, awaiting the answer. Under the pale glow of a crescent moon, the city sprawled beneath him, a silent testament to the world's intricate workings. He stood overlooking it all, his thoughts already turning to the new request. The magic tower was seeking an elder mage's missing disciple, a task that promised both danger and reward. It was said the only disciple of the elder mage was hiding in the sewers, a grim fate for someone so highly regarded. He considered the terms, a single florin for finding a trace of him, but a double reward if he brought the disciple back alive. As he moved through the city with his companion, Dallin reflected on the nature of mages. They treated their direct disciples like their own children, making this a deeply personal matter for the elder mage. If all went well, the magic tower itself could become indebted to him. He was sure it would pay off when the time came, a quiet determination settling over him as he walked through the city streets. He recalls Sienna's promise to send a skilled guide for the task ahead. When suddenly, a voice calls out, drawing his attention. "Are you Dallin, the low-path hunter?" He turns to face the speaker, who cheerfully announces, "Hello, I'll guide you through the sewer for this job." A young woman in practical work clothes stands before him, introducing herself as Penny, the sewer cleaner. They begin to walk, her words echoing in his mind. "I'm Penny, the sewer cleaner." The revelation leaves Dallin with a look of utter surprise, his expression a mix of disbelief and concern. A bright smile spreads across Penny's face, her laughter echoing lightly. As Dallin considers the vast, arched stone tunnels before them, realizing these sewers form the very foundation of the city. Penny, walking ahead, proudly declares her dual role, not just as a cleaner, but as a guardian of that very foundation, prompting Dallin to observe her surprisingly positive outlook on the job. She confirms her enthusiasm with a bright, "Of course I am." Even as Dallin voices his concern about the dangers lurking within, from devil worms to criminals, Penny simply shrugs off the risks, explaining that the Lord who pays off makes it all worthwhile. Dallin, still processing her unwavering optimism, reflects on her remarkably positive demeanor. As they continue deeper into the labyrinthine passages, he finally asks how long she's been working this unusual profession. Having asked about her experience, Penny reveals she has been working in the sewers for about 3 years now, prompting Dallin to observe that most people don't last even a year, making her quite the veteran. As they continue their trek through the dark passages, Penny consults a map, confirming they are nearing the marked location. Dallin, understanding the context, realizes this is where the missing person disappeared. She simply affirms, her gaze steady. The vast, echoing tunnels stretch above them. As Dallin reveals the missing individual's affiliation, stating they are from the Elgi Magic Tower, Penny immediately deduces their magical specialization, explaining that they must be earth mages, which would make the underground sewers extremely perilous for them. Considering the danger, Dallin concludes that the missing mage must be highly skilled to have ventured so deep. For someone of his caliber to be overpowered in this environment, it could only mean one thing. It must have been that guy. He was one of the biggest pains to the cultists. A formidable opponent even for them. When he was fully developed, he would be called the one-man army. However, he was still far away from completion. But right now, a small glint in the murky water caught his eye, prompting him to wonder what it could be as he reached in. For the sake of the future, he knew he must not lose him, and Penny confirmed the find, explaining that such necklaces were given to each student of the Magic Tower. Dallin observes the necklace, noting that the crystal is no longer lit, which means the mana stored inside it has been completely exhausted, indicating a significant expenditure of power. His gaze sweeps over the devastated surroundings, realizing this must have been the mage's final destination. As they continue through the ruined sewer, Dallin and Penny navigate the debris-strewn path. He glances back at her, then calls out her name, eliciting a quick response. Turning to face her, he asks how capable she is in a fight. Penny considers his question, replying that she's good enough to defend herself. Dallin simply nods, satisfied with her answer. Deep within the ruined sewer, the cloaked figure stood ready, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword. Suddenly, a violent explosion ripped through the darkness, sending debris flying and forcing him and Penny to recoil from the shockwave. His expression hardened as he turned to her, commanding her to stand back for a moment. Without hesitation, he lunged forward, his sword igniting with a fierce glow as he met the unseen threat head-on. From the murky depths, 3 grotesque, frog-like creatures suddenly burst forth, their forms slick with water. They moved with unsettling speed through the dark water, their large, yellow eyes glowing faintly as one of them bared its sharp teeth. Observing their forms, he quickly identified them as frogmen. He knew these creatures were not to be underestimated, for they possessed the longest glowing matter, high intelligence, and were notoriously hard to handle. Panting lightly, Dallin takes a brief moment to compose himself. His gaze sharpens, realizing the true scale of the challenge before him. Then, with a sudden, swift motion, his blade cuts through the air as he plunges into the midst of the glowing frogmen. His movements are a fluid, deadly dance, the sword arcing with precise, lethal intent. A frogman recoils with a pained cry as the attack lands, followed by a powerful kick that sends blood splattering. His blade, now faintly glowing, is poised, ready for the next decisive strike. Dallin continues his relentless assault, a blur of motion as he kicks one frogman away, even as another lunges with a spear. He moves with practiced ease, his sword already drawn and arcing through the air. The blade flashes, leaving a trail of blood in its wake. Another swift kick sends a frogman reeling, its body twisting midair. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the din of battle, Penny's urgent cry echoing, "D. Dallin, be back there." His face splattered with blood, he glances over his shoulder, a flicker of concern crossing his features. A frogman's eye widens in terror, perhaps sensing the shift in the tide of battle. His grip tightens on his sword, which now glows with a faint, ethereal light. Behind him, a vast horde of frogmen emerges from the murky waters, their numbers seemingly endless, ready to overwhelm them. From the murky depths, a seemingly endless tide of amphibious creatures surges forward, their yellow eyes gleaming with predatory intent. One after another, the grotesque frogmen claw their way out of the water, their numbers growing exponentially. The dark water churns with their emergence, a living, breathing wave of danger. A grim smile plays on Dallin's blood-smeared lips as he surveys the overwhelming force, acknowledging that it might not be an army, but certainly a whole company. Yet, his resolve remains unshaken, for in the face of such odds, it simply doesn't matter. The dark, cavernous opening from which the creatures pour seems to stretch endlessly, promising an inexhaustible supply of foes. With his glowing blade held ready, Dallin braces himself for the inevitable onslaught. A faint, ethereal blue aura begins to emanate from his form, signaling his readiness to face the horde. Penny's feet are visible in murky, blood-stained water, and a soft exclamation escapes her lips. Her eyes wide with shock, she takes in the gruesome scene around her, her hands clasped in distress. Standing amidst numerous dead frogman bodies floating in the water, she utters another soft exclamation. An underwater shot reveals even more dead frogmen, their bodies littering the submerged floor, a testament to the brutal efficiency of the recent battle. Dallin approaches her, his voice filled with concern, asking if she is all right. She looks up at him, startled, then quickly reassures him, thanking him for her safety. Her expression hardens with resolve as she declares her experience, stating she's been part of a sewer cleaning crew for 3 years and confidently asserts her ability to handle 2 frogmen. Dallin gently holds her back, urging her to stay safe, while she questions his caution. As the danger intensified, he moved with practiced ease, his sword and shield erupting in a brilliant blue aura. The glowing blade arced through the darkness, a swift, decisive strike. His hand, crackling with raw energy, guided the attack with unwavering focus. Then, a powerful impact, the blue energy exploding against its unseen target. He recoiled slightly from the force, his expression a mix of surprise and determination as the blue aura pulsed around him. Another burst of energy followed, a sustained assault in the dark. A guttural ribbit echoed through the space, confirming the presence of a resilient frogman, a strong man still very much alive despite the onslaught. Later, kneeling and visibly injured, Dallin was tended to by Penny, who watched him with concern. He knew that monsters became even more ferocious when they hunted humans. With a sharp green glow in his eye, night vision activated, preparing him for the continued struggle in the darkness. Still locked in a desperate struggle, he delivers a powerful kick, sending the frogman reeling back with a sickening crunch. As the creature stumbles, Penny reminds him that 2 more are still fleeing, prompting him to ask what their next move should be. She urges him to pursue them, knowing their lair can't be far, and expresses her awe at his combat prowess. With a determined nod, Dallin agrees, urging her to move forward, despite the fresh blood staining his chest. His expression remains resolute, focused on the task ahead. As they venture deeper into the cavern, a lone, glowing figure becomes visible in the distance, seated amidst the eerie light. Penny points out the mysterious individual, asking Dallin who he thinks it might be, admitting she's never seen anyone like them in person before. Deep within the cavern, a mysterious, cloaked figure sits upon a makeshift throne, a staff glowing with faint blue energy held loosely in one hand. This was no ordinary individual, but rather, a pagan mage, long since cast out from the hallowed halls of the magic tower. His name was Derek Valentino, and his eyes glowed with an unsettling blue light as he clutched a pulsating orb of energy. A cold voice echoed through the chamber, demanding to know who dared to intrude and touch his experimental specimen. A faint smear of blood marked his cheek, a testament to a recent encounter, as he declared that one of the monsters had given him an unforgettable experience, hinting at a table death for the creature. He then questioned, with a hint of irritation, if he was truly forbidden from eliminating monsters that interrupted his studies. Returning to his seated position, the mage mused, that the situation felt undeniably strange. His gaze sharpened as he added that ordinary individuals simply do not wander so deep into the sewers. With a decisive motion, his foot descended, crushing something unseen beneath his boot. The last of the frogmen disappear into the murky depths, their retreat echoing the words of a frustrated voice, questioning why they weren't pursued into their lair. One of the creatures glances back, its glowing blue eye reflecting the dim light. Before it too vanishes into a narrow crevice, leaving only a faint, confused sound in its wake. Penny, knife clutched tightly in her hand, stares in horror at the source of the squelching sounds. Her gaze fixed on a wall covered in grotesque, elongated cocoons, stretching far above her into the darkness. A chilling realization dawns on her, the implications of so many creatures hatching filling her with dread. She whispers, if that many get released into the city, then... Turning away from the horrifying sight, her boots squelch softly in the water. As she joins Dallin, both of them now facing the grim reality of the frogman's hidden nest. Even as Penny voiced her concerns about the frogman, a different thought echoed through the sewers. If Dallin was truly involved, he might be capable of eliminating every single one of them, no matter their numbers. She considered, to be sure. Meanwhile, in a different location, Derek Valentino's hand glowed with an ominous blue light as he issued a chilling command, "Rip them." A deep rumbling sound erupted, and a frogman recoiled in terror, letting out a pained moan. The ground continued to shake beneath its struggling foot, as multiple frogmen began to fall, victims of the unseen force. Back in the lair, Dallin held a small, glowing orb, instructing someone nearby, "Please wait here." The tip of a bloodied blade gleams in the dim, blue light, as Penny stands over a fallen foe, declaring her intent to swiftly end the threat. She vows to finish this quickly. Meanwhile, Dallin moves with purpose through the dark passages, his boots echoing softly. Elsewhere, Derek Valentino reveals his strategy, a smirk playing on his lips as he explains that if the caster falls, the frogmen will scatter. Confronted by a horde of the creatures, Dallin understands the implication, and with decisive resolve, he knows there's only one answer. He unleashes a swift, brutal attack, his blade cutting through the air, leaving a trail of blood in its wake. A frogman recoils violently, blood erupting from an unseen strike. As he charges forward, Dallin's sword blazes with potent blue energy. His eyes glow with an intense blue light, reflecting the surge of power within him. With unwavering resolve, he declares, "I'm going to break through the front line and kill the caster." A devastating impact shakes the very ground, sending cracks through the stone. Dallin carves a path through the horde of frogmen, his glowing blade a blur of motion. His sword, now slick with blood, continues its relentless assault. He looks down, his face splattered with blood, having cleared a path through the enemy ranks. Behind him, one of the frogmen lets out a guttural scream of pure terror, its mouth agape in agony. Dallin's glowing blade slices downward with brutal efficiency, cutting through the air with a sharp, metallic hiss. The first frogman's head is cleanly severed, spraying blood as it falls. Without a moment's pause, he pivots, his sword still alight with power, and unleashes a devastating punch that sends another creature flying. The impact is bone-jarring as the frogman slams against a distant surface. Before it can even register, his sword is already piercing the skull of a third, shattering its jaw in a gruesome display of force. Amidst the carnage, his eyes remain cold and resolute, his determination unwavering. He continues his brutal advance, his glowing blade a blur of blue light. With a swift, tearing motion, it carves through another foe, leaving only a spray of blood and shimmering particles. The path behind him is littered with disintegrating bodies, each one a testament to his relentless assault. His sword pulses with raw energy, a beacon of destruction in the dim light. The blade moves with impossible speed, leaving trails of crackling magic in its wake. Another frogman meets its end, torn apart by the sheer force of the blow. Despite the blood now staining his arm, Dallin presses forward, his momentum unbroken. Suddenly, a magical barrier shatters before him, cracking under the relentless assault. Blood drips from the fractured shield, a grim sign of the damage inflicted. Dallin surveys the battlefield, where numerous frogmen lie defeated. He stands amidst the fallen, his gaze sharp. "Let's finish this," he growls, his voice laced with fury. "You fucking frogs." His face, streaked with blood, twists into a feral snarl. A system notification confirms, Dahamon's armored combat has been activated. With a surge of power, Dallin launches into a blindingly fast attack. As his fist glows with an intense blue energy, the empowered blow connects with devastating force. The force of Dallin's punch erupts, sending a frogman flying backward with a deafening crash. Watching the display of raw power, Derek Valentino can only utter a single, disbelieving thought: this psychopath. A menacing smile plays on his lips, as the cloaked mage observes the chaos he has wrought. Standing over the defeated creature, Dallin wonders aloud, where did a monster like him come from? Without pause, he moves to the next, sending another frogman flying with a sharp impact, the creature crashing through the air with immense force. His hand reaches out, a blur of blue energy. As he moves with impossible speed, a mere streak across the battlefield, The mage's eyes widen in terror, a desperate cry escaping his lips. Oh no. Dallin, his eyes burning crimson, unleashes a torrent of purple lightning, the raw power crackling around him as he continues his relentless assault. The surge of energy intensifies, a massive wave of destructive force erupting from his form. His attack culminates in a blinding flash, leaving only the lingering afterimage of purple lightning. As he descends from the air, his cloak billowing, he surveys the devastation he has wrought. But a sudden, searing pain rips through him, forcing him to clutch his head and scream in agony. His crimson eyes still glow with an unnatural light, even as the torment racks his body. As he struggles, a system notification appears before him, revealing the discovery of a mercenary's corpse, transformed by a pagan experiment. His gaze fixed on the message, he acknowledges the grim truth of his fallen foe. Below him, a monstrous, ethereal entity of swirling red energy manifests, its ominous form hinting at the true nature of the pagan experiment. He struggles to contain the power surging within him, a primal force that demands to be kept secret, a part of him that had been completely transformed. This was the consequence of the dragon blood now coursing through his veins, a terrifying truth he could no longer deny. As a monstrous, red ethereal entity manifested before him, its glowing eyes and sharp teeth a horrific vision, he cursed the very thought of it, acknowledging the sheer terror of the scene unfolding. The agony became unbearable, his face contorting in a silent scream as blood erupted from his mouth, his eyes burning with a fierce red glow amidst the swirling energy. Suddenly, a system notification appeared, cutting through the chaos, asking if he wished to collect the corpse. With a hand now glowing with a soft blue and green aura, he made his choice, initiating the corpse collection and feeling a surge as his stamina and mana both increased by 1 point, the system confirming his gains. His face, now calm and resolute, reflected a newfound determination, his eyes glowing blue as the green aura pulsed around his hand, the pain momentarily forgotten. A soft chime echoes, signaling a new system notification. As the message confirms the discovery of dragon blood regeneration and its initial proficiency, Dallin's face contorts in a grimace, his eyes glowing with an intense blue light as the power surges through him. Deep within his chest, his heart glows a furious red, thumping with an almost unbearable rhythm. The raw energy crackles around him, his body becoming a conduit for the volatile force. Concentrating the power, his hand begins to hum and glow with a fierce light. Then, with a sudden burst, he unleashes a wave of pure, destructive energy. Standing tall amidst the dissipating aura, he radiates a newfound, formidable presence. The force of the blast sends a nearby frogman recoiling violently, its monstrous face contorted in pain. A guttural cry of raw power escapes Dallin, his eyes burning with an intense, crimson glow as the dragon blood surges through him. The very ground around him cracks and glows, a testament to the destructive force he has just unleashed. Standing amidst the swirling dust and light, his cloaked form radiates a faint, ominous aura. Beneath the shadow of his hair, his eyes continue to burn with that same fierce, red light, a silent crackle of power accompanying his presence. Then, a cold, confident voice cuts through the silence, addressing the unseen foes. A predatory smirk spreads across his face, revealing sharp fangs as his crimson eyes gleam with a chilling satisfaction, a stark contrast to his former self. His hand glows with residual power as he poses a final, taunting question, challenging any remaining resistance. Dallin unleashes a blinding burst of light, his form a radiant silhouette amidst the dark, monstrous figures. He stands, his voice cutting through the lingering echoes of battle, asking if their resistance is finally broken. Around him, the grotesque forms of the frogmen begin to crumble, their bodies dissolving into dust with a soft, crackling sound. Dallin surveys the scene, a lone figure standing victorious within a glowing magical circle, surrounded by the scattered remains of his many foes. As the last of the creatures disintegrates, Penny rushes into the chamber, her eyes wide with concern. Dallin lets out a weary sigh, catching his breath, as Penny calls out to him. He turns, a hint of exasperation in his expression, reminding her that he had told her to stay put. Penny ignores his mild rebuke, her voice filled with urgency as she asks if he is all right. Penny, still concerned, wonders aloud if the creature Dallin fought was once a person, prompting him to clarify that he meant the creature was not human, adding that not everyone from the north is like him. Having just single-handedly dispatched dozens of the monstrous frogmen, Dallin turns to her, demanding to know who told her to come here. He then asks about her injuries, to which Penny, confused, asks him to elaborate. She seems taken aback, questioning why he would even ask her such a thing. Dallin simply stares, awaiting her response. Penny, flustered, admits his point is valid, but tries to formulate an explanation. He then observes that, despite this being their first encounter, she is unlike anyone else he has ever met. Penny looks down, processing his unexpected words. She blushes, a hopeful thought blooming in her mind, as a sudden realization clunks into place, making her wonder. Who even calls him a true human anyway, or not? His voice cuts through her thoughts, interrupting her internal monologue. I'm not talking about your thoughts on me. He clarifies, his tone blunt. I was asking about where you think that bastard had hidden my money. Her eyes widen in shock, as she throws her hands up in exasperation. If you don't talk about what you're talking about, then how am I supposed to understand? A vast, ornate hall stretches upwards, its glass ceiling reflecting a cool, ethereal light. A low hum resonates through the cavernous space. At the far end of a long, crimson carpet, two cloaked figures stand, their presence hinting at a gathering of the apostles. One of them, wearing a stark white mask with a sharp, beak-like nose, breaks the silence, declaring that Derek has died. The other figure, shrouded in shadow, reacts with a sharp intake of breath. Its eyes, glowing an intense green from beneath the hood, narrow as it demands to know how he could have fallen. The masked figure replies that while Derek was indeed the last to be annihilated, he was not someone easily killed. Meanwhile, in a different, dimly lit chamber, a hulking, scaly figure, clearly a frogman, stands cloaked, clutching a staff topped with a glowing blue orb. His voice, deep and guttural, echoes with a question about the fate of his army of over 500 frogmen. Within the vast, echoing chambers of a grand hall, a masked figure in dark robes speaks with an unsettling calm, revealing that half of their forces are now dead. The rest, he continues, fled in terror the moment Derek met his end. He ponders, wondering if the hooligans from Silent Company were responsible for such a devastating blow. But then, a firm denial escapes him, dismissing the notion. The masked apostle reveals the shocking truth. The entire feat was accomplished by a single individual. He questions the audacity, wondering if a lone hunter could truly clear such a high-level zone, and why Derek Valentino would have kept a direct apprentice hidden. Looking out at the grand hall, he clarifies, stating that Felver Valentino had no involvement in the recent events. Turning to another masked figure, he whispers a hushed command, urging them not to reveal certain information. As his eyes glow with an intense green light, the apostle reveals the chilling truth. Derek Valentino had cultivated a second apostle. The green-eyed apostle, seated on a grand throne, addresses the assembled figures, declaring the reason for their gathering. He continues, his voice echoing through the hall, to tell them not to be intimidated by a single mercenary. The apostle's glowing green eyes narrow behind the mask as he questions how a mere mercenary could have annihilated an entire frogman army by himself. Suddenly, another cloaked figure interjects, shouting for him to stop. The green-eyed apostle stands, his presence dominating the vast chamber. With a decisive tone, he declares his intention to bring forward the date of their grand plan. The green-eyed apostle, his masked face impassive, declares that the absence of Derek will not alter their meticulously laid plans. He continues, explaining that if the grand plan is indeed moving forward, it implies a significant shift in their strategy. With a commanding gesture, his hand glowing with faint energy, he orders the release of the seal's lock and the immediate notification of the secret order's subordinates. His voice resonates through the chamber, adding that those who wield weapons must also be brought forth. Clenching his fist, a surge of green energy radiating from him, he rhetorically questions if this is not the very reason they have continuously increased their power. The brazier before him burns steadily, its flames reflecting his unwavering resolve, as he asserts that nothing has truly changed. A glowing symbol appears beneath him, confirming his words as he proclaims, the Order of Eri will begin its true work with them. He turns, his gaze fixed on something unseen above, anticipating the day the seven walls collapse. A final, ominous symbol glows, underscoring his ultimate objective, the day when the seven walls fall. Dallin stands within the grand, echoing halls of the Isabella Magic Tower, a place said to exist beyond the barrier. The tower itself looms majestically, its intricate architecture reaching towards the sky. Time ticks by, marked by the steady rhythm of a large clock. After 2 long years, he finds himself once more within its walls, resting on an opulent couch. A voice greets him, expressing pleasure at his return, and informs him that the one who requested his presence now wishes to see him. A woman with dark hair approaches, explaining that they wish to personally thank him for his efforts, asking what he desires as recompense. He considers her words, his thoughts drifting to the realization that there is nothing more he can gain from any additional reward they might offer. A soft chime signals the appearance of a status window before him. As Dallin sits quietly, his gaze fixed on the glowing display. The window details his current state, level 4, with skills including Delia's Abandoned Combat and a newly acquired Dragon Blood Regeneration at rank C. He focuses on the new ability, the Dragon Blood Regeneration. It's a powerful trait, he muses, one of the many that come from Dragon Blood, now applied to humans. However, it comes at a cost, consuming a lot of stamina with each use, a fact he learned firsthand after his return from the sewer, where he slept for an entire day. Lying on the bed, he concludes that he doesn't possess complete dragon blood, making it impossible to use the regeneration continuously in a fight. A soft creak of a door reminds him that he has left his guest waiting. He reflects on the time that has passed since his last visit to the branch, acknowledging the need to catch up on many things. Meanwhile, in a different setting, Derek Valentino, known to some as a pagan magic user, stands in a quiet room. Seated at a table, a bearded man offers him some tea, which he politely accepts. As he holds the cup, a familiar aroma catches his attention, prompting a moment of thoughtful contemplation. A soft clink sounds as the cup settles. With a knowing smile, the bearded man reveals that it is, in fact, coffee. Derek, despite the man's rugged appearance, expresses his surprise, wondering who would have thought he enjoyed tea, given his preference for coffee. Taking a sip, he then inquires about the unusual source of the coffee beans in this remote location. Still smiling, the bearded man prepares to formally introduce himself. The man with the kind eyes introduces himself as Felver Valentino, an elder mage of the Eldra's Magic Tower and the modulator of the Crow's Nest, a small territory. He continues, explaining that he is also Tommy's teacher, the very person Dallin had saved. Dallin, absorbing the information, then asks if the glowing blue object before them is a blood mage's orb. Felver confirms Tommy is currently fine, thanks to Dallin's intervention, though he is on probation for the time being. The conversation continues over cups of coffee, with Felver then inquiring why Derek had ventured into the sewers. He explains that Derek had coincidentally found his first apprentice and had followed his traces. However, Derek was unaware that this entire situation was merely Felver's ploy to draw him out. Putting the revelations aside, Dallin expresses his sincere gratitude. He can't believe that Dallin, a mere mercenary, would attempt to defeat the Frogman army alone. But Felver reminds him that people shouldn't be judged solely by their combat plates, as everyone has their own stories. With a gesture, Felver offers compensation. A pouch filled with coins. He explains that he's prepared 100 silver coins, equivalent to 1 gold, as a special reward. Then, he presents a satchel, revealing it contains a regeneration potion. Felver adds that a warrior who uses the sword as much as Dallin does would surely need it. As Felver speaks, Dallin's eyes glow with a fierce red light, a silent acknowledgement of the Elder Mage's words about his dragon blood. His eyes, still burning with an intense crimson glow, betray his shock. Felver Valentino, however, remains composed, simply stating his intention to make an offer. A single word escapes Dallin's lips, a quiet "what?" as he processes the unexpected turn. The Elder Mage regards him with a knowing look, then clarifies, offering him the chance to choose a different reward. Outside, the grand structure of the Crow's Nest stands tall, its clock tower reaching towards the setting sun. Back inside, Felver presses his point, suggesting this new offer is far superior to a mere potion. Dallin considers this, a thought forming in his mind. The Elder Mage's skill is truly remarkable, to be able to recognize dragon blood. He recalls a recent battle, the sheer force of his attack almost tearing his opponent's head clean off. A broken axe head lies in his hand, and he feels a strange relief that he hadn't invested in a new one yet. A moment of quiet contemplation passes. Suddenly, a young woman's voice breaks his thoughts, exclaiming in surprise at his presence. She warns him that he'll barely recoup the cost of the iron from his broken weapon, but he simply states his need for a replacement. With a bright smile, Penny offers her assistance, revealing her uncle is a blacksmith and asking if he'd like to visit. She adds that because he's special, she'll ensure he receives a good discount. Considering the offer, Dallin decides a discount is too good to pass up. Together, they head towards the blacksmith's shop, his silhouette receding into the distance. He continues his journey through the city, the sounds of metal on metal echoing faintly in the distance. Soon, they arrive at Forge Street, a bustling district known as the Bronze Territory. Penny walks ahead, her small figure leading him deeper into the maze of workshops and storefronts. He glances around, trying to orient himself, wondering if they are close to their destination. Suddenly, a sharp scream pierces the air. His eyes widen, a question forming in his mind as he processes the sudden sound. A small foot lands hard on the cobblestones, followed by the sickening sound of a body hitting the ground. A figure is violently thrown through the air, crashing down with a heavy impact. Penny lies sprawled on the ground, groaning in pain, as a bald, muscular man stands over her, aggressively demanding to know if he's being mocked. A bald, bearded man, his face contorted in anger, shouts a desperate command, demanding the attackers release Penny immediately. Dallin watches the scene unfold, his expression shifting from concern to a dawning realization, as he finally comprehends the gravity of their situation. As the sun dips below the horizon, casting long shadows over an ancient, weathered building, a cloaked figure watches from above, his gaze fixed on a man lying helpless on the ground below. A harsh voice cuts through the evening air, reminding the man that he needs to pay back his interest on time. The aggressor, flanked by 2 others, leans in, his tone dripping with menace. He suggests that if the man, Vero, can't pay, he should consider giving up his sister instead, adding that the store owner might not be so forgiving. A pained grunt escapes Vero, his face contorted in agony and despair. The aggressor presses his foot down on Vero's head, silencing his protests with a sneering question about his right to speak freely. From his vantage point, Dallin considers the situation, wondering if this is truly the man he is meant to meet here. A legendary figure known as Leverna Hakim, the refiner of Mithril, stands as a master craftsman. His powerful frame illuminated by the intense glow of his forge, as he meticulously works his craft. He is the sole individual capable of refining the rare metal mithril. And though his creations are humanity's greatest weapons, he can only be recruited through a specific quest in the latter half of the game. Forged with shimmering magic and unparalleled skill, Leverna Hakim is an essential non-player character. critical for the narrative progression and context of the game's later stages. Meanwhile, a man with dark hair and glasses looks down, his voice carrying a chilling proposition. If you don't want to, you can give me your hand as promised. 1 gold coin per hand. Was it? A tight grip seizes a collar, the sound of fabric straining under the sudden force. The man with glasses snarls, his voice laced with menace. Hey, what the F*** do you think you're doing? Let me go. But the hooded figure, Felver Valentino, calmly counters. If that old man's hand is 1 gold coin. Before he can finish, the man with glasses clamps a hand over his mouth, demanding, how much is one of your hands? High above, the imposing structure of a grand building looms against a fiery sky, its dark silhouette a stark contrast to the fading light. Later, a heavy mug thuds onto a wooden table, its contents sloshing gently. Vero, seated beside Penny, offers his thanks to an unseen benefactor. Thanks for saving me and my niece. I heard about you from Penny. The frothy head of a freshly poured drink fills the wooden tankard, promising a moment of respite. Dallin, holding a mug, asks the blacksmith if he needs a new weapon, to which the man confirms. The blacksmith, Leverin, apologizes, explaining that he cannot forge a proper weapon at the moment. He believes Dallin can understand his predicament from their earlier encounter, but he has more to explain. Dallin inquires what Leverin's debt has to do with his ability to craft weapons. Leverin reveals that his creditors are organized around the interest, making it impossible for him to focus on his work while trying to pay them off. He then recounts how the shop presented him with an offer. An ultimatum to close his own store and join their studio, threatening that if he refused, the interest on his debt would immediately become due. Leverin laments that everyone knows a local blacksmith like him would be ruined the moment his shop closed. He understands that once he repays his debt, he will be trapped, forced to do their bidding until his career is completely over. As Leverin continued to explain the depth of his predicament, Dallin considered the implications, realizing that even seasoned hunters face limitations, including age restrictions that could force them into similar desperate situations. The blacksmith's voice was heavy with resignation, revealing how he had stubbornly held onto his position, only for his creditors to eventually resort to direct threats. A flicker of anger crossed Dallin's face as he heard the name of the oppressive group, muttering a curse against the damn Tija bastards. Leverin's hand clenched, a silent testament to his despair, as the weight of his situation pressed down on him. He looked up, his voice tinged with bitter understanding, declaring that this entire scheme had been their goal from the very beginning. The sheer audacity of it left him momentarily stunned, a single, disbelieving what, escaping his lips. Without hesitation, Dallin reached out a hand, his voice firm with resolve as he promised to repay the debt for him. A wave of relief washed over the blacksmith, a genuine smile finally gracing his face, as he held a tankard, the weight of his burden momentarily lifted by the young man's unexpected promise. Even as he returned to his forge, a hint of disbelief lingered, muttering that the amount was far too great for one person to handle alone, yet a spark of hope now fueled his work. 200 million, no less. How could he possibly repay such a sum? A voice demands, the sheer weight of the debt hanging in the air. But he simply walks away, his cloaked form resolute, assuring them, there's nothing I can't do, so don't worry. A heavy axe is offered, its polished head glinting, a promise of future work in exchange for the payment. This is a deposit, Dallin states, the weapon a tangible commitment. He departs, leaving Penny to watch him go, a silent acknowledgement passing between them as he offers a quiet, thank you for the meal. Later, in the familiar warmth of the smithy, Penny stands before Leverin, a thoughtful expression on her face. Penny, Leverin asks, his voice filled with curiosity. Just who is that man? She looks down, pondering the question. I think we need to find out whether he's a human or not, she muses, then adds. But, well. A blush creeps onto her cheeks as she concludes. He's an incredible person. As Penny and Leverin pondered Dallin's mysterious nature, elsewhere in the city, the grand facade of the Galeos Emporium's bronze branch stood tall, a beacon of commerce. Below, the bustling streets teemed with activity, carts and pedestrians moving through the urban landscape. From a vantage point high above, a man with a thick beard peered through binoculars, his gaze fixed on the scene below, muttering, "What did you just say?" Meanwhile, Dallin, his face partially obscured by his dark hair, offered a confident smile as he posed a question, "Lend me some money?" His hand, holding a small stack of gold coins, emphasized the amount he was discussing, around a handful of gold coins per person. A pouch too. Later that night, the cloaked figure walked away from the building, disappearing into the shadows. The next day, under a cloudy sky, the city's rooftops stretched out peacefully. And soon, a hand carefully counted the clinking gold coins within a small pouch, the sound echoing softly. Following his recent transaction, Dallin considers the nature of a new commission. He walks away from a grand building, his cloak billowing slightly. While elsewhere, Felver Valentino explains a predicament. A family member or someone he knows has accumulated significant debts. He questions the specifics, a debt of gold coins, no less. Dallin, holding a bunch of grapes, clarifies that it's a business debt, one that has inexplicably inflated to several dozen times its original amount. Felver, surrounded by towering bookshelves, cuts to the chase, asking if he can be lent the necessary funds. He looks down at a pouch of coins, exclaiming, wondering if he'd somehow lend out platinum instead of gold. Dallin, deep in thought, then asks for clarification. Who exactly is this person indebted to, as it doesn't seem to be a family matter? The answer comes swiftly, the Telia shop. Felver Valentino, a cigar held casually between his fingers, regards the young man before him. After a moment of contemplation, he offers to lend the money, his words carrying a hint of amusement. Dallin, meanwhile, takes a bite of his food, his thoughts already connecting Felver to the very organization he's investigating. Felver, surrounded by books, then asks what Dallin expects him to do in return for the favor. Acknowledging Dallin's sharp intellect, Felver points his cigar, revealing the name of the mysterious creditor, the Telia shop. He explains that the organization has a dark and dirty background, suggesting they meet again the following day to discuss further. Later, Felver sits in contemplation, his hands clasped over an open book, deep in thought about the unfolding situation. He has something specific in mind for Dallin, a commission he intends to offer. The very name conjures an ominous image, a hooded figure with glowing yellow eyes and a sinister smile, clutching a pulsating orb, the chilling face of the Telia shop. Dallin holds a glowing orb, his thoughts turning to the Apostles of Retrograde, an organization he knows to be a legally recognized cult group. He understands that their existence is intrinsically tied to the very essence of cultists, a dark and dangerous reality. He had considered simply finding and crushing them outright, but their unexpected involvement with him changed his approach. Now, he acknowledges, they had gotten themselves involved with him, making them a direct concern. Though his instinct was to confront them immediately, he knew better, understanding that facing such a powerful, legally recognized association in the open would require immense preparation, and he preferred to dismantle them from the shadows. First, however, he needed to help Lever and Ahakim escape their grasp. A grand, ancient structure stands, its intricate architecture hinting at forgotten power. Within its depths, a glowing, spear-like artifact pulses with ethereal energy, a beacon of unknown purpose. From his hidden perch, he watches the city below, confirming that the Telia shop has finally begun to move. Below, the city walls stretch out, a vast expanse of stone and ancient architecture. A faint, ethereal glow emanates from within a section of the old structures. Through the narrow streets, a procession of figures, some armed, makes its way, led by a man with sharp, intense eyes. He confronts Lever and Ahakim, demanding the old man's obedience. A faint blue energy crackles around his hand, a subtle display of power as he dismisses any notion of their actions being trivial. Leverin, shielding Penny behind him, defiantly refuses to go with them, urging them to leave. A deep sigh of despair escapes him, his face etched with profound worry. Clutching his massive hammer, Lever and Ahakim feels a tremor of fear, knowing the destructive power it holds. Around him, the terrified crowd murmurs, asking themselves what they should possibly do in such a dire situation. As one of the Telia shop's enforcers makes a hasty retreat, he scoffs, questioning if any resistance could truly last. A booming, mocking laugh echoes, filling the air with a sinister mirth. Leverin stands his ground, his expression grim, hammer still firmly in hand as he prepares for the inevitable. Suddenly, a group of Telia shop members charges forward, their weapons glinting menacingly. They press their assault, closing the distance with aggressive speed. An unseen voice barks a harsh command. Everyone, go get both the old man and the bitch. The air slices as a heavy axe swings down, a blur of steel aimed at its target. A brutal impact sends Leverin reeling, the force of the blow echoing with a sharp crack. The assault continues relentlessly, each strike driving him further back, until a final, crushing blow connects, sending him sprawling to the ground, blood blooming from his head. Lying helpless, Leverin can only register the shock of the sudden assault. From the periphery, Dallin watches the scene unfold, his voice rising in a desperate warning, urging everyone to be careful. His expression twists with a mix of anger and frustration. The Telia shop enforcer stands triumphantly over the fallen blacksmith, a chilling silence falling over the scene. Dallin's voice, now laced with grim resolve, cuts through the quiet, acknowledging his mistake but vowing to conquer each of their heads. As his eyes ignite with a fierce red glow, the protagonist prepares to unleash his full power. Having made his decision, Dallin's resolve manifests as he plants a heavy boot firmly onto the chest of a defeated Telia shop enforcer, the battle already concluded. A figure in white armor reels from a sudden, powerful impact. As Derek Valentino, cloaked and with eyes burning blue, presses his assault. The armored warrior is slammed again, the force of the blow echoing with a loud crash. But then, with a surge of purple energy, the armored fighter activates Dahamon's armored combat, his fist glowing as he prepares a counter. The glowing punch connects with Dallin, sending him recoiling violently as blood sprays from the impact. He twists in the air from the force, the impact echoing with a wet thud. Dallin's face contorts in a grimace of pain, his eyes squeezed shut against the assault. Another rapid, purple glowing punch follows, continuing the brutal assault. Dahamon's glowing purple fists continue to pummel Dallin, who struggles to defend himself against the relentless barrage. The force of the blows sends him reeling backward, his dark cloak whipping around him. He is overwhelmed, his body twisting from another powerful impact. A final, devastating strike sends him flying through the air. As Dahamon's attack connects, Dalin's weapon shatters into fragments, leaving him disarmed and vulnerable. As Dalin falls, Derek Valentino's voice cuts through the air, urging him not to be afraid. Enraged by the sight of Dalin's broken weapon, Derek Valentino vows vengeance, preparing to unleash his own power. He launches a magical assault, a burst of energy striking Dahamon. But Dahamon, with glowing eyes, swiftly retaliates, turning the attack back on Derek Valentino. Dark energy swirled with a chilling hum, a vortex of destruction unleashed. Two terrified civilians could only watch, their faces contorted in horror, as the devastating force continued its rampage. Bodies lay scattered across the ground, silent testaments to the cloaked figure's brutal efficiency. One soldier groaning weakly amidst the carnage. A man, his face pale with fear, desperately tried to crawl away, muttering about a monster. But a swift, unseen blow crushed his escape. As Dahamon's eyes flared with an ominous red glow, confirming his merciless hand in the slaughter. He then turned his attention to the two remaining figures, who lay trembling on the ground, barely able to whisper a question. With a dismissive gesture, he simply uttered, "Good sum?" A sudden, sharp impact rings out. As Leverin, caught off guard, can only stammer a bewildered question. While Derek Valentino, a cruel smirk playing on his lips, dismisses any pretense of civility, stating his true intentions. His glowing eyes fix on the blacksmith, demanding he simply forge the weapons as instructed. Leverin lies broken on the cold floor, a crimson stain spreading across his chest. Derek looks down at the injured man, his voice laced with contempt, accusing him of feigning unconsciousness. A sharp cry of pain escapes Leverin as he is roughly seized. Derek's grip firm on his arm, as he presses for answers, knowing there's more to the blacksmith's involvement than mere payment. His gaze piercing, he demands to know the true agenda of Leverin's superiors. Derek Valentino maintains his grip on the injured blacksmith, a sinister smile playing on his lips as his eyes glow with an unsettling blue light. The pressure intensifies, causing Leverin Hakim to wince in pain under his relentless gaze. A faint magical hum emanates from Derek's hand, underscoring his raw power. He presses his demand, asking Leverin what the bastards in the store had said, giving him one last chance to speak. Stammering, Leverin finally begins to reveal the truth, admitting they were told to either bring all of them. Derek clarifies, his voice cold, referring to the craftsmen, tradespeople, and anyone related to the business. Leverin continues his confession, finishing the grim order, or kill them. Derek's eyes flare with renewed intensity, the blue glow deepening as he processes the information. His voice sharp with demand, he asks who gave such a brutal order. Derek's grip tightens on Leverin's wrist, a sickening crunch echoing as the blacksmith cries out. Before he seizes Leverin by the throat, the pressure cutting off his breath. Suddenly, a chilling voice announces the arrival of the Telia shop's true master. A monstrous mouth, lined with razor-sharp teeth, stretches into a grotesque, mocking grin, causing Derek's eyes to widen, a mix of shock and fury flashing within them. The cloaked figure of the owner looms, looking down with predatory intent. And a powerful fist slams down, the impact shaking the very ground. The owner's face, now bloodied and feral, glows with malevolent red eyes as he cackles. His hand, still clutching a heavy weapon, resting on the shattered floor, the maniacal laughter continuing to echo. He brings his heavy, bladed weapon down with brutal force, the impact sending a spray of blood across the floor. Derek Valentino recoils in shock, his glowing blue eyes wide with disbelief, barely able to comprehend the monstrous transformation before him. The owner stands over his fallen opponent, a chilling demi-monster now fully unleashed. Derek Valentino lies bloodied on the ground, gasping for breath as the pain overwhelms him. The owner observes his handiwork. It seems they can already use the demonification ability in real life. With a calm, almost indifferent stride, the owner turns and walks away, leaving the injured behind. Still on the ground, Derek Valentino curses under his breath, knowing he must lock the doors and stay inside for a few days. Leverin Hakim, also wounded, calls out in confusion, as the Telia shop is revealed to be an organization with a very mysterious background. Leverin Hakim sits in quiet contemplation, his hands clasped before him, a heavy silence filling the room. Meanwhile, at Galio's Emporium, its owner, Galio, looks over his shoulder with a sharp gaze, convinced that the shadowy organization is targeting his most affluent patrons. Back with the blacksmith, he rises with a determined expression, resolving to return for his gear once his current tasks are complete. A moment of quiet reflection passes over him. Later, in a more refined setting, Leverin lets out a thoughtful hum, his gaze drifting across the opulent room. Standing by a window, he ponders aloud, wondering if it is merely a coincidence that Dalin might also find himself entangled with the Telia shop. He recalls their long-standing suspicious nature, but admits he hadn't realized the extent of their recent, almost absurd, expansion. With a final, grave expression, Leverin concludes that the Telia shop appears to be preparing for something truly significant. His voice, a low rumble, carried a weight beyond mere commerce, as Galio considered the deeper implications of his dealings. Turning to his associate, he inquired, "So, what do you want me to do for you?" He then gestured towards the room, promising, "Well, I can tell you the details when he comes later." Later, enjoying a quiet moment by the window, he mused, "Coffee first thing in the morning is the best." But the tranquility was abruptly shattered, as Galio woke with a jolt, a sharp cry escaping his lips. His eyes widened in surprise, taking in the shattered glass and the sudden intrusion, a clatter echoing through the room. Before he could fully process the danger, a cloaked figure moved with impossible speed, a blur of dark fabric across the floor. A hand shot out, grabbing him with unexpected force, a grunt of surprise escaping him as he was pulled down. Galio stared, bewildered, at his unexpected savior, who simply commanded, "Duck." The sound of shattering glass echoed through the air, as Dallin, moving with impossible speed, swept Galio away from the broken window, descending rapidly. A bewildered Galio could only stammer, "Which what is?" His protector's voice cut through the confusion, grim and urgent. "If I was just a bit late, it would have been bad." He offered a brief reassurance. "I'll explain." Later, the command came swiftly. "For now, hide under the bed." With another burst of speed, he moved, a mere blur against the surroundings, disappearing down the corridor. With a tearing sound, he moves with impossible speed, a blur of motion leaving an impact in its wake, until he gently sets Galio down in a secluded alleyway, confirming, "Got it." Meanwhile, a new figure with dark hair pulled back into a ponytail appears, a predatory smirk playing on his lips as he moves with a swift, almost silent grace. His thoughts echoing a chilling question, "Shall I hunt for some EXP?" Elsewhere, Leverina Hakim looks on with a mixture of surprise and concern, his brow furrowed at the unseen events. Back in motion, the cloaked figure continues his rapid escape, a whooshing sound accompanying his departure through a shattered window. As he soars away into the distance, as the chaos unfolds, a chilling symbol emerges from the shadows, a stark white mask, splattered with fresh blood. His eyes narrow with grim understanding, the implications of this new threat settling heavily upon him. From the towering structures of the city, more of the masked figures begin to mobilize. A chilling realization dawns. Their primary military force, the white and gold masks, are now actively moving. The imposing architecture looms, a silent testament to the fact that they will not simply stand by, waiting idly until their plan is fully executed. Meanwhile, a heavy hammer is gripped tightly, ready for whatever comes next. With the new threat confirmed, Dallin knows he has little time left, pushing his escape to its limits. He streaks across the sky, a blur against the darkening horizon. An axe slices through the air, launched with deadly intent. He moves with impossible speed, narrowly avoiding the lethal projectile. As it slams into the ground behind him, scattering debris, his form blurs, a mere afterimage of motion. As he closes the distance, with a swift, powerful strike, he takes down one cloaked assailant. Then another, his body now wreathed in a vibrant blue aura. His eyes ignite with the same electric blue energy, reflecting the raw power surging through him. Before he delivers a final, decisive blow to a third enemy, Dallin's eyes blaze with an intense blue light, a powerful aura of the same color erupting around him. As he moves with blinding speed, a whirlwind of blue energy tearing through the ambush. His strikes are precise and brutal, each impact sending a spray of blood and energy into the air. Another assailant crumples under the sheer force of his blow, a resounding "AK" echoing through the clearing. He stands over a fallen enemy, his voice calm amidst the chaos, declaring, "With this, that's 3. The battle continues, a sharp chime marking the fall of yet another foe, his blue energy still vibrant. His hand glows with an ethereal, "Oh," the power still coursing through him. A smirk plays on his lips as he looks out at the remaining enemies, a confident challenge in his voice. "You must be that warrior." He stands over another defeated foe, the clack of armor on the ground confirming his victory, his reputation preceding him, the soldier who killed Derek. From the desolate sky, a cloaked figure descends with unnerving silence, their form shrouded in shadow, revealing only a chilling silver mask. The masked individual's voice echoes with predatory intent, declaring a desire to taste blood the moment they knew of its presence. A sinister smile forms beneath the silver, as they add, that the blood of a valiant warrior is always delicious. Dallin's gaze fixes on the newcomer, his mind immediately registering the distinctive silver mask. He identifies the figure as Stray Lutterhafen, as the masked voice continues, expressing surprise that even an executive-ranked vampire would emerge. The vampire's form shifts, now wreathed in a vibrant green aura, twin daggers materializing in their gloved hands. Dallin's thoughts race, recognizing the foe as a low-class vampire soldier specializing in poison and memorization tactics. He recalls from his past experiences that in the game, it was incredibly difficult to even react to such attacks. With a subtle smirk playing on his lips, Dallin considers the path ahead, wondering what the future holds. His dark attire flowing around him, he stands ready for whatever comes next. With no other options left, Dallin steels his resolve, knowing he must face whatever lies ahead head-on. He plunges downward, a blur of motion through the air, the force of his descent echoing with a sharp crack. His gaze fixed on his target, he vows to end this confrontation in a single, decisive strike. As his power surges, his eyes ignite with an intense, electric blue glow. But a sudden realization or unexpected sight makes him gasp, a sharp exclamation escaping his lips. He continues his plummet through the crumbling structure, the air rushing past him with a tearing sound. Below him, the jagged remains of the architecture loom, a perilous landing awaiting his impact. He plummets through the ruined structure, the speed of his descent almost too fast to comprehend. The metallic debris blurring past him in a dizzying rush. A frustrated curse escapes him as he realizes the bastard had already consumed whatever he was after. Landing amidst the wreckage, Dallin grips his axe, a new idea sparking in his mind as he surveys the devastation. His gaze falls upon a lifeless form below, a chilling recognition dawning on him. It's his own character's corpse. A sinister, masked face with glowing red eyes seems to mock him from the shadows, a silent, chilling presence. A system notification flashes, confirming the discovery of the knight's corpse, and revealing that the attack wasn't a singular event. He understands now that even the formidable white and golden knights couldn't withstand the bastard's assault. With grim determination, Dallin resolves, he'll finish them first. From the shadows, a cloaked figure lunges forward, a chilling declaration echoing through the ruined space. Stray Lutterhafen, leading a wave of equally cloaked subordinates, advances with terrifying speed, their dark forms blurring into a single, menacing tide. The air crackles with dark energy as they close the distance, a relentless assault aimed at their target. But Dallin stands ready, his eyes flaring with an intense blue light, a powerful aura radiating from his armored form. He moves with impossible speed, a blur of motion meeting the oncoming threat head-on. A swift, decisive strike, and the first cloaked assailant falls. He raises his shield, a shimmering blue barrier, deflecting a follow-up attack with ease. The force of his counterattack sends multiple cloaked figures reeling, their dark forms thrown back by an unseen impact. Even Stray Lutterhafen himself is caught in the blast, forced to recoil from the sheer power of Dallin's defense. He moves with blinding speed, a dark blur against the chaotic backdrop, his foot striking out with precision and force. Before his curved blade arcs through the air, leaving a crimson trail in its wake. Each movement is fluid, a deadly dance of offense and defense, as Dallin continues to repel the relentless assault. He glances towards the distant figures, a dismissive thought forming in his mind. Snipers are useless, as for the rest. His grip tightens on the curved blade, ready to make good on his silent promise. He lunges forward, his weapon a deadly extension of his will, carving through the cloaked minions with brutal efficiency. Another strike connects, deflecting an unseen attack, the impact echoing with raw power. As the dust settles, his eyes glow with an intense purple light, a vibrant aura of matching energy radiating from his form. A command echoes, and a system window confirms the activation of Dehamon's armored combat. As Dallin's foot lashes out with blinding speed, connecting with an enemy in a sickening impact. Before the first can even fall, another cloaked figure reels back, their face contorting from a powerful blow. Dallin stands amidst the chaos, his eyes burning with a fierce purple glow, a matching aura radiating from his form as he prepares for the next strike. One of the remaining enemies stumbles back, gasping in disbelief, wondering what kind of monster they are facing. His curved blade drips with blood, as Dallin notes there is only one opponent left. With a swift, blurring motion, he closes the distance. His blade arcs, slicing through the final enemy with brutal precision. The cloaked figure collapses, a final, agonizing scream escaping them as they fall. He continues his relentless assault, his blade a blur as he closes the distance, demanding to know where his opponent thinks they're going. A sharp, metallic clang echoes through the air as his weapon connects with a burst of blue energy. But suddenly, a noxious green mist erupts around him, filling the space with a sickly haze. He recoils, recognizing the danger immediately, a poison bomb detonating in his vicinity. Despite the sudden, burning sensation, he grits his teeth, his purple eyes glowing with fierce determination as he pushes through the pain. From a hidden vantage point, a cloaked figure watches, a sinister chuckle escaping him, confident that no mere human could withstand such a deadly poison. He muses on his earlier hesitation, having held back the poison in case his own comrades were affected. But now, with all of them dead, that worry is utterly useless. A flicker of surprise crosses his mind, considering the sheer audacity of one man sweeping through all his forces alone. It was a wise decision not to confront him directly. Stray Lutterhafen muses, knowing he must eliminate the threat Dallin poses. Even a vampire could barely withstand this deadly poison. So a mere human like Dallin certainly wouldn't survive it. His gaze sharpens, finding his target through the swirling mist. But what he sees makes him gasp, a gold mask. A powerful, shimmering aura erupts around the masked figure, leaving the vampire utterly stunned by the sudden display of power. He can only stare in utter disbelief at the impossible sight. Propelled by an unseen force, he shoots upward, a brilliant burst of energy erupting around him. Still ascending, a powerful hop echoes through the space, leaving Stray Lutterhafen to stare in utter disbelief, questioning how a mere human could possess such power. Through the golden mask, his eyes blaze with an intense, crimson light, confirming the chilling truth. He is no longer simply human, his form contorting as raw power surges through him. The executive-ranked vampire recoils, a single thought piercing his mind. He's a monster. His vision blurs, a sharp sting in his eyes, as the overwhelming aura continues to assault his senses. Meanwhile, Dallin's mind drifts back to his days of CAD training as a new soldier, though he knows this current sensation is far beyond anything he experienced then. Stray Lutterhafen, still reeling from the assault, can only wonder what impossible words the transformed man is uttering. Stray Lutterhafen, still reeling from the overwhelming aura, struggles to comprehend the words spoken to him, muttering his confusion. But his patience quickly wears thin, and he lunges downward, demanding an end to the confrontation. He descends with lethal speed, a dark blur against the indistinct background. Yet, the other man remains unmoving, his eyes now burning with an intense crimson glow. He questions the predictability of his opponent's actions, as a system message confirms the activation of his dragon blood resistance skill. Stray Lutterhafen's attack connects, a powerful kick aimed to incapacitate. But instead of impact, a brilliant blue energy erupts from Dallin, pushing back against the assault. The force sends the vampire recoiling, his surprise evident as he cries out. A sharp pain shoots through his hand, forcing a pained gasp from him. Standing over the fallen figure, he offers a chilling finality. As blood drips from the vampire's fanged mouth, a testament to the poison's agonizing work. The executive-ranked vampire writhes, clutching his head in disbelief, demanding to know how Dallin could endure such a potent venom. Dallin's eye glows a fierce red, dark veins pulsing around it, as the vampire continues to question his impossible resilience. With a dismissive sigh, Dallin cuts him off, annoyed by the incessant noise, though a faint ache still lingers in his own head. A system notification flashes, confirming the target's elimination and noting the fortunate fact that he was merely a low-level vampire. Dallin watches as the vampire's form dissolves into shimmering green particles, the system explaining that a high-level vampire would have simply transformed and escaped. Another notification appears, announcing the discovery of the night sky's corpse, followed by a final message detailing how a character whose blood has been drained will reincarnate as a vampire after death. As the defeated vampire dissolved, a system notification appeared before Dallin, asking if he wished to collect the corpse. Choosing to proceed, he initiated the corpse collection, and a shimmering blue aura enveloped him. With a soft glow, his hand extended, drawing in the remnants of his foe. The process complete, Dallin received his inherited rewards, a boost of strength +3 and the new skill, Leap E. Testing his newfound agility, he launched himself skyward, leaving a faint blue trail in his wake. Meanwhile, in a lavish chamber, a man with a neatly trimmed beard looked out, his expression one of shock as he muttered about an assassination. He quickly adopted a defensive stance, his sword drawn and ready. The audacity of the act echoed in his mind, wondering how such a thing could happen in broad daylight. A moment later, he tried to compose himself, reassuring himself that his head was still attached, despite the unsettling events. He stirs awake, his mind still reeling from a vivid dream. What? Was it a dream? A nagging feeling persists, urging him to check the records, just in case. Reaching for the door, a silent prayer escapes his lips for Dallin's safety. Dallin, I hope you're alive. Meanwhile, high above, a powerful impact shakes the ground as a figure descends with incredible force. Cloaked in shadow and surrounded by shimmering particles, plummeting towards the earth. The sheer magnitude of the impact sends a jolt through the unnamed man, his eyes widening in pure shock. Instinctively, he draws his sword, ready to face whatever threat has just arrived. But the overwhelming presence causes him to collapse, questioning the impossible. What? Unaware of the chaos he's caused, Dallin stands atop a distant building, contemplating his newfound strength. He wonders if this immense power is simply because he's a hunter who went up by 3 levels. Stepping into a scene of disarray, Dallin surveys the damage, a figure lying amidst the debris, as he notes the Emporium guard's distress. Nearby, a man with a dark mustache and a scar over his eye struggles, his face contorted in pain, wondering why his mouth is foaming and pleading for someone to go through the door. His concern deepens as he questions if another has been poisoned, lamenting that he had warned them to stay hidden under the bed. With a soft thud, Dallin steps further into the room, having heard the commotion and wondering about its source. A woman with long black hair and a green scarf turns, her eyes wide with surprise, recognizing him and exclaiming his name. She questions his presence, but he simply offers a cryptic, low chuckle, his back still turned to her. The woman calls out to him again, her expression a mix of concern and urgency. Holding up a rolled scroll, she reveals her true purpose, announcing that she has brought the information he was seeking. Within a lavishly decorated room, sunlight streams through a window, illuminating an empty space set for a meeting. Soon, a cloaked figure and a woman with long black hair settle onto a plush couch, facing an older, bearded man who sits in a grand armchair across a low table, his expression unreadable as he awaits their words. The woman, taking a sip from her cup, introduces herself clearly, declaring, "Yes, I am Sienna of the Shadow's Nest." The bearded man leans forward, questioning her claim to be his daughter and her presence there, to which Sienna confidently replies, "How else would I have known Daddy's location?" Turning her attention slightly, Sienna then addresses someone unseen, reminding them, "Dallin, I told you I brought the info you were looking for, right?" The cloaked figure remains silent beside her. As Sienna, with a knowing smile, prepares to deliver the crucial revelation, "I found out who the owner of the silver mask you gave to me belongs to." Sienna explains that she acquired the information during the sewers incident, believing her target would be too preoccupied to investigate her actions. However, she admits that her opponent proved more formidable than initially anticipated. As Sienna continues her report, the hooded figure of Stray Lutterhafen listens intently, wondering about the identities of those Sienna is describing. A chilling purple eye, symbol of a dark power, appears as Sienna reveals they are heretics serving an evil deity. The leader of these hooded figures, radiating a sinister purple aura, boasts of his master's unimaginable power. Later, Sienna places a cup down on a table, a ledger already laid out before her. She then adds that there is one more piece of information to consider. The bearded man, holding the ledger, recognizes it immediately, confirming it belongs to the fellowship, as Sienna's associates look on. Sienna reveals this discovery came from her investigation into the ledger, and that the fellowship is now under the influence of the disciples of the very heretics she just described. The report details the heretics' acquisitions, showing a masked figure with glowing hands, holding a large, pulsating orb, as the voice explains that these are goods too significant for any ordinary individual. These are the superior goods, obtained through irrefutable means, including sacks filled with rare, glowing plants. The collection also includes a vast array of medicine, weapons, and raw metal. All the goods they've been buying are gathered in one central location. This central point is a storage facility that the fellowship bought a long time ago and then neglected for a while. Listening intently to the unfolding revelations, Dallin's expression remains grim. Further intelligence confirms that there have been sightings of masked heretics in that very area, along with the merchants and master craftsmen they've kidnapped. Additionally, the thugs and vagrants they hired are also present there. So, he muses, they're planning on turning these thugs and vagrants into an army, huh? The heretics intend to use the merchants' funds and the craftsmen's labor to create weapons. He concludes, his expression grim, that a war will start soon. Sienna, concerned, asks if there's any news about the Bronze Guards. He counters, wondering about her connection to the Silent Company commander. She admits to having informed him, and that he'd consider it, but the difficulty lies in attacking a shop building without clear evidence or sufficient justification for the guards to intervene. He adds, complicating matters further, that it's even harder for a storage facility outside his patrol area. Sienna looks on as he dismisses her concerns, assuring her that's no problem. A confident smirk plays on his lips, as if a solution has already formed in his mind. A glint of steel from a dagger hilt, secured at the hip of a dark-clad figure, catches the faint light. The imposing silhouette of a large building stands stark against the deep blue of the night sky. The air bites with an unusual chill, a cold that seems to seep into the very bones of the cloaked guard. He takes a drag from his cigarette, a plume of smoke escaping his lips as he mutters about the seemingly pointless task of standing guard. What could be so important about this particular structure, he wonders, to warrant such vigilance? Other figures, similarly cloaked, stand sentinel nearby, their silent presence reinforcing the strict orders. Stray Lutterhafen's gaze hardens, a silent warning against any who might dare to question the authority of the Golden Masked Knight. The apostles, he knows, have been tirelessly at work since dawn. Soon, the grand plan will unfold, a revolution willed by divine decree. A sudden disturbance catches his attention, pulling him from his thoughts. He turns, a low, questioning sound escaping him, as he senses something approaching, something truly unsettling. His masked gaze sharpens, focusing intently on the unseen threat. Then, a realization dawns on him, the distinctive white and gold masks of his enemies. His eyes, now glowing with a fierce red light, betray the rising fury beneath his calm exterior. A chilling declaration escapes his lips. He had already eliminated all of them. But before he can finish his thought, an unseen force strikes, cutting him off mid-sentence. Reacting instantly, he lunges forward, a crimson aura flaring around him as he retaliates with blinding speed. A dismissive sound escapes Stray Lutterhafen as his hand, wreathed in a crimson glow, moves with lethal intent. His gaze sharpens, his eyes now burning with an electric blue light as he focuses on the task at hand. He calculates the odds, acknowledging the presence of 30 individuals, including these new assailants. Below him, figures in white and gold masks plummet from the rooftops, their efforts to ambush him from the streets and nearby buildings proving futile. From his perch on a high rooftop, he surveys the scene, a silent declaration that no one remains to impede his advance. With a sudden, blurring acceleration, he moves, leaving a vibrant trail of blue energy in his wake. He descends rapidly, engaging another masked figure in a flurry of blue-tinged motion. Still airborne, he continues his assault, a beacon of blue light against the dark city. By this point, the back alleys, once a refuge for the city's forgotten, are now clear of any lingering threats. The desolate, crumbling structure loomed under a pale sky. It was within such forgotten places that the enemy had dragged their victims, transforming them into monstrous beings. Having already achieved their grand objective, they no longer had any reason to conceal their movements. This morning, Stray Lutterhafen considered his next move, his gaze sharp and calculating. He had secured the assistance of the bronze guards through Sienna, who stood beside one of their armored members. The strategy was straightforward. He would infiltrate the strange building through the sewer system, gaining access via the first floor. Once inside, he would confront the enemy and ignite a blaze. Then, as chaos erupted, the bronze guards, conveniently positioned nearby, would move in to suppress the fire and its perpetrators. Stray Lutterhafen's plan felt perfect, a meticulous scheme to infiltrate the building and uncover the heretic's evidence. Yet, a single thought lingered, a nagging concern that bothered him. He gazed up at the imposing structure before him, a 5-story edifice that housed his target. The Telia shop, he recalled, should still be located within its walls. His eyes glowed with a faint blue light as he considered the possibilities. If the first floor were breached, would the shop owner remain inside? Or would they instead sharpen their blades, preparing for the true confrontation that would inevitably follow their escape? A subtle smirk played on his lips, a faint crackle of energy sparking around him. He didn't know the answer, but, as a soft blue aura emanated from his hand, he acknowledged that there was always something to prepare for when facing such adversaries. With his eyes burning an electric blue, Stray Lutterhafen stands poised, a subtle aura of power radiating from him as he vows to make them regret their actions. He knows that when the opportunity arises, it is best to simply crush his enemies beneath his heel. But as he moves with blinding speed, leaving trails of blue energy in his wake, he considers the consequences. The worst possible outcome would be to kill the shop owner. So, with a surge of power, he chooses another method. A devastating impact erupts, a concentrated burst of blue energy radiating outward, followed by a rapid succession of powerful, unseen forces, each one echoing with crackling blue energy. As he descends swiftly through the air, his form a blur of dark motion and residual power. He initiates a powerful, energy-infused movement, surrounded by swirling blue particles. With a sharp gyung sound, his foot prepares for a forceful push-off, a cracking wdk echoing. His face contorted in effort, a sharp bbak kung accompanies the activation of his skill, as leap is engaged. A decisive th marks the powerful propulsion, sending him hurtling downwards, past the towering buildings, leaving a trail of shimmering particles. Streaks of blue energy follow his rapid descent, a testament to his incredible speed. His cloak billows behind him with a sharp bbak, as he continues his powerful, controlled fall. The air crackles with a final woduk as he nears his destination, enveloped in a vibrant blue aura. His eyes, glowing with an intense, cold light, pierce through the darkness as he plummets. A powerful surge of blue energy trails behind him, marking his rapid descent with a thunderous impact. The city's towering structures blur past in a streak of blue as he closes in on his destination. With a sharp, focused gaze, Stray Lutterhafen lands, a quiet declaration escaping his lips. It's been a while. His landing sends a shower of glowing particles scattering, the sound of his arrival echoing with a drawn-out screech. He stands cloaked in shadow, observing the grim, dilapidated interior of what appears to be a prison, a faint sound of affirmation escaping him. His gaze sweeps upward, taking in the full, oppressive scale of the structure. From the depths of the darkness, a guttural cry of anguish echoes. Within a grimy cell, several figures scream in terror, confirming the grim reality of a prison. He observes the grotesque, shambling figures, recognizing them as the demonic power army. A flicker of thought crosses his shadowed face, as he recalls unpleasant memories, wondering who would dare cause such a disturbance during this ceremony. He stands within the vast, desolate prison, a faint light drawing his attention deeper into its depths. Even after witnessing the presence of gods and great apostles, he finds himself questioning whether he is truly seeing such power with his own eyes for the first time. Turning from a grand, ancient altar, he continues his solitary journey through the eerie halls. Suddenly, a stern voice cuts through the silence, demanding to know if he was the one who wrote a spell. This is Achilles Philenum, the owner of the Telia shop. His hand grips a heavy axe, ready for confrontation. Stray Lutterhafen, his red eyes glowing with predatory amusement, offers a chilling retort. But if your eyes hurt, you should go to the eye doctor, owner. A sudden, powerful blue energy impact erupts with a deafening crash. As Dallin, cloaked in shadow, moves with impossible speed, his drawn sword leaving streaks of blue and purple energy in its wake. He brings the blade down in a sweeping arc, a dark, swirling aura flaring around him. With a grunt of effort, his hand grips the hilt tightly, the sword glowing with blue energy. The attack connects, showering an armored figure with glowing particles, culminating in another sharp, blue impact. Dallin stands firm, his expression determined, his sword held ready as vibrant orange energy flares around him. Two expanding rings of that same orange energy burst outwards, a testament to his unleashed power. A cloaked figure reflects on the sheer, monstrous power he is facing. considering it would be believable if his opponent were an orc or even a giant, and realizing that the defeat of the other apostles was no mere coincidence. With a surge of blue energy, Dallin launches himself into a powerful mid-air kick. He lands with controlled force, the blue aura still radiating around him. His gaze sharpens, his sword held ready. He understands now that the Grand Apostle would never have allowed the grand plan to proceed. With a guttural cry, Dallin's sword ignites with a fierce, crimson glow. His eye, now burning with the same intense red energy, reflects his unwavering resolve. Meanwhile, a man with striking red hair observes the unfolding events, his expression grim as he declares, "I need to properly get rid of him." A sudden realization washes over him as he recognizes the nature of the spell at play. Red chains of energy coil around the area. And among the demi-monsters caught within their grasp, some are notably swift. Two grotesque figures, their skin a sickly pink and eyes glowing crimson, struggle against the binding magic. The chains hold firm, but their raw power is evident in their thrashing forms. He knows the spell will take time to fully activate, so he must act before they can break free and move. With a determined gaze, he prepares for the assault. His blade ignites with a brilliant blue glow as he lunges forward, intending to deplete their boss's stamina. He lunges forward, his sword blazing with a fierce blue light, striking with such force that the air itself seems to crackle. His powerful stride carrying him through the initial impact. Then, a new, vibrant red energy erupts around him, as he prepares another swift, decisive move. His masked face tightens with intense focus, the sheer exertion of his power palpable. With a powerful swing, he hurls a small axe, the red energy trailing behind it like a comet. The weapon connects with its target, erupting in a blinding flash of light and particles. The axe spins rapidly through the air, before embedding itself with a solid thud. Without hesitation, he reaches out, retrieving the embedded weapon with a powerful, crunching grip. He moves with blinding speed, a blue aura trailing behind him. His presence a sudden, undeniable force. The air crackles with his momentum, a sharp, cutting sound accompanying his surge forward. Then, a burst of crimson energy erupts around him, his axe now glowing with a dangerous, fiery light. What in the world? One opponent gasps, his eyes flaring blue in shock. Another, masked and cloaked, recoils, a sharp intake of breath escaping him. The axe strikes with an explosive force, a deafening boom echoing through the space. With a swift, practiced motion, he pulls the weapon back, the red energy still clinging to its edge. The masked figure reels from the impact, a sickening crunch accompanying the blow. He moves with a blur of motion, his dark hair sweeping as he prepares for another rapid assault. Delivering a powerful, close-range strike that echoes with a sharp impact. His body twists, following through with the momentum, before he briefly glances down. His gaze snapping back up with fierce determination. A weapon, wreathed in blue energy, arcs through the air as he initiates another sweeping strike. His movements a rapid, continuous flow of power. With a guttural cry, a burst of crimson energy erupts from his form, fueling a devastating impact. As he concludes his flurry of attacks, leaving trails of vibrant blue light in his wake. His arm becomes a streak of pure energy, delivering a rapid, forceful strike that erupts in a blinding blue flash. Another blow follows instantly, this one imbued with a fierce crimson glow, landing with a sharp, metallic clang. He then launches himself into the air, his body a whirlwind of motion, bringing his glowing blade down with devastating precision. The impact sends his opponent's hand recoiling violently, before a massive surge of blue energy engulfs them entirely, eliciting a guttural cry of agony. Dallin, cloaked and resolute, draws his sword, preparing for another swift assault. A blur of motion, he unleashes a rapid, purple energy strike. This is immediately followed by a massive blue energy blast, erupting with a thunderous crash. But the exertion takes its toll as he lets out a ragged cough. He mutters to himself, believing his previous attack should have bought him enough time. Suddenly, a figure with piercing red eyes appears, uttering the name Inaxatargan. Undaunted, Dallin's form ignites once more, charging with a fierce blue energy. He unleashes a concentrated burst of power. The blast slams into a monstrous, fanged creature, eliciting a pained shriek as its red eyes glow with agony. From the oppressive darkness, a grotesque face with glowing red eyes emerges, letting out a low, guttural sound. More of the monstrous forms press forward, their fanged mouths agape as they join the eerie chorus. One lets out a particularly vicious snarl, its decaying features contorted in aggression. Another opens its maw wide, revealing a cavernous throat and rows of razor-sharp teeth. The entire horde surges forward in a blur, their collective roar echoing through the confined space. But before they can fully close the distance, an unseen force slams into them, scattering the leading ranks with a violent impact. As the chaos unfolds, a new figure stands observing from a distance, her dark, armored form unmoving amidst the turmoil. A system notification flashes, revealing the true nature of the monstrous threat. These are not mere beasts, but zombified corpses animated by an unknown power. The observing woman lets out a soft, contemplative hum, a faint smirk playing on her lips as she processes the information. As the horde of zombified corpses surged forward, Dallin felt a familiar thrill, knowing that more experience and power were within his grasp. His unseen attack had already scattered many, leaving a bloody trail of defeated foes in its wake. And he met the remaining threat with eyes burning with an intense, blue light. He moved with blinding speed, a crimson spray erupting from his targets. As his attacks landed with devastating, glowing force, one of the monsters recoiled, its voice filled with terror, cursing him as a monster-like bastard. The cloaked figure continued his relentless assault, his blade carving through flesh and bone. Unfazed by the desperate attacks of the zombie monsters, he was a force of nature, untouched by their futile efforts. After destroying their bodies, he simply moved on, leaving the carnage behind as he continued his solitary path. Dallin's gaze hardens, his mind focused on the task at hand, knowing there is only one way to deal with such a foe. As he draws a second blade, he recalls a skill from a night order he had long since left behind, a technique he had put into the past. Unbeknownst to him, a cloaked figure watches from above, preparing an ambush while Dallin remains focused on the demi-monsters. The figure's eyes glow with a sinister red light, as Dallin unleashes his twin blades, activating Skandin's two swords. The cloaked assailant watches, recognizing the technique, and realizes this is their only chance to strike, given their current physical state. With a burst of speed, the figure lunges, a glowing blue attack streaking towards Dallin, who barely manages to defend. The impact sends him recoiling, yet his resolve remains unbroken, his mind already formulating a counterplan. He unleashes the power of Skandin's two swords, a brilliant blue blade manifesting in his grasp, descending with incredible force. His grip tightens on the hilt, the energy surging through the weapon, as he focuses every ounce of his will into the strike. A grimace of intense concentration crosses his face, a fresh cut bleeding on his cheek, as he prepares to deliver the decisive blow. In a moment, "I will pierce that bastard's nape," he declares, his voice raw with determination, as the glowing blade connects with the ambusher. The attack continues its devastating trajectory, a blur of blue light. And then, a sharp crack echoes through the air, confirming the success of his desperate counter. The force of the counterattack connected with a deafening clang, shattering the assailant's weapon and sending fragments flying. A look of utter shock and disbelief flashed across the attacker's face, their eyes widening in sudden pain. Meanwhile, Dallin's gaze remained sharp and unwavering, his attack flowing seamlessly into its conclusion. The assailant was sent reeling backward, a spray of blood erupting from the point of impact as they lost their footing. He stood over the now fallen figure, who lay bleeding on the cold ground. The defeated attacker's mind raced, unable to comprehend why their insta-kill attack had failed so suddenly. A close-up revealed their bloodied hand, a testament to the impact. Confusion clouded their thoughts, muttering about the insta-kill that never was. With a soft thud, the assailant lay utterly defeated, their ambition crushed beneath Dallin's decisive victory. He looks down at his blade, a quiet admission escaping him that he won't be able to rely on this particular skill for some time. A sharp pain lances through him, his eyes narrowing in discomfort, followed by a harsh cough. Blood splatters violently, a clear sign of the internal damage he sustained. As his body struggles, a system notification flashes, indicating that his regeneration skill has activated, specifically the potent dragon blood variant. A golden aura flares around him as he hunches over, the system's status window appearing before his eyes. The window details his current stats and skills, confirming his name as Dallin and showing his strength, dexterity, intelligence, and mana, along with his combat, regeneration, and dragon blood abilities, all at level 7. He turns away, reflecting on the intense exertion, realizing he pushed his limits too far. A severe side effect now courses through his body, he observes, his gaze falling back to his sword. He resolves to be more cautious, understanding the need to balance his strength to avoid such repercussions in the future, and there's more to consider. Dallin stands amidst the defeated, one final task remaining. System notifications confirm his kills, a goblin, and specifically, the mana-draining goblin. He considers the defeated foe, a prompt appearing before him, asking if he wishes to collect the corpse. He recalls his previous attempts, which had repeatedly failed, wondering if combining both sword and magic would finally yield a result. His hand glows with energy over the corpse, but the system declares the attempt a complete failure. With a determined glint, his eyes glow with an electric blue as he activates Corpse Collection. The system confirms the collection, stating he has inherited its abilities. His mana increases by 2, and his stamina by 1. A new skill card appears, revealing he has obtained Flame Arrow D. His eyes glow with an intense, otherworldly light, a surge of power coursing through him. A system notification flashes, confirming that the knowledge of a new spell is now integrating into his very being. He gazes at his outstretched hand, a strange, potent sensation building within his palm. A thought forms in his mind, wondering if this profound energy is the true essence of mana. Suddenly, a vibrant, orange flame ignites in his grasp, swirling with raw power. The sheer intensity of the burgeoning fire makes him gasp, his focus absolute. A predatory smile spreads across his face as he utters a foreign word, Ignol Load, then adds, "Now then." With a challenging glint in his eye, he asks, "Shall we play with fire?" The flames dance wildly in his hand, mirroring the fierce, confident grin that now dominates his features. As the knowledge settled within him, a vibrant, orange flame erupts from his palm, swirling with raw, untamed power. Amidst the raging inferno consuming the city, a desperate cry echoes through the smoke and flames, ordering everyone to attack. As another voice insists they cannot let even one enemy escape. But Dallin, cloaked in red and masked, is already in motion, launching himself into a powerful, arcing kick. His leg extends with brutal force, connecting with an unseen foe. The impact sends a soldier reeling, his body twisting in midair from the blow. Unrelenting, the masked figure urges his comrades, "Keep pushing." Another enemy is met with a devastating strike, blood erupting from the point of impact. The assault continues without pause, as yet another soldier is violently struck down. He lunges forward, a red blur, spear thrusting with a guttural cry to die. The weapon descends with brutal force, striking his opponent, who recoils in shock and pain. Damn it, the opponent curses, realizing he let his guard down. Even as the battle rages around them against demi-monsters and mages. "I'll get screwed at this rate," he thinks, his hand scraping the ground. As a heavy boot steps down, and a fiery explosion erupts, eliciting a pained cry. Dallin stands over his defeated foe, a silent judgment in his posture as the final blow looms. A desperate realization dawns in the opponent's eyes as a soft sound of movement accompanies his internal plea. Is it truly too late? His gaze burning with a defiant red glow, he refuses to accept such an ignoble end. "I can't die in a place like this." But Dallin's spear, wreathed in crackling yellow energy, descends with an unstoppable force, sealing the opponent's fate. A blinding golden-orange blast erupts from the impact, engulfing everything in its radiant, destructive light. Elsewhere, a masked figure watches the distant chaos, their voice barely a whisper of shock. "What's going on?" From atop a crumbling wall, the figure surveys the burning city, a single thought echoing in their mind. Just what? Their gaze lifts to a towering structure, now consumed by the same golden light, a silent testament to the immense power unleashed. With a resolute expression, the masked observer prepares to face the unfolding catastrophe, their determination hardening amidst the destruction. Dallin's armored arm tenses, his hand sliding firmly onto the spear shaft with a soft hiss. As the cloaked figure surges forward, hair flying behind him. His gaze sharpens with fierce resolve, unleashing a devastating spear thrust that connects with a heavy thud, his feet landing with force to stabilize his stance. The momentum of his strike carries him through, golden energy radiating powerfully, a guttural cry escaping him in a mix of exertion and triumph. As the golden energy explodes outward from the point of impact, he unleashes the full force of his attack, a devastating spear strike that erupts in a blinding flash of yellow energy upon impact, leaving a vibrant trail of purple and orange energy streaking through the air. As multiple glowing projectiles splinter off and hurtle towards their target, another concussive blast rips through the air, culminating in a massive explosion that engulfs the area in a blinding white and yellow inferno. A high-pitched shriek echoes through the chaos. As Dallin continues his relentless advance, residual energy still swirling around his form. He surveys the devastation he has wrought, his masked face betraying no emotion. In the distance, a building collapses in a fiery cascade, the sheer power of his attack leaving nothing but ruin. Amidst the chaos of battle, Dallin's voice cuts through the din, rallying his allies with a decisive command. He surveys the battlefield, noting the shift in momentum, a grim satisfaction settling over him as the tide begins to turn in their favor. But victory is not yet absolute, and with a resolute gaze, he declares that this will be enough to secure their triumph. Then, his hand tightens around the hilt of his weapon, a fiery aura pulsating around it. As he stands before a gateway wreathed in flames, contemplating his next move, wondering if he should join the fray directly. Without hesitation, he moves, a swift blur of motion, activating a skill as golden energy erupts around his feet, preparing for a powerful surge. The system confirms the activation of Leap, and with a sharp sound, he launches forward. A brilliant burst of light marks his trajectory, propelling him into the unknown. After activating his Leap skill, he plunges into a new, dark environment. The impact sending a jolt through him as he lands with a pained grunt. He finds himself sprawled on the ground, looking up at a towering, heavily armored figure who looms over him. Wounded from the rough landing, he calls out, desperate for aid. "Dressing. Someone give me some dressing." The armored man, holding a glowing potion, immediately recognizes the severity of the situation. "Where's the healing potion? There's a critically wounded man over here." His dark eyes narrow with a stern, almost regretful expression. A fleeting thought crosses his mind, recalling an older mage. Should I have taken the potions from the elder mage back then? He dismisses the idea, his gaze hardening. No, I would have been able to save more people right now. His eyes fall back to the injured man, a heavy burden in his voice as he reveals the cost of his decision. "But the offer I accepted in place of those potions." An older, heavily armored man, his face etched with experience, declares his resolve to save more people. Meanwhile, a younger armored figure with spiky white hair addresses Dallin directly, confirming his identity as the mercenary. He then formally introduces himself, stating, "We finally meet. My name is Gawain, and I am in charge of the Silent Squadron of the Bronze Guards." The chief squadron leader, Gawain, stands tall. Turning slightly, Gawain expresses his gratitude. "Thanks to your wisdom and appropriate support, we were able to sweep the brigands. As a representative of the Bronze Guards, I give you my deepest thanks." Dallin stands beside him, listening intently. He considers the squadron leader's words, thinking to himself that Gawain is more talented than he had expected. A new strategy forms in his mind. He should start building a friendly relationship with him. He listens intently as the armored man speaks, acknowledging that word of his deeds had reached Elder Elgaius. Their hands clasped firmly, a gesture of mutual respect and burgeoning alliance. Gawain, the chief squadron leader of the Silent Squadron of the Bronze Guards, expresses his gratitude, promising to repay the favor and offer more commissions in the future. He considers the implications, realizing that his talent will become even more widely known after today's events. Later, he stands before a towering structure, its imposing silhouette a stark contrast to his own weariness. The memory of Gawain's words echoes, a reminder of the opportunities that now await him. A deep weariness settles over him, his body protesting the exertion. He clutches his head, questioning if he pushed himself too far. The only solution is clear: he needs rest. He bids farewell, preparing to depart. The armored leader, however, offers a final piece of advice, suggesting he should at least wear some armor. He cautions that no matter how strong one's body might be, unforeseen dangers can always arise. A soft rustle accompanies his thoughtful gaze downward, as he admits to himself that he was planning to acquire some soon. Above, the clear sky stretches over the bustling city, and he makes his way through the crowded market streets. He recalls having inquired with the emporium owner, confident that what he seeks should be nearby. He lifts his gaze to the clear sky, his thoughts fixed on the task ahead. His search leads him to a sturdy, stone building, the very smithy the Galio's emporium had prepared, a new beginning for a skilled blacksmith. Stepping into the archway, Dallin calls out, "How's work?" A young woman with vibrant red hair looks up, her eyes wide with surprise as she exclaims, "Dallin." She quickly sets down the mug she was holding, her attention now fully on the newcomer. Turning to an older man nearby, she announces, "Uncle, Sir Dallin is here." From deeper within the smithy, a sweating man in a red bandana looks up, his brow furrowed as he mutters, "Timing." His powerful leg, slick with perspiration, flexes with the effort of his work, indicating the intensity of his labor. Dallin stands before the smith, a wrapped package held out to him, as the smith declares the requested item is ready. Taking the package, Dallin expresses his gratitude for the timely completion. From within the wrapping, a brilliant, ethereal glow emanates, as the smith hopes he will be pleased with the craftsmanship. His eyes, usually obscured by his hair, narrow slightly, a scar visible above his left brow as he takes in the radiant weapon. Now fully revealed, a magnificent, glowing sword rests in his grasp, and he declares his profound satisfaction. The newly forged blade gleams with an inner light, a perfect complement to his dark attire. A relieved smile touches his lips, as he muses on the good fortune of having commissioned such a fine piece. The bearded blacksmith, standing beside a red-haired woman, then offers that since Dallin is already there, he should choose some additional weapons from the display stand. Looking at a sturdy axe on display, Dallin explains that his old one had just broken, making the offer particularly timely. The newly forged sword gleams in his grasp, its hilt a testament to the blacksmith's skill. A flicker of urgency crosses his face, as he mutters, "Already?" Turning to leave, he apologizes for not being able to pay the full price, explaining that he has something urgent to attend to. The blacksmith, however, waves off the notion of payment, reminding him that he was the one who helped set up the shop in the first place. Dallin glances at the array of weapons on display, acknowledging that they are indeed amazing pieces of equipment that would be of great help. As he continues to depart, the blacksmith offers his parting words, "Please continue your good work." The blacksmith watches him go, a look of quiet determination on his face. A soft creak echoes. Now outside, Dallin reflects on the situation, admitting that things didn't turn out as he expected, and guessing that the situation is quite serious. As Dallin stands, a new figure approaches, interrupting his thoughts with an urgent plea. "I apologize, it seems I've interrupted your conversation, but because the situation is dire, as you say." The armored man continues, his voice strained with desperation. "Dallin, I need your help." Meanwhile, a white-haired man with spectacles reveals the grim truth. The remaining powers of the viziers have assembled. The news weighs heavily on Dallin, as the man continues to explain that the eastern region's tri-tower, a vital stronghold, has gone into their hands. The visuals shift to a scene of chaos and destruction, cloaked figures clashing in a blood-red chamber, a testament to the brutal takeover. The aftermath is stark, with bodies strewn across the blood-soaked ground, a grim tableau of the vizier's victory. A surge of crimson energy erupts, tearing through the air, as a cloaked figure with eyes burning like embers streaks across a desolate, mountainous landscape. The journey continues at a relentless pace, his gaze sharp as he demands information. Give me the rumors. Who conquered the battlefield? A man with dark hair responds gravely. We obtained evidence at the Telia drop. The red-eyed warrior then stands before a massive, foreboding structure, having found the heretic's stronghold. When they gathered forces and entered, the grand hall within reveals only the presence of armored guards. And the warrior realizes with a frustrated sigh that his targets had already left, having established a new base on the Eastern Kingdom's 8th territory. A desolate, rocky landscape stretches out under a muted sky, where several hooded figures move with purpose. They had managed to attack the 8th territory, but no one could explain the sheer scale of their assault, a force so overwhelming it seemed impossible. In the end, the heretics had conquered most of the 8th territory, their advance swift and brutal. The red-eyed warrior, cloaked and silent, observes the unfolding situation. They had even managed to set up a new base right at the 8th territory's border, a bold move that spoke of their growing confidence. A frustrated sigh escapes him as he considers the audacity of their actions, gathering all their forces in one place. Such incomprehensible situations, so different from the game, keep occurring, leaving him to adapt to an ever-changing reality. Flames engulf a building, casting an ominous glow across the night sky, a testament to the heretics' destructive power. To think something like this would happen, only 2 days after the base was attacked, speaks to the speed and efficiency of their operation. But the sheer scale of the heretic advance, the speed with which they'd conquered the 8th territory, the fact that things are changing from his level of experience, means they are slowly inching away from ruin. Gazing out at the ravaged landscape, he knows he can't miss this opportunity. Across the desolate plains, where the earth itself seems to crack under the weight of destruction, 2 figures ride away from the ruins, their forms silhouetted against the crimson sky. Further on, a massive encampment sprawls across the land, a bustling hub of activity for the invading forces. As the red-eyed warrior prepares to make his move, a faint red glow begins to emanate from his outstretched hand, the air crackling with nascent power. The crimson energy intensifies, swirling around his fingers with potent force. The 7th Territory Chief Guard, a stout man with a prominent mustache, bellows in frustration. He stands at the head of a council table, surrounded by his subordinates, as one of them argues against abandoning the people in the 8th Territory. The Chief Guard's expression hardens, his resolve clear, stating their only course of action is to protect those who have already fled from the 8th Territory. A younger guard, his face etched with concern, listens intently. He voices his apprehension, questioning if this means neglecting the citizens still trapped in the 8th Territory. The Chief Guard lets out a sharp, dismissive sound. He retorts, placing the blame squarely on the younger man's shoulders for not preventing the situation in the first place. The younger guard can only look down, silenced by the accusation. The Chief Guard's face twists into a menacing scowl, a palpable tension filling the room. The 7th Territory Chief Guard continues his address, his voice resonating with a grim satisfaction as he declares that things are proceeding as expected, with no hope left for the 8th Territory to be saved. He warns against reckless action, stating that a blind charge would only make them useless against the heretic bastards, depleting their supplies without purpose. But a sharp, resolute voice cuts through the air, declaring with certainty that the enemy will not simply stand by. The Chief Guard's eyes widen in surprise, his stern expression momentarily faltering at the unexpected challenge. Dallin stands firm, his gaze unwavering as he continues to speak. He asserts that if anything, the enemy will only grow in number and launch a counterattack. His voice carries a biting edge, accusing them all of complacency. The Chief Guard's face flushes with rage, his veins bulging as he struggles to contain his fury. A low growl escapes him, his teeth grinding together in barely suppressed anger. Still reeling from the young man's audacity, he glares, demanding to know who Dallin is and why he believes he has a place in this assembly. The Chief Guard's thoughts betray his fury, unable to comprehend how a mere mercenary dares to interrupt a high-level meeting, his words a stark warning to watch his tongue. He remembers Dallin's past, recalling how this very mercenary played a significant role in opposing the Telia shop. The polished metal of his belt buckle gleams, a silent testament to his military rank and authority. His face contorts further in anger, unable to reconcile Dallin's past actions with his current presence. The Chief Guard's internal monologue continues, fixating on the fact that Dallin was the one who protected the Telia shop owner, a clear act of defiance against their established order. Unfazed by the Chief Guard's hostility, Dallin offers a slight, knowing smirk, acknowledging that his reputation precedes him. He then shifts the conversation, his voice calm as he suggests that, given his history, the current situation might actually be favorable to him. His gloved hand rises, emphasizing his next point. There is only one logical course of action left. He stands before a council of armored figures, his presence commanding, as a memory flashes through his mind. A moment of weakness, a bloody hand, and the stark realization that day, the moment you back away from fear, you will only lose things. His face, marked by past battles and fresh blood, reflects this hard-won lesson. Returning to the present, his gaze is sharp, his resolve unwavering, as another voice confirms his thoughts. The blonde-haired man beside him nods, stating that what he is saying is correct. Any commander who looked at the attack plan for the heretical dwelling would know that the dwelling is raising demi-monsters and using them as weapons. The heretical dwelling was not merely a place. It was a breeding ground, transforming the homeless and the desperate into monstrous demi-creatures. Considering this, the armored man questioned, if that's the case, wouldn't the other territories also be turning into demi-monsters? A tense silence fell over the room as the implications settled, with Dallin and the other council members listening intently. The red-haired woman, standing beside Dallin, then added, it's not just that. The heretical dwelling is actively breeding and weaponizing them. The armored man's expression hardened, a single expletive escaping his lips, as Dallin remained stoic, absorbing the grim reality. The red-haired woman continued, we want to help as well. Dallin, looking towards the other council members, explained, but because we're short on hands, we need to set up a line of defense. The armored man nodded, acknowledging the necessity. It would be nice to have reinforcements. He then added, his voice tinged with frustration, but even though we requested from command, they haven't responded yet. The armored man's words hang heavy in the air, a grim reminder of their isolation. He continues, stating that if they are expecting reinforcements from the main territory, they will arrive soon. The old man begins to question this assertion, his expression etched with concern. Suddenly, a deafening crash echoes through the chamber. As the outer defenses are violently breached, cloaked figures pouring through the shattered wall. A voice cries out in disbelief, realizing the breach is a full-scale attack. One of the attackers, clad in dark robes, advances with a spear held ready. His face, partially obscured by a hood, reveals piercing red eyes, glowing with an ominous light. Another violent impact shakes the ground, as the realization sinks in that the assault came without any warning. The surprise attack continued its relentless surge, as chaotic energy pulsed through the air. Amidst the turmoil, a cloaked figure with a gray beard mused, there seems to be a slight misunderstanding. He then clarified his identity. We are the Silver Tower's Elder Magic Tower. A dark, cloaked form moved silently through the shadows. Before another figure, the red-eyed warrior, spoke from behind him. Perfect timing. The red-eyed warrior then greeted the elder. Long time no see, elder. The elder chuckled in response. I did well to live long. His expression softened as he continued. To hear the word elder from you. Felver Valentino, the elder, listens intently as a plea echoes through the chamber before a knowing smile spreads across his face. He regards the cloaked figure before him, a silent understanding passing between them, and then leans forward, his expression softening slightly. This is Felver Valentino, an elder mage of the Elgaya's Magic Tower, a man whose influence stretches far and wide. With a gesture towards the table laden with treasures, he offers another reward to his unseen guest. His gaze sharpens, the shrewdness returning to his eyes as he clarifies his terms. If the city faces danger and his help is requested, he will provide it. He pledges to do his utmost to assist. A moment later, the red-eyed warrior approaches, a faint chuckle escaping him, as Felver turns to greet him. The elder's face breaks into a warm, welcoming smile, his eyes crinkling at the corners. The red-eyed warrior returns the smile, acknowledging the powerful alliance, declaring that the Magic Tower's support is always welcome. He acknowledges the agreement, his voice resonating with a quiet resolve, thanking the elder for keeping his word. Soon after, the red-eyed warrior is seen galloping across a snow-dusted landscape. His horse's hooves pounding a rhythmic beat against the frozen ground. Elsewhere, a grim-faced man, his brow furrowed in deep concern, looks out into the swirling snow, a heavy sense of urgency etched upon his features. A lone torch casts flickering light into the oppressive darkness, revealing only the faint glow of a pair of eyes ahead. The torchlight illuminates a path lined with cloaked figures, as the red-eyed warrior continues deeper into the unknown. His gaze, sharp and intense, pierces through the gloom. Later, in a grand hall, a leader addresses a council of armored figures, urging them to raise their hands if they agree with the plans, though it's clear not everyone is on board. With the plans, raise your hand. Several hands rise from the assembled group, indicating their support. Dallin voices his concern, noting the inherent danger in striking first. A leader, their back to the assembly, declares, I plan on making the plans with ones that I can trust. Meanwhile, the 8th Territory Chief Guard is tasked with overseeing a critical site, his gaze sharp and focused. At the planning table, the long-haired leader clarifies the strategy, stating that only the elites will be entering the mines, with Dallin and the Chief Guard listening intently. Soon after, the elite leader navigates a dark, subterranean passage, a lone torch casting flickering shadows around him. With the final touches in place, the preparations are declared complete, a heavy armored gauntlet resting on a weapon. Footsteps echo as the squadron leader, flanked by 2 cloaked figures, moves with a grim determination. The elite leader continues his journey, his path now broken and guarded by the silent squadron leader and his retinue. Far away, within the hallowed halls of the Elgaya's Magic Tower, Felver Valentino stands, a silent sentinel. We'll strike the cult with just us, the elite leader declares. His armored form resolute. His heavy boots echo with a sharp tack as he steps forward, passing ancient, inscribed walls. Leading his 2 armored companions, he ventures deeper into the dark, torchlit maw of the mine. Far away, Felver Valentino senses a disturbance, feeling an ominous magic emanating from somewhere. His brow is furrowed with concern. Back in the mine, a sudden, thunderous crash reverberates through the cavern, causing the ground to shake violently. The elite leader questions if they've encountered a demi-human. A guttural scream echoes through the cavern, drawing the attention of the elite leader and his accompanying guards. A man, his face contorted in agony, pleads desperately, Save me. Clutching his head as he cries out, Hurts. It hurts. The elite leader recognizes the voice, a chilling realization dawning upon him. It belongs to the 7th Territory Chief Guard. The Chief Guard's face, now clearly visible, confirms the identity, his features twisted in a desperate plea. He continues to beg for aid. Please help me. Those bastards betrayed me. The elite leader and his armored companion observe the scene, a silent understanding passing between them. A thoughtful expression crosses the leader's face as he considers the Chief Guard's words. No wonder he seems off. The grim conclusion forms in his mind. The 7th Territory Chief Guard was in cohorts with the cultists. His gaze sharpens, a silent judgment passing over the scene before him. The Chief Guard, still writhing in agony, lets out a guttural cry, his face contorted in pain and desperation. A disgusted thought crosses the elite leader's mind, finding it repulsive that a betrayer would speak of betrayals. Meanwhile, the cloaked figure observes the scene, a quiet huh escaping him as he takes in the suffering. Beneath his hood, a faint green glow emanates from his eyes, a subtle shift in his demeanor. A sharp, predatory smile stretches across his face, hidden mostly by the shadows, as he muses that the customers have arrived just in time for more sacrifices. The elite leader's eyes widen in shock, the word sacrifices echoing ominously in his mind. He realizes the gravity of the situation, muttering that this is troublesome and they must stop that bastard Grand Apostle, Delan. The cloaked figure turns away, a casual thought about his silver mask crossing his mind, unconcerned by the elite leader's resolve. A voice filled with resolve cuts through the tension, declaring an intent to deal with the newly revealed threat. His red eyes burning with fury, the red-eyed warrior clenches his jaw, a fierce determination etched across his face. Meanwhile, the elite leader, his expression grim, considers the implications, knowing he must report this shocking development to his squadron leader. Suddenly, a cloaked figure with a chilling silver mask and glowing yellow eyes appears, its voice echoing with an unsettling curiosity, questioning the identity of its new opponent. The masked face tilts slightly, a flicker of recognition crossing its mind as it finds something familiar in the one it faces. A monstrous maw with razor-sharp teeth fills the frame, as the figure's inner thoughts confirm its memory. With a sudden, brutal motion, the masked figure lunges, a monstrous claw tearing through the air, leaving a crimson trail. The attack continues with blinding speed, the sharp, glowing weapon poised to strike its target. As a shadowy, dragon-like form manifests around it, the monstrous figure taunts its opponent, recalling a past act of cowardice. The cloaked figure, now a monstrous shadow, loomed over the scene, its green eyes burning with an eerie light. A grotesque claw extended, as a voice echoed, claiming the memory of a past taste was still vivid. The red-eyed warrior's face contorted in a mix of fury and recognition, cursing the bastard before him. Nearby, the elite leader placed a calming hand on the armored man's shoulder, urging the squadron leader to compose himself. But the armored man's gaze was distant, his voice grave as he stated that the masked figure was not their only concern. The elite leader turned, his expression questioning, asking what he meant. With a resolute step, the armored man began to move. He raised a hand, a brilliant yellow orb of light manifesting in his palm, pulsating with raw power. Then, with a thunderous surge, a massive golden aura erupted from him, propelling him skyward as he prepared for battle. The armored man continued his ascent, a golden aura flaring around him with blinding intensity. His powerful form rising higher, the golden light expanding to fill the dark space. His entire being became a beacon of raw power, his eyes burning with an inner golden fire. Below, Dallin watched the spectacle unfold, a gasp escaping him as he realized the true nature of the threat. His voice strained with urgency, he cried out, identifying them as cultists. Indeed, from the shadows, a squadron of dark-armored figures ascended, revealing themselves to have been hidden all along. The elite leader watched the new arrivals, a subtle, knowing smirk playing on his lips. Dallin considers the swirling mist, wondering if it's a form of stealth magic. Suddenly, the ground beneath him shatters, sending a jolt of pain through his body as he lets out a sharp gasp. He is thrown violently through the air, a surprised sound escaping his lips. But as he regains his footing, a menacing smile spreads across his masked face, his eyes burning with renewed intent. He recognizes the source of the attack, shouting out the name, Felver Valentino. A massive stone construct, likely conjured by Valentino, crumbles under an unseen force. As both Dallin and Felver Valentino look down, realizing they've been caught in a trap. Shit, it looks like we were trapped, Valentino mutters. Dallin observes the cracked earth, surprised that an earthquake could be the cause. From the depths of its monstrous maw, a guttural roar echoes, a defiant challenge to those who dare strike it. But before the sound can fully dissipate, Dallin, his eyes glowing with an eerie green light, lunges forward, spear poised to strike. A swift, impactful blow lands. As he presses his assault, another masked figure closes in, their sword arcing down with brutal force. The blade strikes true, adding to the relentless barrage. From all sides, the masked figures converge, their coordinated attacks overwhelming the massive creature. The monster lets out a piercing shriek, its body contorting in agonizing pain as the blows land. Its massive hand spasms, glowing with raw, distorted energy, unable to fend off the assault. The creature's face twists into a mask of pure torment, its eyes flaring a malevolent red as it succumbs to the relentless attack. A masked figure, spear held ready, exclaims in disbelief at the sight of the monstrous horde. Behind him, 3 more cloaked figures stand in silent readiness, their gazes fixed on the unfolding chaos. From the depths of the monstrous form, a guttural, defiant laugh erupts, revealing rows of razor-sharp fangs. His eyes glowing with an eerie green light, Dallin watches the creature, a faint smirk playing on his lips as he remarks on its apparent enjoyment. He questions the monster's very presence, its role in this unfolding disaster. The grotesque beast, undeterred, declares its unwavering loyalty, willing to do anything for its master. Before it can finish, Dallin and his masked allies strike simultaneously, red energy slashes tearing into the monster's form as purple aura erupts around it. The relentless barrage continues, driving the massive creature backward and downward under the sheer force of the coordinated attack. Its red eyes glowing with pain, the monster lets out a piercing scream, its body contorting as it's told to simply become a sacrifice. The old man should take care of the magicians. Dallin muses, his gaze hardening as he continues. I'll leave the wounded to Felver Valentino's side, and I'll take care of the magicians myself. With that final, resolute thought, he surges forward, a flash of movement marking his intent. His foot descends with crushing force, glowing blue energy erupting around it. A guttural scream tears through the air as his attack connects. Another strike follows instantly, his hand glowing with the same fierce blue light, eliciting a pained gasp. He moves with brutal efficiency, each blow accompanied by grunts of effort and pain. The cultists are no match for his onslaught, their armored forms crumpling under the relentless assault of blue energy. He continues his devastating attack, a lone figure carving a path through the enemy ranks. Dallin descends from above, a crimson glow emanating from his hand as he targets an unseen foe. The impact shatters the very ground beneath him, sending ripples of potent blue energy across the devastated earth. Without a moment's pause, he streaks through the air, his dark cloak billowing behind him like a storm cloud. A powerful kick, wreathed in crackling blue energy, connects with another unseen target. Amidst the swirling blue aura, the cloaked figure stands, a silent force of destruction. Another explosive impact, sending fragments of rock and debris flying as blue energy radiates outwards. He moves again, a streak of light, leaving a vibrant blue trail in his wake. His face, partially obscured by his dark hair, reveals a grim determination as he presses his attack. With a final, explosive burst of blue energy, he delivers a decisive blow, ending the confrontation. Dallin continues his brutal assault, his eyes glowing with an intense blue light as he moves with blinding speed. A sharp, blue-tinged slash tears through the air, slicing through an unseen foe with a spray of blood. Another impact follows instantly, the blue energy exploding against a target as more blood erupts. He continues his relentless offensive, a blur of motion and crackling blue power. With a final, decisive strike, the blue energy slams into its mark, silencing another foe. But from the darkness, a pair of furious red eyes begin to glow, a cultist pushed to their limit. A guttural roar of pure rage erupts, the sound tearing through the air. The cultist snarls, revealing sharp fangs, a chilling promise escaping his lips. His face contorted in a monstrous grimace, the cultist prepares for his next move. As blue energy crackles around his hand, Dallin's resolve hardens, eager to gauge the strength of this new, monstrous opponent. A cloaked figure, eyes glowing with an ethereal blue-purple light, stands poised for battle, his long dark hair flowing around him as he grips a sword radiating the same otherworldly energy. With a surge of power, the blade intensifies its glow, ready to strike. Before he can move, a grotesque monster with a single, malevolent red eye lets out a piercing, high-frequency shriek that threatens to shatter the very air. Ignoring the sonic assault, the cloaked warrior moves with impossible speed, his energy-charged sword a red blur as it connects with the monster. The impact sends the creature reeling, leaving the warrior standing triumphantly over its distorted, defeated form. As its yellow eye glows with residual pain, the monster's thoughts echo, "Fuck, my eardrums are going to pop." Even after the creature's defeat, the warrior's glowing eyes betray a lingering strain or distress from the intense battle. The monster's yellow eye continues to glow, as a chilling truth is revealed. He's a monster created from hell's mana. He observes the grotesque creature, realizing a mana core must be hidden deep within its body. And indeed, there it is, a pulsating red core, exposed and vulnerable. With a surge of power, he drives his blade forward. The sword pierces through the monster's flesh, its distorted face contorting in agony as the blue energy of the blade courses through its form. A sickening crunch echoes as the weapon finds its mark. And with a final, guttural shriek, the creature collapses. He pulls his sword free from the fallen mass, the monster now inert on the ground. The blade still hums with residual blue energy, a testament to the power he wielded. Despite its grotesque form, the monster's resistance had been quite fierce. He observes the grotesque creature, knowing he must approach with extreme caution. Then, with a sudden burst of speed, his eyes glowing with fierce determination, he closes the distance. A surge of energy propels him forward, a swift, silent strike. His fist connects with the monster's head, a sickening crack echoing through the air. Without pause, he follows up with another blurring blow. The creature recoiling from the relentless assault, each hit landing with devastating force. His arm glows with concentrated power, a continuous flurry of strikes. As he completes his movement, a ring of purple energy dissipates around his feet. He descends from above, a dark, cloaked figure wreathed in brilliant blue energy. The monster lets out a guttural cry as the first impact connects, its red eyes flaring with pain. It roars, a primal sound of fury and agony. A blinding pillar of blue light erupts from Dallin, slamming into the creature with immense force. The monster's head explodes in a shower of blood and gore, its form distorting under the relentless assault. Even as its body recoils from the devastating blows, the creature remains standing, its resilience unexpected. Dallin observes its movements, noting their sluggishness. His eyes glow with fierce determination, a cold, calculating focus. He unleashes another flurry of rapid, powerful strikes, each impact echoing through the cavernous space. As massive, shadowy hands descended from above, Dallin looked up, a flicker of surprise crossing his face at the sudden, overwhelming attack. With a frustrated exclamation, he reacted instantly, a burst of blue energy flaring around him as the attack closed in. He moved with impossible speed, a streak of azure light cutting through the air, evading the monster's grasp. The air crackled around him, his form a mere afterimage as he continued his rapid maneuver. His eye, sharp and focused, gleamed with determination amidst the swirling blue particles. Completing his agile evasion, he positioned himself perfectly for a counterattack, his body wreathed in a vibrant blue aura. Facing the grotesque creature, whose eyes now glowed with an eerie purple, Dallin scoffed, remarking on its predictable attack pattern. Without hesitation, he delivered a powerful kick, connecting solidly with the monster's form. As his leg recoiled, he added a final, cutting remark about its appearance. A guttural roar of pain and frustration rips from the grotesque monster, echoing through the air. Meanwhile, Dallin tenses his powerful leg, coiling his body like a spring, ready to unleash another devastating strike. Blue energy crackles around his arm, gathering for the impact. He moves with blinding speed, leaving only a blur of blue light in his wake as he closes the distance. The attack connects with a violent burst, erupting in a flash of vibrant purple energy. A system notification confirms the activation of a new ability, Daliamon's Armored Combat. Now, his eyes glow with an intense purple light, and a shimmering aura of the same color envelopes his form, radiating immense power. He stares down at the monster, a sneer forming as he dismisses its shitty face. With renewed, purple-infused power, he declares his intent to crush it to death, unleashing a final, devastating blow. He unleashes the full force of Daliamon's Armored Combat, a torrent of vibrant purple energy erupting from his form and slamming into the grotesque monster. Its distorted flesh rippling and tearing under the immense pressure. A guttural shriek of agony escaping its maw. Dallin presses the attack, his form a blur of purple light as he drives the creature back. His glowing fist connecting with another devastating blow. His eyes burn with an intense purple glow as he stares down his foe, uttering a single, chilling word. Then, with a final, explosive surge of power, the monster is engulfed in a blinding flash of purple energy, its form violently disintegrating into countless particles. A final, piercing shriek echoes as the creature is utterly annihilated. A mysterious red core pulsed with raw, untamed energy, humming with a deep, resonant vibration. A smirk played on his lips as he acknowledged the power, a quiet bingo escaping him. Then, with a focused intensity, he invoked the name, Ignal Lot. His eyes glowing with an inner fire, Dallin manifested a searing orb of flame in his palm, activating the Flame Arrow skill. The activation was complete, and a quiet now escaped him as embers danced in the darkness. With practiced ease, his hand shaped the raw flame into a deadly projectile. A dangerous question hung in the air: shall we play with fire? The fiery arrow solidified, its tip blazing with intense heat and crackling energy. Engulfed in a vibrant, orange aura, he stood ready, his eyes burning with the power he now wielded. The fiery arrow, charged with immense power, streaks through the air. As Dallin unleashes the full force of his flame arrow, a searing aura erupting around him. The magical energy crackles and expands, guided by his outstretched hand, forming a devastating projectile. It strikes its unseen target with an explosive impact, the ground beneath cracking under the sheer force, eliciting a pained groan. The red-eyed warrior is thrown violently backward, his face contorted in a silent scream of agony, as blue lightning sparks around him, amplifying his torment. A chilling scream echoes through the darkness, causing Dallin to flinch, wondering if it's truly a cry of terror. Before he can react, a grotesque, multi-limbed monster lunges from the shadows, forcing him to dodge its immediate assault. Its massive hand slams down. As the creature continues its relentless attack, its distorted form a blur of limbs and malice. Claws rake through the air, and Dallin curses under his breath, this fight proving far more irritating than he anticipated. He draws his weapon, preparing to strike. Realizing he needs more than just his own strength to overcome this foe, shouting for mercenary support. His gaze hardens, not just against the monster, but against all the heretics who stand in his way. A monstrous, armored creature looms, its presence demanding eradication as a voice declares the need to eliminate all such threats. Suddenly, a cloaked figure surges forward, a blur of motion closing the distance with incredible speed. A determined shout echoes, fueling the assault. As golden energy begins to coalesce around him, he initiates a powerful incantation, uttering the first syllable, L-. Completing the spell with a resounding load, he unleashes a devastating burst of light and force directly into the monster. The magical energy tears through the creature, a blinding torrent of power. The monster lets out a pained shriek, reeling from the impact. Amidst the dissipating golden particles, the cloaked figure stands firm, his form radiating residual power. The attack's full force is revealed as one of the monster's limbs is violently severed, falling away. The grotesque monster pulsed with residual energy, a formidable obstacle, yet it was merely one of the Swordin leader's many forces. Observing its state, Dallin acknowledged the creature's power, muttering, as expected. With a swift, cloaked movement, he declared his intention to use the monster as a temporary shield, saying, "Shield for a bit." Then, with a decisive, "Now then," he accelerated, becoming a mere blur of motion across the battlefield. Dashing past the still-glowing monster, he offered a quick, "Excuse me for a moment," as he left it behind. In an instant, he materialized before a hooded opponent, his sword already drawn, catching them completely off guard. The hooded figure recoiled in utter shock, their sudden appearance leaving them stunned. Continuing his relentless assault, Dallin moved with blinding speed. Then, with a powerful, glowing strike, he unleashed another devastating blow. Dallin, a blur of motion and crackling blue energy, launched himself forward, his attack a shimmering streak across the battlefield, closing the distance to his new target in an instant. The hooded mercenary barely registered the assault before exclaiming, "That mercenary." Dallin's voice cut through the chaos, demanding, "Are you looking away right now?" The mercenary's eyes widened in shock, as Dallin's glowing strike connected with brutal force. A sharp impact echoed, sending the mercenary reeling, a surprised thought escaping him. Yes, who would have thought? As Dallin moved with a swift, glowing strike, the grotesque creature's thoughts echoed, wondering how the son of a degenerate, that kid from back then, could have grown into such a formidable opponent. Then, with a guttural growl, the monster promised a special kind of torment. Its maw glowing with malevolent energy, it vowed to show Dallin exactly what it looked like when it devoured his mother. Ignoring the vile taunts, Dallin unleashed a devastating, full-body assault, his form wreathed in crackling blue energy. The impact sent the monster reeling, a pained, gurgling cry escaping its lips. Even as it lay defeated, the creature's malice persisted, wondering aloud how the son of a degenerate would taste. Dallin stood over the grotesque form, his victory absolute. With its last breath, the monster hoped its taste would be similar to his mother's. Without a word, Dallin crushed the creature beneath his armored foot, silencing its vile taunts forever. A furious snarl escapes Dallin's lips, his eyes burning with an intense resolve as he vows to silence his opponent permanently. With a sharp, decisive movement, he launches himself forward, the air crackling around him. A vibrant blue energy flares around him, propelling him with incredible force towards his target. His attack connects with a massive, green-armored foe, its heavy axe rendered useless against the sudden assault. An unseen observer notes that the squadron leader had claimed responsibility for handling the situation, leaving them to merely watch. Amidst the shattered earth and fallen bodies, Dallin stands triumphant, the sole figure remaining upright on the devastated battlefield. From a distance, a bearded soldier remarks to a comrade that it appears they are winning every other engagement. Meanwhile, two cloaked figures observe the unfolding events, their presence shrouded in mystery. A guttural voice with sharp, menacing teeth declares that even if they are losing, the Grand Apostle remains an insurmountable obstacle. From the shadows, a hooded figure declares that the grand plan will soon be completed, and it will be achieved through a method no one will expect. He reiterates, his voice echoing in the void, that this method will indeed be unexpected. With chilling certainty, he confirms, yes, a method no one will expect. Standing tall, the figure pauses, before revealing, it is. As if in response to his words, dark purple energy begins to swirl and coalesce around him. forming ethereal tendrils that writhe with malevolent light. The Grand Apostle observes his own transformation, remarking, "Look at your current state." With the tendrils now visibly emanating from his form, he concludes his declaration, "To offer your own body to the devil." The Grand Apostle's devilization was now complete, a process he had initiated because he lacked the inherent power to summon the devil on his own. Standing amidst the swirling dark energy, he seemed to question the very act, a faint thank, escaping him. Yet, the apostle quickly reaffirmed his resolve, declaring that he held no regrets about his contract with the devil. Thanks to that unholy pact, his body had finally become complete, imbued with newfound, sinister power. Turning his attention to an unseen presence, he offered a chilling, "Thank you for coming, young mercenary," before adding that the great warrior the gods are watching was also present. His masked face, with its intensely glowing green eyes, focused on the hero who tries to avoid his destiny. The full extent of the Grand Apostle's devilization was evident, a hand now visibly infused with dark power, leaving a trail of blood in its wake. He looked down, his green eyes burning with an unholy light, a silent testament to his absolute power. Below him, the young mercenary lay defeated, a faint voice questioning, "How did you think?" Dallin lies battered and bleeding, his face contorted in pain, as he questions the sheer power that brought him to this state. From a distance, an observer thinks, he knew Dallin wouldn't fall from a single blow. The black-haired warrior watches, a bead of sweat tracing his temple, as he considers the Grand Apostle's title, knowing such a figure shouldn't simply perish from a minor setback. A gasp escapes him, as a wry chuckle follows, admitting he never anticipated such a turn of events. Meanwhile, the Grand Apostle stands fully transformed, dark, glowing tentacles writhing from his robed form, his green eyes burning with sinister power. A system notification flashes, confirming the defeat of the slapstick Great Warrior's corpse. A game interface flickers to life, displaying the title, Genius Corpse Collecting Warrior, alongside various statistics and a hooded, masked figure. Staring intently at the monitor, a young man questions, "What is this?" He had already completed hundreds of rounds of this game, yet a new notification appeared, asking if he would like to continue with this career. It wasn't that he was putting his life into clearing it, but rather, he was playing in the guise of playing for fun, even as he accumulated countless fallen foes. Sometimes, he even led the fall, orchestrating the demise of others to achieve his own twisted objectives. Within a grand, cathedral-like hall, bathed in the light of stained glass windows, a figure emerges from the shadows. The masked individual, with glowing green eyes, reveals that becoming an apostle of retrograde was their first deviation, marking the end of that particular path. The end of the trail led to a gruesome sight, a field of death where bodies lay scattered. And kneeling amidst the fallen, Dallin could only utter a single, enraged curse. "You motherfucker." A voice then cut through the silence, mocking him with a question. "You're even shorter than your subordinate?" The apostle's eyes glowed with a sinister purple light as he delivered a chilling promise. "I'm definitely going to kill you." His threat hung in the air, punctuated by a stark, digital message. The apostle, now standing over the warrior's corpse, held a glowing orb, declaring his next move. "Now it's time." A wide, malevolent grin spread across his face as red, sinuous tentacles erupted from his back, revealing his monstrous transformation. His eyes, now glowing a piercing yellow, burned with an unholy power. He bellows, purple energy erupting around his monstrous form, demanding sacrifice for his grand plan. His body, now a grotesque fusion of dark armor and writhing tentacles, fully manifests. As a clawed hand, crackling with dark power, reaches out from the swirling chaos. Dallin watches, the horrifying reality of the apostle's transformation undeniable as thick, purple tentacles writhe before him, confirming his internal thought. There are no doubts. These are the tentacles. A look of profound disgust crosses his face, wondering aloud what monstrous entity the apostle has contracted. The apostle's silhouette, eyes glowing green, declares his true nature, revealing himself as the low-ranked demon. He then utters a single, chilling name, Arachne. His eyes now burn with a malevolent yellow light as he reiterates his demonic identity, regardless of rank. Dallin, observing the shifting, regenerating mass of tentacles, notes the incredible regenerative power at play. The massive, grotesque tentacles of the transformed apostle lash out. But Dallin, quick as lightning, manages to evade the strike, prompting the apostle to remark on his agility. "I knew you wouldn't go down that easily," the monstrous entity states, its voice echoing with dark amusement. Dallin's eyes narrow as he watches the apostle's form blur, almost disappearing from sight. He sap, he wonders, his expression hardening with resolve. Another tentacle whips past with impossible speed. And Dallin corrects himself, realizing, no, he's just moving really quickly. A faint purple aura flickers around him as he processes the threat. Suddenly, a blinding grid of vibrant pink energy erupts around him, trapping him completely, with the apostle looming ominously above. "Damn it," Dallin curses, realizing the inescapable nature of the trap. There's not even a slight gap. He struggles against the invisible force, his body twisting in evasion. His eyes glow with electric blue energy as he braces for impact. A vibrant pink energy grid materializes, rapidly closing in. It slams into him, the force cracking his dark armor as he cries out in pain. The energy continues to engulf him, tearing at his defenses. Shit, I've been had, he curses, a grim realization dawning on his face. With a surge of blue energy, he unleashes a crescent-shaped blade, attempting to cut through the trap. But a new, sickly green aura begins to seep into the air around him, a chilling thought forming in his mind. Did he add the poison during that gap? He wonders, his concern deepening. Dallin, still caught within the Apostle's shimmering blue energy grid, struggles against the invisible force, his own blue energy blade crackling as golden particles swirl around him. He realizes that the poison is demanding more recovery time than he can afford. With his hand clenched, a faint blue energy pulsing around it, he acknowledges it will be harder to match his opponent's speed. His eyes narrow with resolve, blue energy tracing lines across his face, as he concludes, if that's the case, he must take the risk. A sudden burst of pink and purple energy erupts, a blur of motion and impact lines indicating a desperate, high-speed maneuver, sending him hurtling downwards through streaks of blue and pink energy, culminating in a massive discharge that ripples across the entire blue energy field. From a distance, the cloaked apostle watches, surrounded by a dark purple aura, their glowing white eyes fixed on the unfolding chaos. With a sharp command, the apostle points, directing attention to a specific point, declaring, "Over there." A flurry of dark, sharp projectile streaks through the shimmering blue energy field, forcing Dallin to react instantly, his shield rising to meet the onslaught with a resounding clash. He braces himself, the force of the impacts visibly straining his form. But one of the projectiles shifts, transforming into a dark, wriggling tendril that begins to coil around his shield. It quickly tightens its grip, securing itself around both the shield and his leg. The tendril writhes, pinning the shield firmly to the ground. From a distance, the apostle watches, a faint smirk playing on his lips as he remarks on the trapped shield. With a sudden burst of blue energy, Dallin is forced to abandon his ensnared defense, leaping backward through the air. His shield remains behind, still humming with residual power, firmly held by the writhing, dark tendril. A bald warrior, a scar etched above his left eye, braces himself against the powerful, unseen force, blue energy crackling around him. Meanwhile, Dallin, sword drawn, moves with incredible speed through the air, a vibrant blue aura trailing behind him. His attack manifests as a flurry of sharp ice shards, tearing through the air. But a sudden realization dawns on him, his eyes glowing with intense blue light as he processes a new development. Simultaneously, a writhing, crimson tentacle lashes out, accompanied by a guttural sound of effort or pain. The apostle, masked and with glowing green eyes, observes the scene, a mocking tone in their voice as they address the warrior. Suddenly, the bald warrior's face contorts, his features stretching and distorting into a grotesque, roaring visage. His mouth opens wide, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth as the transformation intensifies. A violent, yellow-green impact erupts, signaling the monstrous warrior's unleashed power. A guttural roar escapes him as the bald warrior's skin shifts to a vibrant green, raw yellow-green energy erupting from his form. His features contort, his skin deepening to a dark blue, and his eyes blaze with an intense yellow light as long, black hair streams around him. The energy around him coalesces into a terrifying, spider-like form, unleashing a devastating wave that rips through the air. The sheer force of the release sends his own body recoiling, momentarily overwhelmed by the power he has just unleashed. A system notification flashes into existence, confirming that the dragon blood regeneration skill has been activated. The apostle screams in agony, thrown violently backward by the impact of the energy burst. Observing the chaos, Dallin mutters, "Yes, it was like back then, too." A chilling realization dawns. This is the second corpse to lose its human appearance. Now fully transformed, the warrior floats menacingly, a monstrous, winged figure with glowing red eyes, ready to strike. Dallin, the captured great warrior, finds himself reflecting on a past struggle. It wasn't that he lacked raw power, but the true problem was having enough stamina to face a demon's relentless regeneration ability. Meanwhile, the apostle watches on, a faint smile playing on his lips as he remarks, "The power of a demon really is amazing." As if in response, a vibrant purple energy begins to coalesce around Dallin's hand, pulsing with an unseen force. A shadowy figure, surrounded by tendrils of dark, thorny energy, dismisses any efforts as pointless. The ominous energy expands, a low hum filling the air. It continues to grow, swirling with dark intent. The apostle challenges, wondering what the great warrior will do next. Dallin considers his options, a quiet question forming in his mind. What else could he possibly do? He recalls the relentless truth, the answer to endless regeneration. A determined resolve hardens his expression, his gaze unwavering. Then, with a surge of power, Dallin unleashes a vibrant purple aura that engulfs his entire form, his eyes glowing with newfound energy. Dallin's resolve hardens, knowing that to overcome the endless regeneration, he needs only one decisive strike. With that thought, a surge of power erupts from him. causing the apostle to sense a profound shift, a thrumming in the air like a new heartbeat. He observes the cloaked figure, realizing his entire appearance has transformed. Dallin now stands wreathed in a vibrant purple aura, a glowing red core pulsing in his chest, blue energy crackling around him. The sheer force of the energy emanating from him is overwhelming, as if he has become a conduit for an immense power. A massive wave of blue energy explodes outward, shaking the very foundations of their surroundings. The apostle's thoughts betray a growing unease, perceiving Dallin as an immovable obstacle, a boulder rooted deep into the earth, and the sprouts of anxiety begin to take hold. Such a threat, he concludes, must be severed immediately. The apostle's resolve hardened, knowing the threat before him must be cut off preemptively. Meanwhile, Dallin's form began to blur, his body surging with an ethereal blue energy as he prepared his assault. His eyes, though unseen, held a fierce determination, focused entirely on the impending confrontation. With a powerful surge, purple energy coalesced around his fist, a dark aura swirling as he charged his strike. He took a massive stride forward, his leg glowing with the same potent energy, activating Hammond's armored combat as he moved. His entire form pulsed with the raw, unbridled power, a visible manifestation of his awakened strength. Observing the escalating power, the Grand Apostle spoke, his voice laced with a chilling question. Have you ever witnessed regret? Before the words could fully register, Dallin's foot slammed into the ground, activating his leap skill with a powerful shockwave. Dallin surges forward, a blur of motion, leaving a vibrant blue trail in his wake, his speed building to an incredible crescendo. As he closes the distance with his target, suddenly, a hulking, horned figure materializes in his path, its masked face grim as it commands, "Copy of the demon, protect me." The command comes too late, however, as Dallin's attack rips through the demon's form, shattering it with raw, crimson energy. The impact distorts the creature, tearing it apart, leaving only fragmented remnants in its wake. Through the dissipating energy, Dallin's face emerges, a fierce, almost predatory grin spreading across his features, his eyes glowing with power. Dallin continues his relentless assault, a torrent of purple energy swirling around him as he closes the distance with impossible speed. The impact reverberates through the dark space, a powerful strike landing with a resounding crack. Cornered by the sheer force of the attack, the apostle's glowing green eyes narrow, acknowledging the protagonist's incredible power. A snarl twists his features, revealing sharp, demonic fangs. But the apostle is far from defeated, declaring that this is the end of Dallin's journey, as a wave of crimson energy erupts from him. The world around Dallin shifts, becoming a murky, submerged realm as thick, red tendrils lash out, seeking to ensnare him. He struggles against the constricting grip, the crimson appendages wrapping tightly around him. But Dallin's resolve remains unbroken, his eyes burning with defiance as he retorts that it is not his end, but the apostle's. The apostle's face contorts in a furious snarl, cursing Dallin in a fit of enraged frustration. A guttural growl escapes the apostle, its eyes narrowing in disbelief and fury at the defiance. Its massive form tenses, horns gleaming faintly in the dim light, as it prepares to unleash a devastating counterattack. Energy crackles around its leg, poised to strike with overwhelming force. A single, ominous word echoes through the submerged space, Ignolot. With that invocation, a torrent of crimson energy erupts, blasting forward with incredible speed. The attack expands into a blinding, fiery explosion, engulfing everything in its path. The sheer force of the impact ripples outward, a devastating wave of destruction. A lone figure, his dark, spiky hair and glowing purple eyes casting an ethereal glow, stands before a massive, ornate door. He reflects on his past, a quiet intensity in his gaze, thinking, I never had a name. Correcting himself, he muses, no, it would be more accurate to say that it disappeared. The scene shifts to a grand, desolate hall, where the figure stands small before an imposing throne, his thoughts echoing the weight of his choices. A surge of purple energy begins to emanate from him as he recalls, the one I offered my name to, the evil god, to get revenge. The vibrant purple energy intensifies, swirling with raw power. It coalesces into a dark, crystalline form, pulsating with ominous light. As the energy dissipates, the final, haunting thought emerges. My existence was forgotten. He stands cloaked within a grand, Gothic hall, its towering arches and intricate carvings stretching into the dim light. His gaze fixed on an unseen point as he recalls the path that led him here. He became a grand apostle, a calamity destined to devour fate itself. His ultimate purpose, to destroy Pal Zion, the final bastion of humanity, a cracking sound echoing through the void. And with it, the Diamond Palace, the very core of Pulsion's power. A place of the highest prestige, now destined to shatter. He had to, he tells himself, but a flicker of doubt remains. Then, with a thunderous boom, his form erupts in a torrent of dark fire and raw power. The transformation completes with another deafening crash, revealing his demonic visage, wreathed in infernal flames. A sharp, metallic sound reverberates through the air. As a system notification confirms the activation of his new power, the dragon blood regeneration skill. A menacing grin spreads across Dalin's transformed face, his glowing red eyes reflecting the raw power coursing through him. Even as his body continuously regenerates thanks to the dragon blood, he knows he needs to create some distance from whatever is attacking him. But before he can move, a sudden, unseen force grips him, tentacles coiling around his arm with an unsettling squelch. He struggles, realizing with a jolt that the tentacles won't release their hold. With a surge of demonic energy, he clenches his fist, preparing to break free. But before his counterattack can land, a sharp pain erupts as his arm is violently pierced, a guttural cry escaping him. He stares at the wound, understanding the terrifying capability of these entities. They can form holes directly into someone's body. Dalin, still reeling from the unseen assault, defiantly challenges his attacker, wondering if they truly believed he would simply yield. As a surge of glowing orange energy engulfs him, his armored arm takes the brunt of the impact, exploding in a blinding flash of light and raw power. He grunts, the sheer force threatening to overwhelm him. But a desperate thought echoes in his mind. He cannot die like this. With renewed resolve, he commands himself to clench his glowing fist, knowing the struggle is far from over. Amidst the remnants of a brutal struggle, where severed, bloody limbs lay scattered across the dark stone, a voice acknowledges the prowess of a great warrior. The scene unfolds within what is known as the highest, Diamond Palace. From this place of ultimate power, a thought emerges. Even the highest can become the lowest. Conversely, a humble beginning in the lowest bronze territory holds the potential for greatness. A mask, symbolizing hidden truths, emphasizes this paradox. The lowest can become the highest place. A figure with glowing red eyes and white hair reflects, having once desired to forge a paradise that adhered to divine will, yet now acknowledging the futility of opposing reason. Reaching out a hand, he continues, perhaps the great warrior's act of killing him is also simply the flow of reason. The cloaked figure concludes, his glowing eyes fixed on an unseen point. That is the warrior's decision. A single word echoes in his mind, a visceral rejection of the grand pronouncements he just heard. His voice, cold and unwavering, cuts through the air, stating that humans possess only free will, and that each individual is the sole architect of their own destiny. The Grand Apostle Tai Jing, who had spoken of the Diamond Palace, reacts with a flicker of surprise, recognizing the weight of the words directed at him. Dalin acknowledges the possibility of Tai Jing's perspective, his gaze falling downward as he processes the exchange. Tai Jing, now visibly intrigued, questions the identity of this great warrior who dares to challenge him. Suddenly, a system notification flashes, confirming that his target has been eliminated. Dalin reflects on the unusual nature of the situation, remarking that it's his first time hearing a boss monster's final words. Dalin stands over the grotesque, defeated form of the Death's silver-masked apostle, its tentacles splayed lifelessly on the ground. A system notification confirms his victory, declaring the successful elimination of the boss. Blue energy pulses around him, a silent testament to the power he wields. With a thought, he initiates Corpse Collection, a faint blue glow enveloping his hand as his proficiency increases. Mana flows into him, replenishing his reserves. From the remnants of his foe, a glowing blue crystal materializes in his palm, granting him the new skill, Rapid Freeze. A voice, perhaps an internal thought or a distant observation, muses on his evolving abilities, noting that while the last acquisition was fire, this time it is ice. The monster's physical form dissipates, leaving behind only a translucent, ethereal silhouette. He completes the Corpse Collection, absorbing the last vestiges of the defeated foe. A surge of power courses through Dalin, his arm glowing with an ethereal blue light as his strength suddenly increases by 4 points. He stares in disbelief, a single thought echoing in his mind. Holy, if my strength rises by 4 in one go. The power becomes overwhelming, forcing a pained scream from his throat as vibrant blue energy erupts around him. The raw energy continues to surge, twisting and contorting his body as it courses through every fiber of his being. Finally, the intensity becomes too much, and he collapses to the ground, convulsing as blood splatters around him. Despite the agony, his eyes glow with fierce determination, a silent vow forming in his mind. I need to endure. He clenches his jaw, the thought solidifying. I will definitely return to Earth. A soft, ethereal glow descends through a flurry of snow, marking a sudden, disorienting shift in reality. He blinks, his mind reeling from the abrupt change, a single question echoing in the vast emptiness. The world around him is a stark, frozen expanse, and a chilling realization begins to dawn. As he surveys the distant, snow-covered structures, he wonders if this desolate place is truly the beginning once more. Confusion gives way to a deeper introspection as he questions his very presence, wondering if this is merely a dream or if he truly regressed after his last battle. A sharp sensation cuts through the doubt, confirming the undeniable reality of his current state. His thoughts drift to his original form, a stark contrast to his current, unfamiliar surroundings. As he takes in the vast, empty landscape, his gaze falls upon a small, huddled figure, a lone presence in the frozen wilderness. Recalling the painful transformation he had just endured, He resolves to take action, understanding that his new reality demands it. A soft creak echoes through the desolate, snow-covered landscape as a door slowly opens in the distance. From within, a vibrant blue light spills out, illuminating the falling snowflakes. Dalen's eyes widen in utter surprise, his expression a mix of shock and disbelief. The world shifts, and he finds himself staring at a familiar screen. The words "this is" slowly registering in his mind. He recognizes the dimly lit space, the gaming chair, the setup. It is his room. Sitting before the glowing monitor, he realizes that what he sees is not just any game, but the one he used to play. The familiar interface, the character stats, the world map, all of it floods his memory. A thought forms in his mind, a question from a forgotten past. What was the next quest again? Without hesitation, his fingers fly across the keyboard, the rapid clicks filling the quiet room. He stares forward, a chilling realization dawning on him. The enemy, the one he thought defeated, simply won't die. A sharp impact echoes in his mind, followed by a desperate scream, as he questions how this could be happening. His mind races, images of monsters and a familiar face flashing before him, the stark truth hitting him. No, this isn't a game. A scarred hand clenches, the memory of past battles and sacrifices overwhelming him. As a game over screen flickers in his mind, reminding him of the rounds he had plans on clearing, and the NPCs he killed. The image of a shattered screen overlays a world he once knew, a world, or perhaps worlds, he had given up. He covers his mouth, his eyes wide with horror, the question echoing in his thoughts. Just how many worlds have? Another unsettling impact sound, and the chilling realization returns. I killed. His face contorts in anguish, a desperate plea escaping his lips. Save me. A sudden, sharp memory pierces Dalen's mind, transporting him back to a desolate battlefield where his armored form stands amidst the ruins of his own making. Below him, a figure pleads desperately, their voice echoing the countless others who begged for mercy from the masked monster he once was. His eyes, now glowing with an ominous red light, stare down at the victim, acknowledging the undeniable truth of his past actions. Back in his present reality, silhouetted against the glow of a computer screen, Dalen grapples with the weight of those memories, understanding that they are irrevocably part of his past. A deep rumble echoes, both within his mind and perhaps the very fabric of his world, as he acknowledges these actions as his original sin. His silhouetted face reveals eyes that briefly glow red once more, as he internally declares that merely ceasing destruction does not absolve him of his transgressions. The memory returns, showing his armored self standing triumphant over a field of fallen foes, including the pleading figure from before, a stark reminder of the lives he took. Another deep rumble resonates, as if the very ground beneath him trembles with his internal turmoil, but a new resolve begins to form within him. His hand clenches into a fist, glowing with a soft blue energy, as he determines that this path, whatever it may be, is the only way he can truly atone. Enveloped in a brilliant, swirling aura of cyan energy, his form is silhouetted against the intense glow. The powerful energy pulses beneath his feet, radiating outwards as he stands firm. He makes a silent, unwavering vow. I promise. His gaze sharpens, a fierce determination etched across his face. That in this round, he continues, his resolve hardening. I won't give up. The ground itself responds to his will, a colossal pillar of radiant blue energy bursting forth from the snowy earth, tearing through the silence of the forest. A deep, resonant thud echoes through the air. A system notification appears, confirming his success. You have achieved small territory. A gravely wounded soldier cries out, desperate for aid, demanding a potion quickly. His body racked with pain, he pleads for someone to save him. Suddenly, a golden light erupts from Dalen's chest, the power of El Zatam activating. His hands extend, shimmering with vibrant, healing energy. Dalen's face glows with the effort, as he instructs the injured man to endure the pain a little longer. A surge of power courses through him, his expression intense. Finally, the emergency treatment concludes, and Dalen tells the now recovering soldier to rest. With a soft sigh, he turns away, gazing into the distance. With soft, deliberate footsteps, he returns. As he steps into the light, an older man greets him with a relieved exclamation. Dalen, you're back. The older man's concern is evident as he continues. I was worried, but what a relief. You appear safe. Yet, a flicker of suspicion crosses his face as he adds, though you. He pauses, observing Dalen closely, before uttering a phrase that catches him off guard. Acquire small territory. As expected, the older man noticed it right away, a new sensation that had emerged when he woke up. Clutching his head, Dalen feels his senses shift and distort, a strange, unsettling sensation washing over him. He realizes he has unlocked a new sense, and with it, the familiar status window appears before him. His senses now fully awakened, Dalen observes a new status window, revealing that all his abilities and overall strength have increased by 1 point, bringing him to level 2. His new skills, Night Vision at rank E and Dragon Blood Regeneration at rank C, also show increased proficiency, confirming the growth of his innate talents. A soft, blue aura emanating from his form, He instinctively understands the source of this sudden power surge. As a new notification appears before him, he realizes he has achieved something called small territory. Explaining the mysterious window that appeared upon waking, Dallin listens as the Elder Mage speaks of an Earth sorcerer who has been roaming their small territory. The Elder Mage suggests that if anyone knows more about this sorcerer, it would be the elders within the library. Though Dallin has a multitude of questions swirling in his mind, he senses that now is not the appropriate moment to voice them. Their conversation is abruptly interrupted by a guard's urgent cry, announcing a casualty nearby. With the new development, the Elder Mage decides to take his leave, offering Dallin an invitation to the Magic Tower should he have further questions. A subtle smirk plays on Dallin's lips as he surveys the grim scene before him, when a voice cuts through the silence, asking, "And where is the Silent Company commander?" He settles onto a pile of rubble, his eyes glowing faintly red as he responds, "Ah, there he is." His gaze falls upon the bloodstains on the ground, a thought forming in his mind. Did he enact his revenge? He must feel relieved now. Rising to his feet, he continues to observe the scene with a detached air. While the hooded figure beside him ponders aloud, "Was his name Tommy?" The figure adds, with a hint of surprise, "I thought he was still on probation." Dallin's thoughts return to the incident, connecting it to a previous event, with the sewers incident. As he looks down at the fallen Tommy, acknowledging, "I do have to acknowledge his efforts. He was inquisitive." He stands beside a shorter, hooded figure, dismissing a recent event with a cold certainty, remarking that the elder will surely educate the one in question. The hooded figure offers a questioning sound, then a soft chuckle, as Dallin looks down at a small, broken object on the cracked earth. Where a dark, viscous liquid pools, a voice echoing in his mind, proclaiming, "I finally defeated the roots of the pagan bastards." His gaze then shifts to a bloody handprint on a splintered piece of wood, his own thoughts adding to the grim reflection. "I just got rid of some of the previous roots of destruction." Looking forward with a resolute expression, Dallin knows this is far from over. This is just the start. His mind conjures images of the threats he faces, a shadowy, spiky monstrosity glowing with purple energy, a fiery red entity, and a hooded, green-eyed creature entangled in dark vines. He sees the silhouette of a winged demon with sharp horns and claws. And finally, a massive, crystalline dragon glowing with an ethereal blue light. He knows he must face enemies on a completely different level than any he has encountered before. And with a grim determination, he simply commands himself to hold on. As the sun rises over the distant peaks, Dallin stands on a precipice, his resolve hardening as he vows to destroy them, one by one. A paper rustles in his hands, perhaps a notice of the escalating conflict. Indeed, the upcoming war has caused the nomination commission box to overflow in the bustling streets. And even the big shots who usually remain hidden are now frequenting the taverns, making everyone on edge and willing to die, so they must keep their mouths shut and their eyes open. Dallin, cloaked and observing his surroundings, notes the sheer number of adversaries he must now contend with, remarking that there are a lot of flies. Flies that he has to deal with. Meanwhile, the Grand Apostle is now planning to expand his influence into the clothing sector, a venture that seems to be gaining unexpected traction. Inside a bustling tavern, patrons fill every seat, their eyes glowing faintly in the dim light, as the Grand Apostle observes the thriving scene from his table. A smirk plays on his lips as he takes in the overflowing crowd, admitting to himself that he never thought it would get this famous. The tavern continues to buzz with activity, Dallin still standing near the entrance, while Tommy can be seen at the bar. Suddenly, the Grand Apostle's expression shifts to surprise as he recognizes a familiar face, questioning aloud, "Isn't this the famous hero Dallin's territory?" From another corner, a man with a distinctive mustache and a wide, unsettling smile adds, "Your face I've seen once in a blue moon." He stands cloaked in the shadows, observing the scene before him. A voice cuts through the air, demanding, "You wouldn't dare refuse the commissions I requested. Has fame caused you to forget your place?" The man continues, his tone sharp, "Stop pretending to be elusive, you cheap mercenary." He leans in, his expression menacing. "Do you know how much I paid to buy and hire?" Before he can finish, Dallin moves with blinding speed, his hand shooting out to seize the man's collar with a sharp, decisive impact. A surge of unseen force erupts from the contact, sending the man reeling back, his body momentarily engulfed in a crimson glow. Dallin's grip remains firm, the red energy still pulsing around his hand as he holds the man suspended. Later, the man clutches his arm, wincing in pain, a drink in his hand as he groans, "Cock! My arm! My art!" His face contorted in fury, he shouts, "Why, you bastard! How dare you ignore me, a son of a Viscount?" Still reeling from the unexpected defeat, the Viscount's son, despite his prone position, manages to snarl a defiant threat, promising to ensure his attacker would never crawl again. But Dallin simply looms over him, an imposing silhouette against the neon-lit street, his presence a stark reminder of the noble's utter helplessness. The red aura intensifying, a silent, chilling declaration of absolute dominance over the defeated man. Moments later, Dallin finds himself in a dimly lit establishment, standing atop a counter with his weapon still drawn, when a sharp voice cuts through the silence, demanding to know whose store he dared to brandish a weapon in. The voice continues, a clear warning that bad customers were not welcome. The speaker, a woman with long black hair and a crossbow held ready, fixes him with an icy glare. Her expression hardens, a clear sign of her displeasure, as she spits out a final insult, calling him a trivial bastard. As he steps into the shop, a stern voice greets him, reminding him of his tardiness and urging him to move along. Dallin offers a slight smirk, casually acknowledging the woman's intimidating presence. Her expression remains unyielding, a silent confirmation of her formidable nature. Now seated across from each other at a table laden with papers, the shopkeeper reminds him that loud skirmishes are detrimental to business, while Dallin dismisses the amount of money he's brought as insignificant. She looks down, a hint of satisfaction in her voice, acknowledging the substantial profits he's generated. With a subtle shift in her demeanor, she expresses gratitude for his positive outlook. Her hand, poised with a pen over the documents, moves to the next order of business, discussing commissions. Dallin observes the impressive haul, a substantial pile of money and papers representing the previous week's earnings. He suggests it would be helpful if she could narrow down the suitable options. With a slight, knowing smile, the commissioner asks if he has any specific preferences regarding it. He considers a moment, thinking of a potion that increases stamina, or perhaps a commission that could provide a similar benefit. The need for such a thing isn't for personal indulgence or rituals, but a critical imbalance he's experienced. Having concentrated all his abilities on raw strength, his body had become dangerously unbalanced. A faint blue aura pulses around him as he recalls the past, determined that he requires his stamina to sustain his abilities, and that can't happen again. The commissioner hums thoughtfully, acknowledging that there is indeed one such option, though she can't particularly suggest it. He immediately questions her hesitation. A golden light emanates from her, hinting at her true nature. For the commissioner is an apostle of the Night of the Holy Knights. The conversation shifts, now focusing on the true content of the commission. The commissioner's voice echoes, detailing the task, a holy sword, stolen and now hidden deep within a labyrinth. The glowing blade materializes in his mind's eye, a beacon of power that must be recovered, and the mission involves helping them find it, wresting it back from the one who stole it. A confident smile spreads across his face, his red eyes gleaming with resolve as he declares, "I'll go with that one." The commissioner watches him, a flicker of surprise or perhaps concern crossing her features, her own red eyes reflecting the weight of his decision. Meanwhile, in a different location, a stern-faced man in dark armor stands resolute, his gaze fixed on an unseen point. He holds a communication device, issuing a terse command, "Please contact the commissioner." His voice carries a clear directive, "Let them know I'll come meet them soon." With a sudden, jarring sound, the armored figure turns and strides away, his heavy boots echoing on the stone floor. A surge of raw fury escapes him as he mutters, "You motherfucker." The murmuring of a crowd fills a grand hall. As a blonde knight, standing tall and proud, declares, "I challenge that insect-like mercenary to a duel." Her ornate armor gleams under the hall's light, her hand resting on the hilt of her sword. Her stance is firm, her boots planted resolutely on the polished floor. With a determined expression, she then demands, "Can we have a notary?" From the shadows, Dallin watches the spectacle unfold, a single thought escaping him, "What the fuck?" Dallin approaches a grand, fortified city, its massive gates standing open as he makes his way inside. Within the bustling courtyard, a procession of figures moves with purpose, some carrying large, coffin-like containers. Later, in a more private setting, he holds up a small, golden tag, its significance clear to him alone. Meanwhile, the commissioner, surrounded by documents at her desk, confirms a reward, stating that when asked, he had agreed to it, a reward for the blonde knight explains to him that as a plate mercenary, a tax reduction benefit is only natural. With a soft clinking sound, several coins drop into his gloved hand. His status, he muses, is improving quite nicely. Having concluded his business, he walks away from the city gate, leaving the blonde knight behind. The journey continues, leading into Palshan's second region. Ahead, a grand, fortified city looms, marking the entrance to the labyrinth itself. This is the Silver Territory, and Younggun, his sharp gaze fixed on the path ahead, has arrived. He presses onward, towards the dark, foreboding tower that marks the labyrinth's true beginning. Entering the outer complex, he moves with a determined purpose. An elderly man, his face etched with age, approaches, asking if he too intends to enter the labyrinth. Younggun's reply is succinct, technically yes. Younggun stands before the labyrinth entrance, a wry smile playing on his lips as he reflects. Hee, I was like that once. He processes the old man's earlier words, noting that this is a neighborhood of law and order, where even the man's son and grandchildren reside, and wonders if the old man is simply a busybody. A warrior who has gained the attention of the gods, Younggun's expression hardens with resolve. He looks down, a single word escaping his lips, "Damn." He recalls the old man, a figure he'd never encountered in the game before, yet a character he would meet in the Silver Territory, his face etched with surprise. Meanwhile, a figure in a dark, ornate uniform observes a screen, confirming, yes, the endlessly changing face. It might have been him, Younggun muses to himself. As a cloaked figure moves with a soft rustle, his thoughts continuing, if it truly was him. Meanwhile, a stern-faced warrior in fur-trimmed armor stands ready, sword drawn. Younggun concludes, he is sure he will see him again. A new task awaits, a commission to undertake, the retaking of the Holy Sword. The one issuing this vital quest is revealed to be the commissioner, Lucia Castacheld. She stands with an aura of divine grace, a blonde knight in gleaming white and blue armor, her sword at her side. Her elegant, armored legs are visible, hinting at the power she wields, for she possesses. With strong beliefs and an unyielding will, she stands as a formidable force. And although violent toward devils, Lucia is known as a good-natured holy knight, endlessly merciful to people. That, at least, is what Younggun thought, muttering a harsh expletive under his breath as he stared at the hilt of a sword. Suddenly, the knight's voice cuts through the air, demanding, "Insect, take back what you just said." Her imposing figure stands tall, her gaze sharp and unwavering. A bald man among a group of others nervously asks, "Did we say something wrong?" Another man from the group explains, "We failed the raid because he lost his head and fled to that loser devil." Lucia retorts, defending, "Babé is still a warrior who's believed to have the holy sword, and unlike you, he fought with the devil until the end." Among a group of men, one voices his contempt, questioning how the sacred holy sword could fall into the hands of such a bastard, while another agrees that any wielder, regardless of their nature, must be acknowledged. Lucia, her expression hardening, listens to their words, her blue eyes beginning to glow with an intense, furious light. With a surge of golden magical energy swirling around her, she declares her challenge, her voice ringing out with unwavering resolve. Her sword raised high, she moves with swift, decisive action. The men, taken aback by her sudden challenge, demand a notary to formalize the duel, questioning her true intentions. One of them, a bald man with a short beard, stares in disbelief, asking if she truly wishes to die. Later, in a bustling tavern, the same two men discuss the unfolding situation, one suggesting a wager on the outcome. As others join in the betting, Younggun observes the scene, while one man dismisses the idea of betting against the knight, reminding everyone of her formidable status. Younggun watches the scene unfold, a slight smirk playing on his lips. The situation escalates, and he thinks to himself that everyone has truly lost their minds. Suddenly, Lucia is caught off guard, her eyes widening in surprise. An assailant lunges forward, spiked gauntlet raised, shouting that they are merely doing their job. The impact sends a shockwave through the air, as Lucia braces herself. Regaining her composure, she identifies the move as a surprise attack. Her expression hardens, and she declares her intent to end the fight immediately. With a serious tone, Lucia states, "She's my colleague, you see." Before the attacker can react, Younggun stands victorious over the defeated assailant, who lies stunned on the ground. He calmly declares that all has been said, and it is time to end things. The bald assailant stares back in disbelief, demanding to know what he means, saying, "What?" As a dark-haired figure attempts to interject, but a sharp, metallic ping echoes through the air. Younggun's arm is a blur, disarming her before she can even finish her sentence, leaving her without a weapon to fight. Both the bald man and his companion recoil in stunned silence, their faces etched with shock. The blonde knight, Lucia, turns to him, her expression questioning who he truly is, asking, "You are the person taking on your—" She finishes, "commission." He then suggests they find somewhere more private to speak, saying, "Let's go somewhere else." Later, seated across from him at a table laden with food, she offers her sincere thanks for his intervention, saying, "Thank you for helping me." With a composed demeanor, she prepares to formally introduce herself, stating, "I will officially introduce myself." She formally introduces herself as Lucia Castacheld, an apprentice knight of the Holy Knights. A sound of surprise escapes Younggun, who notes that the commission request form seemed to be missing a lot of crucial information. As he continues to eat, he expresses his desire to know the specifics of the situation. Lucia explains that the Holy Knights are currently defending another labyrinth, located in the southern region of the continent. She describes the landscape itself as part of the labyrinth, with no proper entrance. It's a place where monsters can burst forth at any moment, making it a constant threat. Because of this ongoing defense, they must secure the area before they can properly defend it. As they walk together, Lucia explains they are heading to the commission office to prepare, mentioning a colleague who recently became an official knight. A young knight in blue and white armor is shown, representing the newly appointed official. 2 months prior, a knight had departed for Palzion, but when he failed to return as expected, he was ultimately declared dead. Not long after, a devastating report reached the Holy Knights. One of their sacred 12 holy swords had been stolen. The blonde knight's gaze hardens, her thoughts turning to the one she suspects is the culprit. Holy Knight Barrett Strymon, a figure now shrouded in mystery and suspicion, is the one she believes responsible. The ornate hilt of a holy sword glows with an ethereal light, a symbol of what was lost. She ponders the enigma, wondering why, if he truly stole the holy sword, he couldn't have simply reported it officially. The reason for his silence remains unknown to her, which is precisely why she couldn't secure assistance in reclaiming this sacred blade. As she considers the implications of the stolen holy sword, the blonde knight finds herself across a table from Dallin, who asks which of the Holy Night forces will accompany them. Looking down at her meal, she replies that there are no available forces here. She explains that monsters should be active by this time, keeping the Holy Knights busy. Dallin, contemplating her words, concludes that they will have to enter the labyrinth with just the two of them. He thinks to himself, observing her closely. Meanwhile, the blonde knight smiles faintly, believing this to be an opportunity to win over someone who will be important in the future. Dallin then offers her an out, telling her she can refuse if she thinks it will be too hard, before instructing her to meet him at the labyrinth's entrance tomorrow at noon. Her eyes widen in surprise, a silent exclamation marking her reaction. With a sudden crash, she pushes back from the table, sending her chair tumbling. Dallin waits, a heavy mug clutched in his hand, the silence of his surroundings punctuated only by the soft clink of the ceramic. Meanwhile, a determined young gun declares, "Let's reclaim that stolen holy sword." Back in the present, Dallin remains seated, his gaze fixed on nothing in particular as he continues to wait. Above, the spires of the El Gamo Magic Tower pierce the twilight sky. Its rooftop garden serving as the meeting place where Dallin patiently sits on a bench. Footsteps echo as Young Gun approaches from behind, offering a casual, "Sorry for the wait." Barrett Strymon stands beside him as Young Gun explains, the lecture lasted longer than expected. Extending a hand in greeting, Young Gun offers a simple, "Hello." Standing tall in his armor, he adds, "My introduction is a bit late." A new voice cuts through the air, introducing himself simply as Tommy Valentino. Recognized as FEP Valentino's top student, he carries an air of newfound maturity, a subtle change noted by those around him. Perhaps he had gained invaluable experience from his previous confrontation with the pagans, standing now alongside Dallin, the cloaked figure whose presence commanded attention. Indeed, the young man had grown, his demeanor reflecting a deeper understanding of the world around him. As the three men, Tommy, Dallin, and Barrett Strymon, gathered in the moonlit garden, Tommy pressed for a continuation of their unfinished discussion. Suddenly, a faint blue aura began to emanate from Dallin, causing Tommy to gasp in surprise. His eyes glowed with an intense, ethereal blue, the energy swirling visibly around him. Through the shimmering light, a voice, perhaps Dallin's own, cut through the tension, demanding to know more about ferrymen. Under the soft glow of city lampposts, a figure radiating a vibrant blue aura stands before Dallin. His mind momentarily flashing to the stern, scarred face of an older man. The blue-haired mentor's voice echoes, declaring his true excitement, and that Dallin's achievement of domain now makes him suitable for a greater power. As the two figures remain poised in the quiet square, he continues, asserting that only those who have confronted and overcome their past can truly achieve it. The words, "overcome my past," echo in Dallin's mind, a stark game over sign flashing across his thoughts, his green eyes reflecting a deep internal struggle. The mentor then challenges him, asking if he truly understands how to handle domain. As the blue-haired mentor continued his explanation, Dallin simply responded, "No." The mentor clarified, explaining that domain means constructing a fantasy world. He added, however, that unlike reality, there are many restrictions. Despite the limitations, the mentor emphasized the vastness of this concept, stating that there are countless possibilities in the fantasy world. He continued, explaining that achieving domain means that you have occupied a part of that world. Dallin pondered this, wondering aloud, "Then how can I use the places that I've occupied?" His expression remained thoughtful as he awaited an answer. To which the mentor replied, "Seeing it for yourself is better than a 100-word explanation." The mentor turns to a young man, dismissing him with a gentle command to rest. The young man, Tommy, acknowledges the order, his head bowed in understanding. With a respectful nod, Tommy departs, leaving the mentor alone in the vast courtyard. The mentor reflects on the weight of the task ahead, knowing that the raw power of a domain could be overwhelming for an inexperienced mind, too much for a child to bear. He understands that an unfamiliar surge of mana could easily lead to confusion, making careful preparation essential. With a faint glow emanating from his hand, he gives the command to begin. Blue energy swirls around his fingers as he begins to chant, uttering the words, "El Memento." The blue light intensifies, pulsing with raw magical power as he completes the spell, pronouncing the final word, "El Gas." In a brilliant flash of golden light, a magnificent, glowing structure materializes, a testament to the power of his newly formed domain. The very ground beneath them began to glow with intricate patterns, light particles rising into the air, as a voice declared that the domain created in the fantasy world would now be applied to this reality. This grand, glowing structure would then layer endless possibilities onto the impossibilities of this land. The elder, his expression resolute, oversaw the unfolding phenomenon. This, he understood, was precisely what it meant to use a domain. He could feel the immense power surging through the newly formed reality, a tangible force responding to his will. The sheer mana emanating from the elder at the center of this creation was distorting the very world around them. Amidst this profound transformation, Dallin stood cloaked in shadow, his eyes glowing with an intense purple light, a powerful aura radiating from his form. He recalls a time when the very flow of mana around him shifted dramatically. And now, with his eyes glowing with an inner power, he finally understands. Felver Valentino, the elder, turns to him, asking if he can now fully utilize a domain. Dallin admits that while he believes he can use it well, it will still require some time to master. The elder explains that powerful spells and domains always come with significant restrictions, a truth visually underscored by the vibrant, swirling magical energy around them. Curious, Dallin then asks about the specific nature of the elder's own domain. To which Felver Valentino replies that its foundation lies in reading the very memories of the earth itself. The elder stands amidst a shimmering, ethereal blue and white aura, embodying the profound connection to the world he describes. The very earth itself holds a record of all who have ever walked upon its surface. And not only can one interpret the past from these memories, but also glimpse into the near future. A lone figure, clad in dark armor, stands in quiet contemplation. The earth has indeed recorded the passage of time for everyone, but he has one more crucial question to ask. Ever since he fell into this world, this has been the question that has always haunted him the most. His sharp gaze reflects a deep, internal struggle. Who am I? A towering structure pierces the clear blue sky. The Labyrinth Border Tower, a formidable landmark. Inside, on its first floor, hushed murmurs fill the air as armored figures gather. Barrett Strymon, clad in dark armor, turns to a blonde woman beside him, asking if she feels nervous. Meanwhile, in a different space, Younggun stands before a glowing orb, a profound thought echoing through his mind. This is a fragment of the ruins once known as the Devil Slayer. He wonders how someone so young could have achieved such a legendary status. Back in the tower, the blonde woman remains silent, her expression thoughtful. Barrett presses her, questioning the certainty of her information. She looks up at the stone wall, her voice quiet as she asks if he believes her. Standing before a grand, imposing structure, a bald man speaks with conviction, identifying a figure he encountered at a motel. His expression is stern, his gaze fixed as he continues his account. He insists he witnessed it firsthand, that the bastard was none other than a holy knight, a flashback revealing a demonic figure with glowing red eyes. The holy knight, in that memory, delivered a fatal wound to the devil's stomach with his sacred blade. It was merely a low-ranked devil, already injured and weakened. Such a creature, even in its weakened state, is considered highly valuable bait for any adventurer. The rewards for defeating such a foe are immense, with treasures of incredible scale bestowed by the royal palace. However, this common perception is fundamentally flawed, as the demonic visage reappears, hinting at a deeper truth. For in this world, the holy sword used to defeat the devil transforms into a mere game item. The stolen holy sword, now in the devil's possession, would allow it to roam freely, gathering power for a few years. With adventurers nearby, there was nothing that could be done about the creature. Meanwhile, a dark-haired female adventurer, clad in leather armor, calls out to her companions, announcing that the doors are opening and urging them to prepare themselves. A blonde male adventurer, looking confused, questions the sudden urgency, having expected to simply enter after the portal fully opened. As the group stands within a glowing blue circle, the blonde adventurer utters a soft, questioning sound, his gaze fixed on something unseen. A surge of brilliant blue energy erupts, revealing a cloaked figure with glowing blue eyes and a smirk, who declares that the portal is opening from below, implying a different entry point than expected. The dark-haired female adventurer looks up, her eyes wide with shock, demanding to know why this crucial information was only revealed now. A sudden, violent force erupts, sending the cloaked figure plummeting through a shimmering blue void. He tumbles, disoriented, reaching out instinctively as the ground rushes up to meet him. A massive pillar of cerulean energy bursts from the earth, and Dallin crashes into the newly formed crater with a heavy impact. The air is still, the landscape alien and jagged under a star-dusted sky, as a voice confirms their arrival. We're finally in the labyrinth. Dallin rises, shaking off the impact, while nearby, the blue-haired mentor groans. Her eyes wide with concern as she asks, "Where did the people who went in with us go?" As they materialize on a glowing, rocky platform, Dallin observes that the mana waves around them are highly unstable, making precise coordinate calculations difficult. Unbeknownst to them, the system ensures that all recipients are dropped randomly onto the first floor of the labyrinth. The blue-haired mentor turns to him, a hint of concern in his voice, asking if this is Dallin's first time in such a place. Dallin, however, responds with a confident smirk, declaring himself an experienced newbie. The mentor's eyes widen slightly, a single word escaping his lips in surprise. Ignoring the quip, the mentor quickly assesses their celestial position, identifying them as northwest of the Bathyonic. He continues, explaining that they are at the complete opposite end from their intended destination, utterly lost. To reach their goal, they will have to traverse a dense forest, a journey that will consume valuable time. Meanwhile, a nearby cave entrance promises stronger protective magic and a transformation into a more potent lure. As the blue-haired mentor continued to assess their predicament, Dallin urged him forward, stating they needed to move quickly. Suddenly, a swift, blurred movement flashed past them, causing Dallin to react with a sharp, surprised exclamation. Though his surprise quickly twisted into a menacing smirk. Turning to the mentor, Dallin remarked, It seems being with a holy knight has brought us luck. The blue-haired mentor, taken aback by the sudden statement, began to question. Pardon? What do you? His confusion evident as he looked at Dallin. But before he could finish, a guttural growl echoed through the air as a large, shadowy figure with glowing red eyes emerged from the darkness. The creature, a fearsome wolf-like beast with sharp claws and teeth, stood poised to strike. As the creature fully reveals itself, its massive, clawed paws are the first sign of the threat, identified immediately as one of the Knoll's crustacean wolf scouts. The blue-haired mentor, observing the sudden appearance, lets out a dismissive sound, finding little luck in this unexpected encounter. With a determined gaze, he warns the creature that it will soon regret its presence, as a skill activates, enveloping him in a faint blue glow. The wolf scout snarls, its glowing red eyes fixed on its prey, a predatory hunger burning within them. From above, Dallin descends like a dark meteor, his weapon already drawn, moving with lethal precision towards the monster. The creature lets out another guttural growl, its fangs bared in defiance. Before Dallin can strike, a concentrated blast of brilliant blue energy erupts from the mentor's hand, slamming into the wolf scout. The monster cries out in pain, its form momentarily distorted by the impact, as the blue magic crackles around it. Just as the creature stumbles, Dallin lands with a powerful thud, his weapon poised for the finishing blow. Dallin, still radiating a faint blue aura, issues a sharp command to the creature before him. As the massive wolf-like monster, its eyes glowing ominously in the dim light, remains on all fours. And he declares, it's time to hitchhike. Under a vast, star-dusted sky, the desolate landscape stretched towards distant, jagged mountains. From above, a small, fortified settlement could be seen nestled within the harsh terrain, its crude defenses offering little comfort against the encroaching darkness. Within one of its watchtowers, a Knoll scout, its fur bristling, let out a low, guttural growl, its red eyes scanning the horizon. But before it could raise an alarm, a sudden, unseen force sent it plummeting to the ground, where it landed with a pained shriek. A blue-haired woman, her eyes wide with terror, could only watch the brutal display, a desperate plea forming on her lips. You son of a bitch! Stop, she cried out, as Dallin, cloaked and resolute, advanced on the fallen creature, seemingly deaf to her words. With a swift, decisive motion, he pinned the Knoll to the earth, his sword glowing with an ominous blue light, poised for the killing blow. The Knoll scout, struck by the unseen force, plummets headfirst through the night, a desperate growl escaping its throat as it hurtles towards the ground. It cries out in terror, knowing the collision is inevitable. Then, with a deafening crash, the creature slams into the earth, sending a shockwave of blue energy across the desolate landscape. Dallin looks down at the impact site, a hint of surprise in his voice as he asks if the other person is unharmed, remarking on their narrow escape. Tommy, a blonde-haired soldier, visibly shaken, manages a weak, I'm fine, while Dallin simply hums an acknowledgement. His green eyes narrow slightly, as he considers the creature's actions, musing aloud about its homing instinct. The Knoll, now a crumpled heap on the ground, lets out another pained growl. Its guttural sounds continue, a testament to its lingering pain and defiance. Turning to Tommy, Dallin instructs him that it's time to leave the area. As the situation escalates, the mentor watches with a worried expression, her blue eyes wide with apprehension. Meanwhile, Dallin, shrouded in his dark cloak, speaks with unwavering resolve, declaring this place a monster den ripe for destruction. The mentor's voice echoes, urging a holy knight to follow carefully, as Dallin moves with purpose, his form a blur of dark energy. A gasp escapes her lips, as she cries out a desperate wait. Before her words can fully register, Dallin unleashes a devastating, wide-area magical attack, a brilliant blue explosion ripping through the ground with immense force. He stands at the epicenter of the magical discharge, his form enveloped in a pulsating blue aura, the air crackling around him. A thunderous roar or impact echoes through the cavern, the sheer force of his spell shaking the very foundations. Dallin remains unmoving, his blue aura still flaring, as he issues a defiant challenge to whatever unseen foe remains. The mentor can only watch, her face etched with a mix of awe and despair, realizing she is powerless to stop him. His glowing green eyes fixate on the scene before him, a silent invocation forming on his lips, God of Battle. As a blue, ethereal glow illuminates the desolate landscape, a white-haired warrior, clad in gleaming armor, stands ready to face a hulking, wolf-like creature. Her blue eyes burn with fierce determination, reflecting the intensity of the impending clash. With a swift, decisive movement, she strikes, her blade carving through the creature's hide as blood erupts. The wolf-like creature recoils, its face contorted in pain from the impact. Unyielding, the warrior presses her assault, her form a dynamic blur of motion. Her sword, now slick with blood, completes its deadly arc. Dallin watches the display, his own green eyes glowing with an unreadable intensity. A faint smirk plays on his lips as he muses. I didn't have high expectations since this was just an apprentice knight. The apprentice knight moves with blinding speed, her sword arcing through the air, wreathed in a brilliant blue aura. Her movements are fluid and precise, and Dallin can't help but acknowledge her exceptional skill, realizing she is truly outstanding, destined to become a hero. Watching her fight, Dallin mutters to himself that there's no need for him to intervene. With a sudden burst of speed, the knight slams her blade into the monstrous wolf, sending it reeling from the impact, a powerful blue shockwave erupting around them. Her eyes, now glowing a fierce red, reflect her unwavering resolve as she prepares for the finishing strike. Another rapid, red-tinged strike follows, her blade finding its mark with a sickening crunch, blood spraying from the monster. As the monster falls, its essence dissipates into the air, leaving behind only shimmering blue particles. The apprentice knight stands amidst the fallen wolf-like creatures, their forms dissolving into blue particles, as Dallin observes the scene. He asks her, "Do you know how to make them disappear?" The ground is littered with the remnants of the creatures, confirming their defeat. She confidently replies, "We learned this in training, so I know how." Suddenly, a low growl echoes as two larger wolf-like creatures emerge, a narration box explaining that when a group is close, they are usually annihilated. The apprentice knight's eyes widen in alarm, her composure momentarily broken by the new threat. A colossal, clawed paw descends from above, striking the ground with immense force, sending dust and debris flying. From the impact, a towering, armored wolf-like monster fully reveals itself, its eyes and weapon glowing with an ominous blue energy. He considers the situation, thinking that if they could just cut off their leader's collar, perhaps the rest would fall. Around him, the defeated wolf-like monsters lie still, their final growls and whines echoing faintly in the air. It seems the commander doesn't like seeing his subordinates in such a state. Suddenly, a system notification appears, confirming the discovery of an experienced hunter's corpse, followed by another, revealing the corpse of a first trip to Labyrinth adventurer. A deep, guttural growl rips through the air, as the massive, armored wolf monster from before looms into view, its glowing blue eyes fixed on them. Its jaws part in a menacing snarl, the sound a chilling promise of violence. Dallin steps forward, offering to handle the beast, telling the apprentice knight to rest for a bit, though she insists she is fine. Despite her words, a flicker of exhaustion crosses her face, a subtle tremor betraying her true state. She wonders internally if she pushed herself too much. Still observing the weary apprentice knight, Dallin laments his decision to send her on the scouting mission, a silent regret echoing in his mind. Yet, a more pressing thought emerges, a question about the relentless foe before them. He wonders how the creature can remain so tireless. A sharp frustration crosses his features as he considers, what kind of commander would only appear at this critical moment? With a surge of resolve, he issues a direct challenge, daring the monster to come at him. A brilliant blue energy erupts from him, striking the armored wolf, sending a shockwave through its formidable frame. The monster retaliates instantly, a guttural roar tearing from its throat, as a torrent of blue energy blasts forth from its gaping maw. Dallin meets the assault head-on, a shimmering blue aura flaring around him, his eyes fixed on the incoming attack. With a powerful surge, he unleashes his own counterattack, a massive blue energy impact radiating outwards. He questions the monster, wondering if the Knoll commander in charge of this subordinate is Bargos. Predicting its future, he states that it will be remembered as Bargos' top subordinate in a few years. The armored wolf monster, its blue eyes glowing with intensity, demands to know his identity. Its voice filled with accusation, it claims he massacred its people. Dallin, unfazed, questions why the creature came all this way. The monster retorts, asking if it needs a reason to catch the humans who eat humans. Observing its ability to speak the human language, Dallin deduces that it must have already made a contract with an evil god. He continues to provoke, suggesting it needs more sacrifices or at least 10 human hearts for such a pact, causing the monster to begin questioning his true nature, realizing he is no average human. But Dallin cuts it off abruptly, telling it to stop talking. With the conversation abruptly cut short, Dallin declares he has no more time, ready to finish the confrontation. The armored wolf monster, enraged by the human's arrogance, snarls its intent to rip Dallin's armor to shreds, suck his blood dry, and finally devour him. It lunges forward, claws extended, a crimson aura flaring around them. But before the monster can even connect, Dallin moves with impossible speed, a blue blur across the battlefield, simply challenging it to try its best. A devastating impact echoes through the air, sending the armored wolf monster hurtling backward with immense force, its body a mere projectile. But its flight is abruptly halted by a sudden, brilliant blue energy shield, deployed by the apprentice knight, Inaxa, who braces against the impact, a pained grunt escaping her lips as purple energy crackles around her blade. The force of the blow clearly overwhelming her. The armored wolf monster reeled from the impact, its massive form momentarily airborne, its legs flailing as it struggled to regain balance. Snarling, the monster threatened, "I'll give it to you for your bravery, human. You should, sir." But Dallin merely smirked, cutting it off with a dismissive, "I knew you were stupid." The monster's thoughts raged, unable to comprehend how it had left itself so vulnerable, a foolish mistake it mentally cursed as Pyrient Lagus. Before the beast could recover, Dallin surged forward, a brilliant blue energy flaring around him as he struck again. The force of his blow radiating outward. He reflected on his past, a time when he had embraced a more wicked phase. A period where he had used a considerable amount of magic. A brutal blow from the armored wolf monster sends Dallin reeling, a pained gasp escaping him as the impact ripples through his body. The monster's growl echoes, a chilling declaration of dominance, as Dallin struggles to regain his footing. But a fierce resolve hardens his gaze, and he snarls back, knowing this fight won't unfold as his foe expects. With a sudden burst of speed, he brings his sword down in a powerful arc, the monster's surprised cry of how cut short by the sheer force of his attack. His armored combat skill ignites, enveloping him in a radiant aura, as the monster roars, "Dare you!" in disbelief at his sudden surge of power. The glowing blade connects, sending a shockwave of blue energy through the monster, forcing it to recoil with a pained yelp. Its face contorts in agony, a guttural kunk. "You bastard!" escaping its fanged maw. The monster's roar of pain fills the cavern, its glowing blue eyes wide with a mixture of shock and fury. He completes his powerful downward strike, a vibrant blue aura still radiating from his form, before sliding to a controlled halt on the ground. Just as the armored wolf monster recoils violently from the impact, a guttural scream tears from its throat as the blade remains deeply embedded in its back. Its blue eyes glow with pain and fury as it lets out a pained roar. Dallin grunts, pulling his sword free from the monster's hide, the weapon finally sliding out with a sharp sound. He stares down the wounded beast, a grim resolve settling on his face. He hadn't planned on having to do this twice. Meanwhile, the monster's eyes now glow a furious purple, its thoughts consumed by the power it was given, the power to crush. The armored wolf monster's eyes flared with an ominous purple glow, its form radiating a dark, surging power. A deep growl rumbled from its throat, as a crimson energy pulsed around its massive claw. The monster's voice, now laced with a chilling promise of instantaneous regeneration for any severed limb, echoed, "I will rip you to shreds." Unfazed by the threat, Dallin simply smirked, offering a calm, "Try your best." Before his words could fully dissipate, a blinding wave of blue energy erupted from the monster, hurtling towards him. The creature roared, its entire form now wreathed in the same vibrant blue aura. The force of the impact sent Dallin flying backward, a trail of blue energy following his trajectory. Yet, even as he was thrown, a faint smirk remained on his face, a thought crossing his mind. To think he already contracted me in the end. He wonders if, by interfering with ruin, he had inadvertently influenced its mana, as the armored wolf monster continues to surge with raw, blue energy. A powerful surge of that energy radiates from its leg, culminating in a blinding explosion of blue light. Watching the chaos unfold, the apprentice knight feels a growing frustration. Unable to simply stand by and observe the destruction, a low growl escapes her lips, her resolve hardening. Meanwhile, Dallin sighs, deciding to let the monster continue its rampage for now, his gaze distant. But the knight's feet are already glowing with a fierce blue light. As she bursts forward, sword drawn and glowing, challenging the beast to face her. A guttural growl rips through the air, as the armored wolf monster snarls, demanding to know why its opponent believes they can win, declaring that every second granted has been utterly wasted. It then leaps into the fray, its massive axe poised to strike. The beast's voice echoes with absolute certainty, insisting that it cannot be defeated. Younggun, observing the creature, acknowledges its formidable recovery power. However, a fierce determination ignites within him, as his hand begins to glow with intense, fiery energy. The flames surge and crackle, growing brighter and hotter. With his fist now engulfed in a blazing inferno, he poses a chilling question. What will happen if he simply roasts it? The armored wolf monster, startled by the sudden burst of flames, raises its massive axe, then lunges forward with a guttural roar, a surge of blue energy crackling around its snarling maw. Its powerful leg propels it with incredible speed. But Younggun is already moving, his sword flashing from its sheath. He arcs it swiftly to meet the incoming assault, and steel clashes against armored hide, sending a shower of sparks across the battlefield. A frustrated TSK escapes Younggun's lips, as his blade, though embedded, fails to properly pierce the monster's formidable arm plating. The creature, unfazed, declares, "In that case, let's make a deal." It continues, its voice echoing with chilling resolve. "Now my warrior, or myself, will decide on the world's destiny as comfortably." The armored wolf monster, undeterred, makes a chilling offer, promising to open the gate if its life is spared. It snarls, vehemently rejecting any thought of surrender. But before its words can fully form, a powerful blow connects. Younggun, moving with incredible speed, drives his sword deep into the creature, blood erupting from the impact. He dismisses the monster's desperate plea with a sharp, defiant retort. Standing over the now defeated beast, Younggun declares its grand ambitions to be nothing more than disgusting lies. His gaze remains sharp, his eyes burning with fierce resolve. Soon after, the apprentice knight arrives, surveying the fallen monster and remarking on the intensity of the battle, wondering if the holy knight was tired after dealing with the remaining threats. She offers a calm commendation, her own eyes glowing with quiet satisfaction. Still observing the aftermath of the battle, the apprentice knight's gaze falls upon the warrior, a silent acknowledgement passing between them. Standing over the vanquished armored wolf monster, its blue eyes now dim, the red-eyed warrior, his blade still drawn, simply states his intention to depart. The apprentice knight, her glowing blue eyes fixed on him, questions his sudden urgency. A moment of realization washes over her, and she quickly apologizes, admitting she had momentarily mistaken him for a monster. Without dwelling on the misunderstanding, he reiterates his command to move forward. A chilling, echoing laugh suddenly fills the air, signaling a shift in perspective. Far from the battlefield, a formidable demon-like figure, with large wings and sharp horns, sits regally upon a grand throne, observing unseen events. A grim pronouncement echoes through the chamber. Another careless human life has been extinguished. Nearby, a stern-faced man in dark, ornate armor, listens intently, his expression unreadable as he looks down. From a dark, imposing throne, a powerful voice laments the recent defeat, unable to comprehend how their forces could have fallen to mere humans once more. The Emperor, it seems, has moved past the initial shock, now focused on the consequences of such a failure. Addressing a kneeling figure, the voice declares, "Anaxagoras, you have failed to gain anything from that trial." A low, pained groan escapes the armored knight, who lies defeated on the cold, cracked ground, surrounded by what appear to be other fallen warriors. Suddenly, a new, menacing voice cuts through the silence, its owner a horned, demon-like figure who snarls, "So you are here. I will cut your head off and keep it." The demon's eyes glow with an intense, malevolent red, its sharp features illuminated by an inner power. With a dismissive wave, the horned figure commands, "Ask another raid group." Then, extending a hand towards the fallen knight, the demon-like figure utters a single, powerful word, "Rise." As Anaxagoras' eyes begin to glow with a sinister light, the demon-like figure claims him as "my loyal corrupt knight." Chains bind Anaxagoras' wrists, a dark aura already swirling around him as he stands, a mere puppet in the grand scheme. His eyes ignite with a malevolent red glow, the dark energy around him intensifying as his transformation completes. Unaware of the true horror unfolding, two figures rush forward, determined to defeat the looming threat. But a sudden surge of purple energy erupts, catching one of them in a moment of stunned realization. The newly corrupted knights, moving with terrifying speed, tear through their former allies, their attacks imbued with destructive purple force. Anaxagoras himself delivers a brutal, energy-charged kick, his movements fluid and deadly. From the shadows, the horned demon watches, a sinister smile spreading across its fanged face. Its glowing red eyes survey the carnage, reveling in the unfolding masterpiece. Amidst the fallen, Anaxagoras stands triumphant, his sword still in hand, a testament to his new, terrifying power. A series of notifications flash before him, confirming the completion of the Labyrinth Dungeon's first trial, along with the defeat of an experienced fighter. Kneeling amidst the aftermath, he calmly considers the next step, wondering if it's time to conclude the task. With a faint glow emanating from his hand, he initiates the corpse collection process. The system responds instantly, awarding him a point in proficiency and another in stamina. A subtle sound accompanies the updates, and a faint smile plays on his lips as he processes the gains. Another notification appears, informing him that he has obtained Lapentella's pulverizing sword, a C-rank item. Considering his newfound strength and equipment, he muses that the outcome is far better than he had anticipated. A soft, rhythmic tapping echoes in the quiet night. As Dallin sits by a crackling campfire, a lone figure under the vast, dark sky. A quiet puff of air escapes him, lost in thought as he gazes into the flames. His personal status screen materializes before him, displaying his current level and an impressive array of new skills, including Lanestella's fertilizing sword and dragon blood regeneration. A grim satisfaction crosses his face as he acknowledges that he has significantly narrowed the gap in strength. His eyes begin to glow with an intense blue light, a powerful aura flaring around him as his resolve hardens. The profound changes he has undergone are no longer merely internal, but the most significant outcome of his recent battles. This terrifying, armored form, with its glowing red eyes, is a skill he acquired from collecting the corpse of an experienced fighter. A new skill, Lapentella's pulverizing sword, manifests before him. Dallin considers the skill, noting its D rank in contrast to the C rank, dragon blood regeneration, making its true potential difficult to gauge, yet he understands that skills and experience are paramount. This much, at least, is obvious to him. As an ethereal, glowing figure appears before him, he questions its identity. He realizes this is the territory of the corpse whose memories he is now accessing, a being whose remaining lifespan was only 2 years and a month. The full extent of his transformation is revealed, his form now encased in formidable armor, radiating immense power. 2 years had passed since he found himself in this new reality, sitting by a small, flickering fire. The time that had passed since his arrival felt both fleeting and eternal. Ever since he was dropped into this world, he knew his body was not entirely his own. He stood cloaked, gazing at a distant, ethereal glow, the weight of his existence pressing down. The original owner's conflict with this new reality still echoed within him, leaving him to wonder why he had been reincarnated here. His armored form pulsed with a faint purple energy, a testament to the power he now wielded. He faced a monstrous, shadowy figure, a chilling thought forming in his mind. Were they telling him to repeat the first run-throughs? Even if he believed there was currently nothing he could do for sure, he decided to focus on his ultimate goal. His goal, and the item that could help him achieve it, were all that mattered. To fulfill any desire, he knew he needed to find it. The legendary artifact, known only as the Wish Stone. He had to find it and return to Earth. Later, sitting in quiet contemplation, Dallin nodded to himself, lost in thought. He rose to his feet. When a blonde-haired woman, seated nearby, noticed his demeanor and asked, "You seem worried. Is something the matter?" He stood silently for a moment, before turning to her and replying, "Nothing much. Don't worry." He then questioned her, "Why are you already up? It's not yet time to switch shifts." The woman, sitting by the crackling campfire, explained, "I couldn't fall asleep, so I thought it'd be better to just stay awake." Offering assistance, she added, "I can switch shifts with you." But Dallin declined. "It's fine. I want to watch the fire a bit." By the flickering light of the campfire, his blonde-haired companion expresses her concern, noting that a lot has happened, making it difficult for her to sleep comfortably. The thought of her classmate's death, he muses, must be the primary reason for her unease. Meanwhile, a blonde-haired man with a cross necklace reflects on the situation. As Dallin turns back to his companion, asking, "What kind of person was Barrett?" He then adds, with a thoughtful expression, that Barrett must have been quite extraordinary. The blonde-haired man from earlier continues his contemplation, his thoughts echoing the sentiment that Barrett was more than just a classmate. From high above, a white-haired woman stands alone on a patterned floor, her presence a silent mystery. She stands at the foot of a grand staircase, her thoughts drifting to the most brilliant holy knight she had ever known. As she ascends the steps, the image of him fills her mind. He was revered for his outstanding skills and personality. Every classmate and junior looked up to him. Yet, a deep confusion clouds her thoughts, as she recalls the man who once shone so brightly. Her blue eyes narrow, reflecting her inner turmoil. Clasping her hands together, she whispers her bewilderment. Under the quiet night sky, her mind grapples with the unanswered questions. Why did he steal the holy sword? And how could such a formidable knight be so easily defeated by a devil? Dallin finds the entire situation perplexing. For if the holy sword had truly acknowledged him, he certainly wouldn't have been an ordinary holy knight. And considering the adventurers who accompanied him, he should have effortlessly vanquished even the lowest-ranked devil. Yet, he was reportedly defeated by a devil, even with the holy sword, making escape impossible. Dallin questions, such an easy opponent? However, even if his actions were misguided, the apprentice knight concludes he ultimately perished while battling the devil. The thought of him as a proud comrade lingers. Dallin, his green eye, the apprentice knight, her blue eyes sharp, remarks that such a holy knight must have been truly pitiful. Her voice trails off, a single tear beginning to form, as a wave of overwhelming emotion washes over her. And she tries to express her gratitude. "Thank you for taking Titch." But a sudden surge of blue energy erupts around her. Just as Dallin lunges forward, his own green aura flaring, grabbing her arm and pulling her close. Holding her protectively as both their gazes snap towards an unseen threat, a shared look of surprise crossing their faces. The unseen threat from the previous moment manifests, a dark, shadowy entity with glowing blue eyes, causing an immediate, alarmed reaction. He doesn't hesitate, launching a swift counterattack with a burst of vibrant blue energy, a frustrated exclamation escaping him. The powerful impact of his strike sends swirling blue energy radiating outwards. The shadowy figure is violently repelled, thrown backward by the sheer force. Dallin watches the creature recoil, his cloak billowing around him. A thought crosses his mind, wondering how the entity managed to return the arrow to its exact location, and he utters a name, Maddle. His dark cloak, bearing a distinct circular emblem, settles around him. He looks down at the retreating entity with a dismissive scoff, labeling it a useless bastard. As if on command, multiple shadowy figures, identical to the one he just struck, rapidly retreat into the darkness. He stands amidst the desolation, his dark boots planted firmly on the ground. A gloved hand resting on his weapon as a thought crosses his mind. How strange. He muses, his cloaked form still, that with his heightened senses, he should have detected these aggressors much sooner. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the air, accusing him. "You've cruelly killed my comrade." Meanwhile, an older man with a grizzled beard watches on, a sinister smirk playing on his lips. And he remarks with a sneer, "It's been a long time since I've seen that rude bitch too." His words ignite a furious response from a blonde woman, her eyes blazing with rage as she snarls, "You motherfucker." Her long hair flows around her as her fury intensifies. While Dallin, observing the unfolding drama, recognizes the older man and wonders, is that bastard from before? One question, why is he still following list? An older, bald man with scars across his head confronts a cloaked figure, his voice low and accusatory. His eyes narrow with fury as he snarls, "I came to find you for what you did at the ruin. You motherfucker." Suddenly, the scene shifts to a chaotic battlefield as a commander's voice rings out, "Destroy those bastards." And a wave of soldiers charges forward, their weapons drawn and ready for the fray. Amidst the chaos, a gleaming sword is thrust into view, its presence heralded by the title, Holy Knight. Standing against a backdrop of swirling stars, the apprentice knight, with her long, dark hair and glowing blue eyes, observes the unfolding events alongside another white-haired figure. She turns, her gaze sharp as she questions, "Don't you have to receive a testimony?" Her words hang in the air, demanding an answer about, from a witness who saw your comrade's final moments? The Holy Knight, clad in his distinctive armor, stands silently, his expression unreadable as he receives the challenging inquiry. A small, glowing green orb rests in her palm. And the apprentice knight, her gaze fixed on the light, affirms her resolve, believing she possesses the necessary strength. With a surge of blue energy, she lunges forward, her sword already clearing its sheath. Not far behind, Younggun moves with equal determination, his eyes glowing as he prepares to join the fray. Dallin moves with incredible speed, a dark blur closing the distance to his hooded opponent. His blade flashes, forcing the other figure to raise their own sword in a desperate defense. As their weapons clash, the hooded opponent snarls, "Are you bastard?" Their blades meet in a shower of brilliant blue sparks, the force of the impact momentarily illuminating the dark chamber. The impact sends a shockwave of energy rippling through the air as Dallin's strike overwhelms his foe. Dallin presses his advantage, his movements a blur as he forces the opponent to reel backward. "You're hella slow," he declares, his voice cutting through the clash of steel. The opponent, reeling from the relentless assault, gasps in disbelief. "How are you so fast with that body?" Dallin's sword flashes with a brilliant blue light, cutting through the air. The energy slams into a monstrous creature, erupting in a violent impact. He watches, his green eyes sharp and determined, a faint blue aura radiating from his form. A single exclamation escapes him as he observes the remaining creatures, one of them already scrambling away in terror. Standing over the defeated monster, Dallin sees another of the spiky beasts attempting to flee, its desperate cry echoing through the night. The remaining horde of creatures scatters, their terrified screams filling the air as they retreat from the overwhelming force. Elsewhere, the apprentice knight lets out a soft sigh of relief, her glowing blue eyes scanning the area. She stands ready, spear in hand, a faint blue glow surrounding her as she challenges the fleeing monsters to approach. Even as one of the creatures questions her identity, she remains resolute, her aura flaring with power. Dallin descends from above, his landing powerful enough to shake the ground, as a voice from below dismisses his attack, claiming no one could withstand a greatsword. Mid-air, he brings his own greatsword down with crushing force, the weapon glowing with raw power. The impact explodes in a burst of blue energy, shattering the air around him. Standing amidst the fading light, his sword still radiating a golden aura, Dallin scoffs at the notion of a mere greatsword, his power far exceeding such simple classifications. He looks down at his defeated opponent, a warrior now sprawled on the ground, and coldly remarks on their lack of speed. From a distance, the apprentice knight watches the brutal display, her expression a mixture of anger and intense focus. Dallin, not finished with his lesson, unleashes a flurry of glowing sword strikes, each one a blinding yellow streak of energy. The rapid succession of blows creates a dazzling, intricate web of light, leaving the opponent no chance to react. The warrior cries out in pain and disbelief, utterly overwhelmed by the relentless assault. With a swift, practiced motion, the apprentice knight brings her glowing shield up, deflecting an unseen attack with a burst of golden energy. Her feet shift with precision, executing a quick, decisive maneuver. A determined expression on her face, she dismisses her opponent, declaring, "You're all talk." Observing her from a short distance, Dallin acknowledges her prowess, thinking, "She's better than expected." Meanwhile, a bald, muscular man with a scar over his eye fumes, his frustration boiling over as he curses, "Those useless bastards." He lets out a sharp tch, his gaze fixed on his struggling subordinates. Dallin turns his attention to the enraged figure, recognizing him with a thought, "That bastard." The Holy Knight then issues a direct command, announcing, "Holy Knight, I'll chase that bastard. I trust you to deal with the remaining guys." Without hesitation, Dallin responds, "Of course, Dallin." Dallin, having received his orders, wastes no time engaging the enemy, challenging them with a fierce declaration. As his eye glows with an ethereal blue light, he prepares to unleash a powerful technique. The system confirms the activation of his leap skill. With blinding speed, he closes the distance, leaving his opponent stunned and unable to react. A powerful impact reverberates through the air. The bald warrior recoils from the blow, gasping for breath as the force overwhelms him. Sent tumbling through the air, he curses as he falls. Lying defeated on the ground, the warrior vows to seek retribution another day. Above his fallen foe, Dallin stands triumphant, a faint blue aura still clinging to him. A powerful burst of blue energy erupts, shattering something unseen with a deafening impact. An unseen opponent recoils, letting out a pained scream as the force of the attack sends them reeling. Kneeling amidst the fading blue particles, Dallin surveys the scene, a cold assessment in his voice as he remarks on the cowardice of those who abandon their comrades. His glowing green eyes fix on a new presence, a sudden challenge in his tone. He looks up, a hint of surprise crossing his features as he realizes another opponent had been concealed. With a firm stance, Dallin makes his demand clear. The long-haired man simply smiles, his expression unreadable as he questions the command to halt. Dallin's green eyes narrow, his voice sharp with accusation, reminding the man of his initial aggression. Turning his back on the confrontation, Dallin walks away, a large, heavy sack slung over his shoulder. He couldn't simply let the other party pass, a fact Dallin found utterly annoying. He had carried a mysterious wooden box, hoping to leave it with Sienna as a gift, but now regretted ever opening it, its contents proving more troublesome than anticipated. Now, facing the unseen opponent, Dallin made his terms clear. He wasn't asking them to leave without a price, for this totem was a crucial item. He held up a glowing, intricate device, an item that prevented detection beyond a certain distance, its soft blue light illuminating his face. He proposed a trade with this powerful artifact, realizing that this must be the reason they hadn't sensed him until now. Then, with a calm demeanor, he instructed them to confirm the object first, inviting them to come closer. As he walked away from the distant figure, Dallin made his final offer, a subtle smirk playing on his lips. He knew this was the easier way to shake them off, his eyes glinting with cunning. With a swift motion, he aimed a gun-like device forward, a bright, focused energy beam ready to erupt from its muzzle. A sharp intake of breath escapes him, his expression tightening with resolve. Even as a voice echoes, questioning his capability, Dallin raises the gun-like device, blue energy crackling around it as he prepares to fire. The blast erupts, striking its unseen target with a violent shockwave. His eyes glow with an intense blue light, and more energy surges from his form, amplifying the attack. The concentrated force culminates in a massive explosion, engulfing everything in its path. A pained cry echoes through the air as the opponent is silenced, leaving Dallin to wonder where they truly came from. He drops to the ground, scanning the defeated figure, a mercenary, judging by their uniform. The uniform suggests they are from a gold-plate mercenary group, but something about the situation doesn't quite add up. Before he can fully process it, a new voice cuts through the silence, an armored figure on a distant ledge questioning how long he intends to keep running. A sharp cry of pain pierces the night, followed by a low, ominous hum, as a terrified voice questions the nature of the monster that has appeared. The dark-clad figure, his eyes glowing with an intense blue light, cuts directly to the chase, his presence radiating an undeniable authority. Standing over a fallen, white-armored figure, he demands to know why the Holy Knight was stabbed. The bald, armored man, his face etched with surprise and fear, stammers, wondering how his interrogator could possibly know. The dark-clad figure's voice echoes, dismissive and cold, as he challenges the notion that a weak Holy Knight could ever truly wound a devil and lose his sacred sword. Standing over the injured Holy Knight, he issues a chilling threat, promising immediate death if the bald man dares to lie. Under the intense pressure, the bald man's resolve crumbles, and he confesses to the act. The dark-clad figure's thoughts reveal the cunning behind his interrogation. The Holy Knight was just as injured as the devil he supposedly fought. A purple-red aura flares around the dark-clad figure as the bald man's true, greedy motive is laid bare. He had hoped to claim both the holy sword and the raid rewards. He stands over the kneeling, bald man, his voice cutting through the silence as he processes the confession, confirming, "So that's what happened." The words hang heavy in the air, a stark accusation, "Barrett died because of you." Nearby, the apprentice knight watches, her expression unreadable. As Dallin's hand glows with an ominous green light, his gaze intensifying on the cowering figure. And these bastards must have helped. The bald man's face contorts in terror, desperately trying to plead his case. "I was wrong. Hear me, you dash." But the apprentice knight's glowing leg flashes out, cutting him off with a sharp retort. "Enough with your excuses." The impact sends a jolt through the air, as Dallin's eyes glow with an intense, red light, his voice resonating with finality. "I've finished the bastards for now." The apprentice knight then fixes the man with a cold, unwavering stare, delivering a chilling promise. "So don't think I'll kill you easily, you motherfasterous cur." A man lies broken on the ground, blood staining the stone beneath him, a pained groan escaping his lips. He curses the agony, his body racked with unbearable pain. Yet, a strange sense of relief washes over him, a quiet thought that this might finally be over. Suddenly, a cloaked figure with glowing green eyes looms over him, gripping his neck, declaring that thanks to a stupid wizard letting him go, he can now deal with the man himself. The hooded assailant's voice is cold and unforgiving, commanding him to die in hell with your life, you motherfucker. Forced to his knees, the injured man looks up in terror as Dallin raises a gleaming sword, its sharp edge catching the faint light. With the blade descending, the man's desperate pleas echo, offering to do anything to survive. His final, desperate cry of please hangs in the air as the sword closes in. As his blade descended, Dallin's attack connected with a sickening thud, a surge of blue energy erupting from the impact. The bald man's face contorted in an agonizing scream, blood splattering as the glowing blue force struck his head. The energy continued to manifest, taking on a sharp, blade-like form as it tore through its target. Dallin held the man's head firmly, his own eyes glowing with an intense blue light as a bright, searing aura enveloped them both. The bald man's screams echoed, a testament to the unbearable agony he endured. Dallin's gaze remained fixed, a cold realization dawning on him as he observed the divine power at play. So, I'd see those flames here, he mused, flames made from divine power. These were the demon-slaying white flames, a power capable of burning everything away. Yet, their true horror lay in their continuous regeneration of the opponent's brain nerves, ensuring the pain would never cease. The white energy crackled around the man's skeletal hand, allowing them to feel pain until the very end. He sits alone by a small, flickering fire, lost in thought amidst the desolate, icy expanse. Suddenly, a voice breaks the silence, asking if he is all right. He turns to face the apprentice knight, confirming his well-being. Dallin then expresses his hope that she has found resolution for her regrets through whatever transpired. The apprentice knight thanks him, addressing him by name, specifically for protecting Barrett's honor. Looking at a device in his hand, he dismisses her gratitude, stating it wasn't him who protected it. Confused, she insists that he was the one who succeeded in upholding their comrade's loyalty. With a slight smirk, Dallin looks at his device, declaring that she has done better than expected, and it's time to renegotiate the commission fee from here on out. He stands before her, his voice devoid of warmth as he states that a commissioner who pays more money is always welcome. A single tear escapes her eye, but a faint smile touches her lips, a soft blue glow emanating around her. Later, under a starlit sky, a quiet thought drifts through the night. I don't think I'll fall asleep like this. Another voice, or perhaps an echo of her own resolve, responds, sounds good. While moving over the last few days, Dallin continues his grim work, collecting another corpse and obtaining its artifacts. His efforts yield results, as he gains 1 point of mana and secures a unique core, having extracted all possible resources. Meanwhile, the apprentice knight is seen with a new, imposing companion, and her own stamina increases. Dallin continues his macabre collection, standing over another glowing corpse, securing more artifacts and gaining 1 point in census. With a decisive step, the final preparations are declared complete. The air grows heavy as they venture deeper into a vast, cavernous space. Apprentice Knight Inaxa, standing beside Dallin, observes the desolate interior, believing this to be their destination. A hint of unease crosses her features as she questions the strange emptiness of the place. Dallin, his gaze sweeping the cavern, confirms it is indeed a den, yet finds it devoid of any immediate threats. Still, he cautions against complacency, suggesting the possibility of unseen adversaries lurking within the shadows. Taking the initiative, Dallin instructs Inaxa to follow his lead as they press further into the dark expanse. The cavern stretches on, its silence broken only by their footsteps. Suddenly, Inaxa's eyes widen, a silent exclamation escaping her as something catches her attention. Inaxa points out a peculiar, glowing orb in the dark, purple-hued cavern, a strange object that Dallin acknowledges as their only discernible path forward. As he reaches out to examine it, he realizes the orb is merely a key, meant to unlock a hidden passage within the cavern wall. Suddenly, his eyes flash with an emerald glow, a jolt of surprise crossing his features as he senses an unexpected presence. Behind him, Inaxa cries out, her voice filled with alarm as she recognizes the approaching threat. Without hesitation, the apprentice knight throws herself forward, raising her shield to intercept a massive, armored wolf monster charging directly at them, shouting for Dallin to retreat. But before the beast can reach them, a sudden, violent explosion erupts, engulfing the creature in a blinding flash of light and debris. From the lingering smoke, a deep, resonant voice echoes, apologizing for what it calls an excessive welcome, with a hint of amusement. A towering, demonic figure with glowing red eyes and sharp horns emerges, extending a chilling welcome to the adventurers. Looking down at the two small figures, the demonic entity reveals it has been observing them from afar. A woman with long blonde hair glares, her voice sharp with accusation, declaring that they finally meet, devil bastard. He offers a wry, almost mocking smile in return, thanking her for the welcome greeting. Then, with a dangerous glint in his eye, he promises to respond in kind. The woman's voice cuts through the air again, threatening him with just deserts for getting rid of something important, daring him to try his best. A monstrous head, eyes glowing with primal rage, is violently struck by a surge of purple energy, its form shattering under the impact. Dallin, now wreathed in a vibrant purple aura, launches himself forward with explosive speed, declaring his intent to respond in kind. His form blurs, a vortex of raw power, as the purple energy swirls around him. With a powerful, arcing motion, he brings his sword down, a trail of crackling purple energy following its devastating path. The impact resonates with a thunderous crash as the purple force meets its target. Before Dallin can fully unleash his power, a figure descends with blinding speed, her body wreathed in crackling purple energy as she lunges forward. Her eyes glowing with fierce determination, She vows to avenge the one she believes he wronged. As her attack closes in, Dalen's hand glows with a familiar purple light, preparing for the inevitable clash. He calls out, a desperate plea to stop the assault, but his words are lost in the rush of battle. With a sudden shift in his aura, Dalen unleashes a powerful wave of vibrant green energy, intercepting her attack with overwhelming force. The impact sends her reeling, the green energy engulfing her completely. A gasp of shock escapes her lips as she is overwhelmed, her own power unable to withstand his. As the green light fades, Dalen catches her unconscious form, holding her gently in his arms. He looks down at the unconscious woman, a question forming in his mind. What just happened? From an unseen observer, a thought echoes, a low-level devil, one that even adventurers couldn't defeat, is proving unexpectedly strong. He realizes, his purple eyes glowing with a newfound understanding. The holy sword, its blade shimmering with absorbed power, has begun to fuel him, its energy now coursing through his very being. Now that it's come to this, Dalen grips his axe, purple energy flaring around his cloaked form as he resolves to go all out. Using his territory, he calls forth its full possibilities, manifesting a desolate, snow-covered landscape bathed in an ethereal blue light. This power allows him to perform miracles impossible on this world, his monstrous red eye now burning with terrifying intensity. He stands amidst a storm of crackling blue lightning, a voice echoing, "You bastard!" His form, now fully revealed, surges with raw power. The electric energy arcing around him as another voice questions, "Have you achieved territory?" A menacing smile spreads across his face as he confirms, "Yes." His power intensifying with the declaration, "Prepare yourself." Dalen charges forward, enveloped in a fierce blue aura that crackles around him. As he closes the distance, the monstrous creature lets out a guttural roar, its eyes glowing with primal fury. It lunges, its voice booming as it demands to know if he has finally been tempered. Dalen meets its challenge with a confident smirk, declaring his achievement. The monster recoils, a purple aura flaring around it as it expresses disbelief at Dalen's ability, recognizing it as something derived from its own kind. Enraged by the revelation, it vows not to be defeated, unleashing a powerful attack. Its massive arm swings down with crushing force. Dalen stands firm, the impact reverberating as he endures the blow. He charges forward, a blur of motion, his form enveloped in a vibrant purple aura as he closes the distance. His momentum unwavering, he presses his assault, purple energies swirling around him. The armored wolf monster, enraged, lets out a guttural roar, its red eyes flaring as it prepares to meet the charge with its own surge of power. Their powers collide in a blinding flash, sending shockwaves of purple energy rippling through the air. From above, the monster's massive, glowing hand descends, aiming to crush him with overwhelming force. A snarl twists the monster's face, its frustration evident as the fight drags on. Yet, Dalen remains defiant, taunting his foe to continue the assault. The monster scoffs, uttering a dismissive challenge, certain of its own superiority. But Dalen, undeterred, retorts with a sharp jab, his purple aura flaring once more. A blinding flash of blue and purple energy erupts, tearing through the air with a deafening roar, sending shattered debris flying as the destructive force expands outward, a massive ring of raw power radiating from its core. The monster's attack intensifies, its power surging with a guttural cry, a wave of pure, unadulterated force. Dalen is caught directly in the blast, the blue energy crackling violently around him as he takes the full impact, debris scattering from his form. His eyes glow with an intense blue light as he endures the assault, a raw shout of defiance escaping his lips. Still wreathed in the monster's power, he looks up, a defiant curse on his breath. Then, with a sudden burst of his own blue energy, he retaliates, his leg lashing out to shatter a piece of the monster's attack. He exhales sharply, the lingering blue aura around him a testament to his resilience. Reflecting on the brutal exchange, Dalen acknowledges that his continuous focus on raising his stamina has paid off, musing that anyone else would have been utterly destroyed by such an assault. He coughs, a sharp, painful sound escaping him as the lingering blue energy from the monster's attack dissipates around his form. Meanwhile, the armored wolf monster recoils, its massive hand bleeding from the impact, a grunt of pain escaping its fanged maw. It stares at the wound, a chilling realization dawning on it. Its body isn't regenerating as it should. A purple glow emanates from its chest as it ponders, how could this mercenary be using territory? The monster's thoughts race, identifying the figure before it as nothing more than a mercenary who had only just entered the labyrinth. With a surge of dark energy, it calls out, summoning its loyal knight of corruption. Its red eyes glow with renewed fury as it commands for its forces to block him. Unaware of the monster's new strategy, Dalen moves with blinding speed, a mere blur across the cavern floor. His form, wreathed in a faint blue aura, streaks upward, disappearing into the labyrinth's depths. He is met with a sudden, blinding impact as a glowing pink blade slams into him, sending him recoiling slightly. A frustrated curse escaping his lips. Damn it! The white-haired warrior, now revealed as the source of the attack, wonders aloud. There was another one? His green eyes glow with surprise and a hint of confusion as he processes the unexpected turn of events. The warrior, enveloped in a vibrant purple aura, prepares for another strike, her presence radiating a holy power. From a distance, the armored wolf monster bellows a command. Knight's divinity, block that mercenary. Dallin tightens his grip on his sword, realizing the gravity of the situation. I need as much time as possible. As the white-haired warrior lunges forward once more, her glowing blade cutting through the air with deadly precision. He tries to make sense of the unfolding chaos, questioning how a mere low-ranked devil could possibly control a holy knight. A sudden realization dawns on him as the pieces begin to click into place. His gaze falls upon the glowing purple restraints, recognizing them as Halman's chains. These powerful holy relics are known to compel defeated opponents to fight for their conqueror, explaining the knight's current state. With this understanding, Dallin's confusion gives way to grim determination. He curses under his breath, knowing he must act swiftly before the devil regenerates, charging forward with his glowing blade. But as he moves, he glances back at the apprentice knight, her eyes still glowing with an unnatural light. A disembodied voice, perhaps the knight's true self, echoes with regret, apologizing to Dallin, explaining that she has been ensnared by the devil, who now wields her glowing sword with dark power. The apprentice knight, her glowing blue eyes fixed with fierce determination, declares that she will handle the immediate threat, urging Dallin to pursue the devil. Still speaking with unwavering conviction, she adds that she has something more to say. Her gaze hardening, she refers to an idiotic comrade of hers. A realization dawns upon her as she acknowledges the nature of that holy knight. Turning to Dallin, who stands before her, she solemnly declares that she will entrust her back to him. With a grateful tone, she thanks Dallin. Her resolve solidifying, she identifies herself as an investigator dedicated to eradicating evil within the knights. A close-up reveals her true identity, Lucia Casticheld. With her sword held firm, Lucia declares that from this moment on, she will dispose of the corrupt Holy Knight gang. As she prepares for the fight ahead, a sudden, overwhelming force erupts, sending a shockwave of purple and yellow energy across the battlefield. From the chaos, a demonic figure lunges, its powerful strike pushing the knight back with immense force. The impact continues to drive her back, her armored legs scraping against the ground as purple energy trails behind her. The demonic entity, now fully visible in its winged form, lets out a low chuckle, its red eyes glowing as it remarks, "He just needed to regenerate." It stands tall amidst the fallen, a glowing purple sword clutched in its hand, radiating an aura of dark power. Looking down at the knight, it questions, "Did you borrow the power of the holy sword again?" The demon's grip tightens on its blade as it concedes, "Yes, I did earlier." Its arm tenses, muscles bulging with renewed power, as it declares, "It'll be different now." With a swift, devastating motion, the demonic entity unleashes a massive wave of purple energy from its sword, engulfing everything in its path. The armored wolf monster's devastating attack connects, sending the apprentice knight recoiling with a sharp cry of pain. Despite the impact, the monster finds itself surprised, muttering that this fight is proving difficult, and that its opponent has even brought out a new weapon. Deciding to escalate, the monster activates Latapantella's pulverizing sword, declaring its intent to use a new territory skill. A violent red aura erupts around the armored wolf monster, its form becoming wreathed in crackling energy. The crimson power swirls and condenses, focusing around its sharpened claws. Its glowing red eyes narrow in disbelief, as it questions how its opponent could possibly be using an unknown skill. Engulfed in the raging red energy, the monster roars, demanding to know how the knight managed such a feat. The demonic energy surges around its body, pulsating with raw power. With a final, guttural sound, it unleashes a concentrated burst of crimson force. As the armored wolf monster prepared its next devastating move, a cloaked figure moved with impossible speed, a crimson aura flaring around him, launching a sudden, powerful attack. The warrior's momentum carried him forward, his target caught completely off guard. A guttural snarl of shock and pain tore from the armored wolf monster's throat, its glowing red eyes widening in disbelief as the blow landed. Without pause, the red-eyed warrior channeled more power, a concentrated orb of purple energy forming in his hand, ready to deliver a finishing strike. The combined force of the red aura and purple orb slammed into the monster, erupting in a blinding flash of destructive power. Through the dissipating energy, the warrior's red eyes glowed steadily, a quiet, who escaping him as he surveyed the devastation. A system notification appeared, confirming his achievement. He had discovered a new title, Magic Swordsman who became a devil's preserved corpse. The purple lightning still crackled around him, as another notification confirmed he had gained a staggering 700,000 experience points. With the battle concluded, the oppressive silence of the aftermath settled in. With a blinding flash, two blades meet in a furious clash, sending sparks and raw energy erupting outwards. The force of the impact sends the apprentice knight reeling, her body twisting violently as she struggles to maintain her footing. She's thrown backward through the air, a trail of purple energy marking her rapid descent. Before she can recover, Dallin closes the distance, his blade meeting hers in another powerful parry, driving her further back. A look of strained surprise crosses her face, the speed and intensity of his assault clearly overwhelming her. Another burst of raw power erupts, the air crackling with the sound of colliding forces. From a distance, the city skyline is visible, a faint glow still lingering in the sky above the battleground. The apprentice knight, breathing heavily, admits that her opponent is incredibly strong. On the training grounds, a quiet observation is made. The future commander, it seems, is forged from a different kind of metal. Lucia, the apprentice knight, sits calmly amidst the dust and grit of the arena, while Dallin, the red-eyed warrior, stands with a confident smirk, playfully warning her not to pressure him. She responds with a cheerful admission that being considered a candidate for the next commander does make her happy, though Dallin can't help but wonder if she's truly enjoying their sparring. Regardless, she expresses genuine surprise at his progress, noting how much better he's become since their last duel. He humbly confirms her observation, revealing that he's been practicing diligently. With a renewed spark in her eyes, Lucia challenges him, eager to go at it again. Dallin, his resolve firm, vows that he will definitely beat her one day, a promise he makes with unwavering determination. Lucia simply smiles, accepting his challenge and assuring him that she will face him as much as he desires. She brings her sword down with immense force, the impact of the strike erupting in a blinding flash of light. Even amidst the fierce exchange, she laments the necessity of their confrontation, wishing they didn't have to fight. Her voice carries a heavy sorrow, echoing her desire for a different outcome. His own face contorted in a snarl, he unleashes a furious accusation, calling her a treacherous bastard. Their blades meet again, a starburst of light exploding at the point of impact. With a powerful upward motion, he parries her attack, sending a shower of sparks into the air. Undaunted, she swings her glowing sword in a wide, sweeping arc, preparing for her next assault. He meets her rapid succession of strikes, his own blade a blur of defensive parries, each impact showering the air with bright sparks. Maintaining his defensive posture, his red eyes glow with fierce intensity, reflecting the urgency of their battle. He cries out, his voice laced with anguish and accusation, demanding to know why he has been abandoned. His sword flashes, meeting Lucia's spear in a burst of energy. The blade arcs with a furious purple glow, forcing her back. He glances down, his form shimmering with residual power. Lucia, however, stands firm, her voice cutting through the air with a chilling resolve, telling him he should simply perish here. Her words ignite a deeper fury within him, his eyes flaring with an intense blue light as a dark, swirling aura erupts around his body. The sheer force of his renewed assault sends her hurtling backward. He closes the distance in an instant, leaping through the air with his sword raised high. Bringing it down with devastating power, he strikes. His powerful, purple-infused attack connects, sending a shockwave of energy through the air. The impact forces a pained cry from her lips, her body recoiling violently. He watches the result of his strike, his expression unyielding. Despite the blood trickling from her face, Lucia meets his gaze, declaring, "You're as talented as ever, Barrett." Her voice unwavering, she adds, "But this time, you've lost." As she speaks, Dallin's attention is drawn to a small, black ring that has fallen to the ground, now glowing faintly. The ring's light intensifies, enveloping him in a brilliant white and gold aura, his eyes flaring with renewed purple energy. Seeing his sudden surge of power, Lucia's own purple aura flares, her resolve hardening for the final confrontation. Lucia's eyes widen, a fresh trickle of blood staining her cheek as she processes the unfolding power. A gasp escapes her lips, her glowing blue gaze fixed on the transformed figure before her. Meanwhile, Dallin, bloodied but resolute, offers a grim, almost mocking smile. Lucia's eyes blaze with renewed defiance, her voice ringing with conviction. Enveloped in a brilliant golden aura, Dallin lunges forward, his sword a blur of motion. His declaration echoes through the air, a final, chilling pronouncement. But Lucia, now a holy knight, meets his charge, her own blue-white aura flaring as she raises her blade to intercept the attack from Barrett Strymon. Steel meets steel in a blinding flash, the collision of their powers sending shockwaves and blood spraying through the air. Lucia holds her ground, her aura burning bright as the fierce duel begins in earnest. A sharp clang echoes as blood splatters across Lucia's pristine white armor, the force of the impact sending a guttural growl from her lips. With a sickening crunch and a dull thud, she collapses to the ground, defeated, her form dissolving into shimmering particles of light. As footsteps approach, Dallin's mind drifts to a singular thought, the comfort of being with a friend in their final moments. He stands tall, his gaze fixed on the fallen knight, the battle now decisively concluded. A final, heavy thud accompanies the pooling blood on Lucia's chest plate, a stark testament to her grievous wounds. Her eyes wide with pain and resignation, Lucia's face is a mask of agony, blood staining her lips. As the scene shifts to a grand, ancient structure bathed in the warm glow of a setting sun, a profound declaration echoes. Barrett has fulfilled his life. He looks down at the kneeling figure before him, a dismissive scoff escaping him. The kneeling subordinate recounts the failure of another, who couldn't even wield the holy sword given to him, while a mocking laugh echoes through the grand hall. The hooded figure crosses his arms, a silent judgment hanging in the air, as the subordinate is warned to mind his words, for the subject of their discussion is now under the emperor's protection. He ponders, a hint of impatience in his voice, wondering if there's any more information to be gleaned from the current report. The kneeling figure offers a final piece of information, then extends an invitation, welcoming him to visit whenever he has the time. Dallin accepts the offer, his tone noncommittal. As the sun dips below the horizon, casting the sprawling city in an orange glow, a new directive is issued to carry on with their next plan. A solitary monument stands in a desolate, snowy landscape, a silent testament to a name that will be missed, Barrett Strymon. Standing in the desolate, snow-dusted landscape, he speaks of a fallen figure, explaining that they will conceal the truth of his corruption and his demise here, allowing people to remember him as a holy knight who bravely fell in battle against a demon. With the grim commission now concluded, the apprentice knight turns to him, her glowing blue eyes fixed on his cloaked form, asking if they should discuss payment, and if he has anything specific in mind. He confirms that he does, requesting a specific die that only the holy knights possess. A towering spire pierces the clear blue sky, its intricate architecture welcoming all who approach. This imposing structure marks the location of the Holy Knights Order Palzion branch. Inside, Dallin stands before a formally dressed knight, the administrative officer of the branch. The officer, with a polite bow, introduces himself as the sole administrative officer of the Holy Knights Order. Dallin acknowledges him, remarking that it has been a long time since their last encounter. The administrative officer continues, explaining that while Dallin's merits deserve appreciation from the capital, the Holy Knights Order operates under strict protocols. He requests Dallin's understanding, offering 3,000 gold coins as compensation for his efforts. Beyond the monetary reward, the officer also provides a recommendation for a sacred tattoo, a significant mark of honor. A unique skill of the Holy Knights Order, granted by the god of war, now manifests around Dallin, allowing for the efficient use of divine power. This power can be used for physical enhancement, magic amplification, and a variety of other purposes, as a golden aura radiates from his form. With this new strength, he considers his next move, deciding he should go to the fissure. After all, that place holds a certain ominous draw. As his hand glows with an ethereal light, Dallin's newly awakened skill is brimming with dormant divine power. Meanwhile, a high-ranking knight explains that the authority to bestow sacred tattoos belongs exclusively to the captain and vice-captain of the order. He continues, stating that to receive such a tattoo, one must go through the main body. Dallin, having overheard or been informed, muses that he was already planning to head there anyway, so he would be visiting soon. Addressing the apprentice knight and the administrative officer, he expresses his desire for their assistance, to which the young woman responds with a surprised, "This is." A dark, ethereal energy manifests as glowing purple chains, identified as a corrupted holy relic. These chains, it is revealed, are the holy man's chains, lost by the Holy Knights Order 400 years ago. The captain, now speaking directly to Dallin, reminds him that it is against the rules of the Holy Knights Order to use a lost relic. However, he then suggests that it would be best if Dallin, who is not bound by such constraints, were to use it. He listens intently as a voice offers, "If you want something, just say it." His gaze sharpens, questioning, "What are you scheming?" Caught off guard, the administrative officer stammers, Well." The apprentice knight's expression is one of solemn determination. As she kneels before Dallin, a thought echoes in the administrative officer's mind. Dallin isn't someone you can persuade with flattery, Uncle Albus. With a plea in her voice, she presents the open chest, urging him, "Dallin, please accept this as my gift." His eyes widen slightly in surprise, the implication of her words sinking in. She's giving away a holy relic as a gift? The administrative officer's face contorts in shock, a silent question forming in his mind. Is that okay? He quickly composes himself, offering a justification for his earlier actions. "I acted hastily due to dire circumstances." As the apprentice knight looks on, Younggun reveals a critical piece of information, asking what the matter could be. He explains that someone within the desert is actively pursuing the holy sword. The apprentice knight can only respond with a stunned, "What?" She turns to the administrative officer, her voice laced with disbelief as she demands to know what he is talking about. The administrative officer, looking troubled, admits that he can hardly believe it himself. He explains that a few days prior, he received a letter from the main knight's order, which stated they must secure the holy sword and bring it back to them, but upon closer inspection, the implications were far more unsettling. The letter from the main knight's order, now under scrutiny, reveals a hidden code within its very fabric. This discovery sends a jolt through the room, confirming the unsettling truth. There is a traitor operating within the order itself. Without hesitation, Younggun steps forward, offering his aid in this grave matter. The administrative officer, relieved by the offer, expresses his sincere gratitude. He then proposes a formal recommendation for a sacred tattoo and begins to discuss the terms of an advance payment. Specifically, he mentions gold coins as the form of compensation. However, Younggun quickly dismisses the offer, stating that he has no need for gold. Instead, mysterious purple chains begin to glow around him. As he reveals he has already received his advance payment. After his previous encounter, the journey leads him to a grand, ancient building, its weathered stone and intricate carvings hinting at centuries of history. Inside, a woman with long, dark hair stands before a partially obscured figure, relaying information, mentioning news of a traitor in the labyrinth and the lack of visitors in recent days. A soft creak echoes as a polished boot steps onto the floor, announcing an arrival. The dark-haired woman turns, her expression composed, her gaze sharp and direct. She addresses the obscured figure, a hint of exasperation in her tone, remarking that he's going to make her ears bleed, yet expressing relief at seeing him. Now seated at a table with the newly arrived Delan, she laughs, apologizing for his quick arrival, which was sooner than she anticipated. As Delan begins to walk away, she watches him, acknowledging his identity, and noting that it has been a long time since they last met. He continues his departure, hearing her final words, a relieved confirmation of his safe return and the assumption that he must have swept through the labyrinth. As Delan stands before her, a woman with long black hair observes the item he carries, asking about its nature and reminding him not to forget her later, noting his apparent intoxication. She then takes the small, ornate box from him, acknowledging it with a simple, "Oh, this." Holding the wooden container, she instructs that it be given to an expert, who can assist in opening it. Her sharp gaze fixed, she adds a crucial detail, that the contents must be thoroughly checked within 4 days. Later, seated at a table with Delan, the woman, now identified as Bokma, shifts the conversation, inquiring about the true purpose of his visit. She pours a drink for him, as he listens intently. Bokma then brings up a previous request, asking if he recalls what he had asked her to investigate. She reveals the subject of her research, elixirs, rituals, or spells capable of increasing physical strength. Surrounded by stacks of books and papers, Bokma reflects on her progress, noting that while she's made headway with spells and rituals, most methods are either virtually impossible to obtain or come with severe side effects. Bokma continues, explaining that he looked further into herbs, primarily focusing on alchemists and merchants, before letting out a triumphant exclamation. He beams, declaring that this is where he truly struck gold. Younggun, his expression thoughtful, then inquires about the city of Lebobak. Bokma confirms its location, stating it's near Lebobak. He reveals that dozens of mandrake colonies have been discovered there. A flicker of surprise crosses Younggun's face as he asks if that's truly the case. Bokma, however, cautions that it could just be a rumor. He then laughs, imagining the immense profit he would make if he could confirm such a discovery with absolute certainty. He considers the information, realizing the rumor must have been true, and that it cannot be ignored. For there weren't just dozens of the rare plants, but nearly 1,000 mandrakes must be growing there. This legendary herb, known to enhance both stamina and magic simultaneously, was a discovery of immense value. However, it seems someone else had already begun to act on their own schemes. The formidable figure known as the Ash Witch. The mandrake colonies were located near Lebobak, in the northeastern part of the continent, far from the Holy Empire's southern region. Having confirmed his intentions, Younggun finds Bokma Galios questioning him, asking if he truly plans to pursue the rumored fortune, to which he confirms his search for a new business partner. Without hesitation, Younggun declares his intent to join, and Bokma Galios, after a moment, agrees to go with him. The suddenness of the declaration leaves Bokma Galios visibly taken aback. As he processes the words, then questions Younggun, demanding to know what he just said. Younggun simply reminds him of their earlier conversation, asking if he hadn't mentioned getting some of that money. A confident smirk plays on Younggun's lips, as he reiterates his intention. "So I'm coming too." The bustling city street hummed with the sounds of daily life, merchants hawking their wares, and the rhythmic clatter of hooves on cobblestone. Amidst the commotion, Younggun found himself reflecting on his current state, a weary sigh escaping him as he mused that he hadn't even indulged too much the previous night. Suddenly, a familiar voice cut through his thoughts, greeting him with a cheerful, "Good morning, Mr. Bokma." Bokma Galios, the inn manager, stood before him, a concerned expression on his face as he observed Younggun's pallor, remarking, "You look pale." Younggun rubbed his temples, confirming Bokma's suspicion, before his gaze drifted to the white-haired woman beside him, prompting him to ask, "But, who is the lady next to you?" The woman, Lucia Casticheld, introduced herself as an apprentice knight from the Holy Knights Order, explaining that they happened to be going the same way. Bokma then clarified his intention, stating, "So I wanted to bring her along." Bokma, still beaming with pride, continues to praise him, declaring it an honor to be in the presence of someone so cool and strong. The merchant then launches into a dramatic retelling of his heroic feat, tearing a goblin apart with bare hands and saving the bronze territory, much to the apprentice knight's quiet exasperation. Younggun, however, seems more concerned with practical matters, estimating he'll be back by the afternoon. With that, he turns to leave, prompting a confused inquiry from Bokma about his destination. His cloak swishes with each determined stride. A faint purple glow emanates from his hand as he considers collecting his reward. He clenches his fist, the purple energy intensifying around a small, crystalline orb. Bokma watches him, noting that adventurers who subdue devils and bring back their essences usually receive high compensation, while Younggun confirms he indeed killed a devil. With the glowing orb in hand, he heads towards the appropriate department. His destination, the Labyrinth Management Office in the Silver Territory, stands before him, a grand and imposing structure. Stepping inside, he finds himself in a lavish hall, its opulence a stark contrast to the dangers he usually faces. As he and the apprentice knight approach, the weight of the bounty he seeks feels increasingly significant. A soft rustle of fabric accompanies his movement, as he pauses before a grand desk. Behind it sits a man of refined bearing, an official of the transcendence of the Diamond Palace, his gaze sharp and assessing. With a calm, authoritative tone, the official introduces himself, stating, "My name is Evan. A meeting with you has been arranged." Evan gestures towards a nearby table, inviting them to sit, while promising refreshments. A soft clink echoes as cups are placed, signaling the start of their formal discussion. Evan then leans forward, his expression thoughtful, remarking, "To defeat a devil on your first mission is quite impressive." Younggun reflects on his recent success, a quiet confidence settling within him as he acknowledges his enduring good fortune. Meanwhile, Evan, the administrative officer, sips his tea with a subtle, knowing smile. His thoughts betraying a deeper understanding of the young man before him. He muses on the unexpected encounter, realizing he's stumbled upon one of the fabled transcendents. Not just once, but twice now, he's crossed paths with a member of the Diamond Palace's elite, a fact that clearly weighs on his mind. As he regards Younggun, Evan recalls their previous meeting, remembering how the young man's appearance had been different then, masked and unfamiliar, making him unrecognizable from the game, until his true face was revealed. A flicker of recognition crosses Evan's features as he mentally identifies the young man by another name, Leverinahakim, a name associated with an endlessly changing face, causing him to curse under his breath. He considers the sheer power Younggun wields, concluding that he is essentially a one-man army. This realization solidifies Evan's resolve to win Younggun's favor, seeing it as a crucial opportunity to gain a powerful ally, a move expected of the transcendence of the Diamond Palace. Meanwhile, Younggun's own thoughts drift to the nature of gaining favor, recalling how the Grand Apostle behaved similarly to a devil, always fixated on their damn gods, a sentiment he clearly finds tiresome. Younggun, still reflecting on the nature of powerful beings, wonders aloud if the gods of this realm suffer from some sort of voyeurism disorder. His expression tightening with intense disdain as he continues to speak. A simple bowl of food sits between them, a silent witness to the charged atmosphere. Evan, listening intently, remarks that Younggun's tone is quite blasphemous, his hand rising to his mouth in a gesture of contemplation or perhaps veiled amusement. Younggun, seemingly caught off guard by his own outburst, mutters to himself that he must be crazy, wondering if he had gone too far. He then corrects himself, suggesting it would be more accurate to say that Evan lacks faith. His gaze drops, a subtle challenge in his eyes. Evan, ignoring the jab, changes the subject, asking if Younggun hails from the northern Frost Highlands. He wonders how to respond, sensing that Evan speaks as if he already knows something profound about him. A slight smirk plays on Evan's lips, prompting Younggun to internally question what could possibly be so amusing, especially since he'd never even set foot in the northern Frost Highlands. Evan then presses further, asking if the hundred-eyed seer was the source of his information. His expression turning more serious, he clarifies, "That thousand-year-old fortune teller told you that?" A subtle, knowing smirk returns to Younggun's face, as he stands in the opulent hall, acknowledging the seer's reputation. He then remarks on Evan's intriguing nature. "You are indeed a fascinating person." Settling into a chair, he gestures casually, explaining that Evan gives him a similar feeling to his friends whom you call transcenders. He concludes with a confident tone, implying he has safely navigated interactions with such powerful beings. Younggun's gaze remains fixed, his interest clearly piqued by the conversation. As he sips his tea, Evan presses on, asking if Younggun brought the fabled essence of the devil. With a thoughtful expression, Evan then requests to examine it. Later, a procession of carriages makes its way along a snow-dusted road, winding through a desolate landscape. Cloaked figures accompany the vehicles, their forms indistinct against the muted backdrop. Inside one of the carriages, Younggun watches the passing scenery from a window, a thought crossing his mind about the premium they had to offer. This included the valuable goods Sienna had managed to secure. He sits at a large table, surrounded by other figures, as a voice questions the timeline. He considers the task ahead, thinking he should be able to procure a few pieces of a master craftsman's gear or relics by then. A soft knocking at the door interrupts his thoughts, drawing his gaze. An attendant stands outside, relaying a message. "Mr. Bokma asked if you had any discomfort." Younggun responds with a simple, almost dismissive, "Oh, okay, sir." The attendant, a cloaked man, then inquires, "Is he new here?" Younggun's expression softens slightly, a flicker of nostalgia crossing his face as he thinks, "Reminds me of the old days." He looks back at the cloaked figure, who continues his questioning, asking about his squad, to which Younggun replies, "This is my third mission, so I'm still a low-ranked mercenary." A faint smirk plays on his lips as he assures, "You'll get your reward soon." Bowing slightly in response, the young man expresses his gratitude, Thank you, sir. The apprentice knight looks up, her expression shifting to surprise, questioning. That's unexpected. What do you mean? Continuing her thought, she adds, I didn't think you'd be kind to the kid. Kneeling, the knight pauses, her gaze thoughtful. Rising, she teases him about his relentless pursuit of missions. I thought you were a maniac obsessed with missions. He retorts, hey, that's mean. Suddenly, a grotesque, clawed hand clamps down on a nearby tree branch. His voice sharp with urgency, Younggun yells, we're under attack. A monstrous horde, their gray forms surging forward, answers his cry, ready for battle. A chilling realization settles over the group. There are orcs ahead. As the apprentice knight questions if they should retrieve their weapons, Boke Megalios dismisses the idea, stating they cannot simply pass through. Younggun's expression hardens, his gaze fixed on the unseen threat. An alert flashes, confirming the grim discovery of a novice mercenary's body, and Younggun, cloaked and with eyes glowing faintly green, manifests a swirling orb of emerald energy in his hand. His resolve unwavering, he declares his intention to lead the charge. With a commanding presence, he strides forward, urging everyone to follow him. He closes the distance in an instant, his blade flashing, and a shadowy orc recoils as blood splatters from the impact. His sword, now glowing with potent energy, carves through the enemy with brutal efficiency. A guttural roar tears through the air, followed by the sickening sound of flesh ripping. As he carves through the first of the orcs, his glowing blade severing a limb with brutal efficiency. Yet, a flicker of doubt crosses his mind, wondering if the recent strain has left him vulnerable to fatigue. Before he can dwell on it, another monstrous orc lunges forward, its eyes burning red as it unleashes a furious roar. He grits his teeth, a frustrated curse escaping his lips. A blur of motion follows, and he stands poised once more, his sword ready, snowflakes drifting around him. Another limb falls to the ground, blood splattering across the icy terrain. He surveys the scene, a quiet thought confirming his identity and skill. All right, what's his name, Younggun? He's pretty good. Standing in the frigid, snow-dusted landscape, a smaller, hooded figure remarks on his disheveled appearance, while Younggun lets out a soft grunt. His green eyes glowing with renewed intensity, he acknowledges the need to remain vigilant. Despite the weariness creeping into his bones, he resolves to end this confrontation swiftly. His hand tightens around the hilt of his blade, and with a battle cry, he launches himself into the air, a brilliant blue aura flaring around him as he descends upon the unsuspecting orcs. His blade finds its mark with a sickening crunch, blood erupting from his target. With his eyes now burning an intense blue, he snarls a demand for his opponent's very corpse. Looking down with utter contempt, he dismisses his foe as nothing more than a green pig,